Zadalos. What is up? What is up? How is everybody doing? How is everybody doing? एक सेकंड रुको. एक का पेमेंट करना है पेमेंट. फौजी, आज दोस्त मेंबरशिप ले. पेमेंट हो गया. ओ फौजी. है नहीं. Payment to receiver was declined. Payment to receiver was declined. पैसा नहीं चाहिए तो बोल दे पौजी. हाँ क्या सीन? पौजी तेरा जीपे का भरोसा हो गया क्या रे? ला 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 ला. Hello chat, hello.
Let's bring out their opponents in this best of 5 series. Give it up for G2.
Finals बोलते. मैं भी कास्टर बन सकता था. होस्ट. ट्रॉफी देखो बे. भाई ट्रॉफी बाप है. Prize, yes, prize and trophy.
And head coach Josh RT.
भाई शाइन कर रहे हैं भाई.
Let's hear it one more time for your grand finalists.
The stage is set. We have our finalists. G2.
भाई सिंपल है. कौन वो होएगा लॉक इन? पहला मैप बोल 3K सुपर चैट बंदा डेर क्या है? डेर क्या है? पहले डेर क्या है वो बताओ. फिर ऐसा एक्सेप्ट करने के बाद मैं डेर नहीं कर पाऊंगा तो अच्छा नहीं लगेगा. समझ रहे हो? डेर बताओ, डेर बताओ. चीयर्स. चैट कल से मैं मिस करूंगा जो लोग सिर्फ ये टाइम पे जगह रहते हैं.
That was a 3-2 win for G2 when they were in this exact same situation in kickoff. And
Avadut bye, best of luck मेरी जान की रोटी.
Have really improved.
Oh, kawa mein kabutar, dur hataओ.
Bang into the roster to a much greater extent that they were able to with that shorter time frame at the beginning of the year. In this playoff run, we have seen Sentinels at their absolute peak.
Good morning, bye. Hello everybody.
It's been so good from them, right? And it was doom and gloom at the start of the stage, right? They dropped that series early on to Crew. People were like, this team has fallen off a cliff after what happened to them in Bangkok. But
नहीं वो करेंगे Ghost, वो करेंगे.
domination from Sentinels.
Late night झिलटा करेंगे झिलटा.
You heard Leaf talk about it in the video before the walkouts, how he want to build a dynasty here.
There 20 gifted membership.
We know
Done
from
scene.
Sentinels, from their experience, maybe that's their exact
Done
same
scene.
goal too. This Sentinels organization
Done
has
scene,
been wanting
Vishal
to be the big franchise player, just like, you know, some of the other big sports teams that are out there.
They absolutely have been, and it's a rivalry that
Good
is
morning,
been
Binks
going
bye.
on
Good
for
morning.
different teams this time.
कितने बजे
when
सोया
they took
मैं?
the
10 साढ़े 10
Ascension
बजे
stage,
कुछ
but
उड़ गया था.
GT and Valorant,
फिर मैं
another
ऐसे ही
chance
लेटा
to
था.
compete for a
मूवी
trophy.
देखा एक.
You can see now as the players getting ready to go, pressure is on here. But if anything,
Movie नहीं, sorry,
these
series
10
देखा है.
players as well as their 2 coaches more than ready
Map
to
तो
meet
बोल.
the moment, considering that this is something
रुक जा,
that they
रुक जा,
have
रुक जा,
done
रुक जा.
time and time and time again.
And that man on the far left from G2 that we just saw, Leaf, if he
थोड़ा हरा भी
continues to
हरकत करने दो ना.
perform
हेवन
at the
किसका
level
मैप पिक किया
that he's
चैट?
been at in the past couple
it'd be
playoff
ridiculous.
matches, Sentinels are in some serious trouble. His Viper and Vice gameplay is the
Sen
best
जीतेगा
that we
पहला
will
मैप.
see right now.
Been absolutely on fire. We've got maps in. Reminder, Sentinels coming in from the upper bracket get the double
कर
map
दो.
in advantage. Fracture continues as their perma and taking away G2's best.
कर दो
opponents.
सुपर
Haven
चैट
is
कर दो पट
Sentinel's
से.
best opportunity to get
पहला मैप Sen.
clear-cut win. G2 have not been performing at an extremely high level on that map, and funny enough, that was the 5th final map.
कोई ना, G2 मेरा.
And it's the map that Sentinels have seen.
Scoreline भी predict करूँ क्या? 13-0.
Swap to this neon
Sen
comp for the second.
13-0.
He's been dominating, and as a structure, the team looks so much better there.
If we get to the end of this series, those final two maps are the
I
two
wait
maps
for you.
that
Love you,
sent
Jokerex.
G2
Hello, Diggy.
on
Thank you for the
last time.
20.
13-11 on both of those. It was great prep. It was new comps coming out, and we're starting things off early.
बैट
Now,
सच्ची
here
इतना
comes Hayden
फ्रेश लग रहा है ना.
locking in that
4
unit.
घंटा 4.5 घंटा सो के
On the other side,
एनी स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ सीधा.
looking at maps too.
हाँ?
Every single time a team had choice for side,
बस
it's
fresh लग रहा है
always
आज.
defense. And to me, that speaks to G2's strength on the defensive side.
Where
They
did
wanna start on
Sen
defense
veto
because
both
they're
maps?
way better playing
Upper brackets,
defensive
upper
angles.
brackets है वो
Sentinels
लोग.
want to force them onto the attack early when they have the choice.
Advantage.
Everything is as expected here, but G2 do play pretty unique comp on this map with Yoru Astra.
मेंबरशिप के लिए मत बोलना.
Leafs Vice
देखिए
yesterday,
यार.
he put on a masterclass performance.
130
but it
रुपए extra
still
डालते
wasn't
तो
enough for them. You have to
महीने
focus
भर.
on map 1.
30 freaking days. तुम मेरा मेंबर जोन की लाइव स्ट्रीम देख सकते हो. ठीक है, डन हुआ तो 25,000 रुपए, वरना उतने का गिफ्ट. ना 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 मस्ती कर रहा था. तेरी गांड मत मारो. वेदांत भाई थैंक यू फॉर द $2 मेरी जान की टोटे.
Domestically, of course, 2025. No better two teams.
कल
I
से
would
Binks
say,
11
as well,
घंटा
that are
सोएगा
matching
नहीं.
up here. This battleground behind
दोपहर
us.
को मेंबर
And
जल्दी,
honestly,
रात को
between
लंबा
the two of them, they've been bringing the best out of each other consistently
कल से
all
थोड़ा
year
rank
long.
push.
We've been treated to banger matchups.
And they've also alternated between which team looks like they're in
No, it is in
domination
Toronto,
mode
सुना मैंने.
and which team's really been trying to find their form and figure out what their feel of the team looks like. If you dial things back to when these two teams clashed at kickoff, it didn't feel like Sentinels really had found
ए
their
समेत
rhythm.
का बड़ा आज
And
जिंक्स
Zach
क्या तो
talked
देख
about it
लेना
after
BC.
Bangkok as
वैसे
well.
लव
Now it
you
feels
नी
like
बाय.
these last few matches you've seen of
Congratulations,
G2
उड़ा
down in the lower
लसून.
bracket,
2 years हो
they've
गए
been in
आपको.
survival mode rather than domination mode.
They're battered and bruised, but it is time for that Samson match style. Load of
But
fans,
वो ना
Samson
चाहिए ना,
SSDs,
1 साल का
we get
membership
into our
direct
opening
लिया तो
pistol
थोड़ा
round.
सस्ता पड़ेगा.
G2 with a lot to prove here.
Really common pistol for the defenders is to triple walk down mid at the start of these rounds, hoping that you can get a flank
Second
retake
by.
on A. G2 not going for it. Sen
बता दो
ready,
second by.
wary, using the drone, but not. Oh, did they catch Jorg? I think they must have.
He's going to reveal himself anyway as well. A couple of stray shots.
नहीं देखा
Posturing
उसने,
back
दोनों को
and
देखा.
forth.
And in the meantime, Sentinels taking some short control, slowly contacting and faking B. This is designed to draw people away from that A connector, over towards B and weaken the A site.
Leaf not to be moved though, and there's the slightest gap
Oh
in the corner
shit,
to play.
half
Not
check.
stuns up. He's getting 2. Just for the trouble, Jonah P instantly there with a response. He fills in the gap.
And immediately the pings are coming out in that corner. A flash, a clear, and Lee picks up 3.
Swinging all the way through here. It's all onto the shoulders of the race.
13-1.
Explosive is the opening, but already the net closing, and that's G2 taking our first round here in our grand finals.
You cannot make mistakes like that if
देखा
you
क्या
want
तुम
a
लोग
chance
chat?
at beating
क्या
G2.
लकी हो गया G2?
That corner,
वो बंदा stun
utterly
नहीं हुआ.
uncleared. I mean, that's one of the major reasons why you're even using the fault line in that position. A couple of steps further back for John Cutie, and Leaf is caught dead to rights in that situation.
Yep.
And yet he escapes with 3 kills. G2 given a
लकी हो गया
pistol.
ना G2? lol.
But they had many pistols, many force buy wins. The last time they played against Sentinels in that upper bracket semi-final didn't help them.
Now Sentinels came ready to play that evolution that they've been having over the course of 2025. Looking like they're in top form. They want to take a trophy. They want to deny
Oh
G2 the
shit,
chance
wall
to be one of
भी
the
है इधर,
first teams
दो बंदे
to
भी
win
है
a
इधर.
back-to-back domestic trophy. Here in Americas, this is an overload as well. Body's going to be colliding, clashing
उसने
here.
बोला
The
कैसे
protection
नहीं
of
वो
B.
मैंने
It's gonna be
इधर.
met with an appropriate response. So G2 happy to slap it back down. Spikes in their laps.
Good damage. हाँ?
Last player standing.
The spike is just completely safe
Good
here on the
damage.
site.
2 guns गिर गए chat.
John
सबके पास
left
guns
to do it
था.
all. he found a weird timing, but he's going to have to get through 3 players with much better weaponry. And at this point, he's going for the slow, long wrap around. At this juncture, just trying to deny some weapons would be good out of the hands of G2.
W.
Yeah.
And you saw there that they moved the setup pretty considerably.
Huh?
Ice wall went over towards
Us
B,
तरह का
anticipating
same
some
DP?
kind of B pop on an eco, and completely catching
Impersonation में डालूं क्या रे?
the double dive. Did it get scrappy? Yeah, a little bit. I was confused why Jonah P had utility in
देखो,
his hands
Peter
when he knew
Tsai
the
वाला
bag had
नाम
gone
है.
into the site. And watch out for this in future
Peter भाई
rifle
काहे
rounds, because the
बकचोदी कर रहे
Neon
हो?
plus Omen combo, it can get past the Vice wall. Normally we think about Neon being pretty hard countered by Vice,
Jinx मत
but
कर,
if
Jinx
Bang
नहीं
is
कर रहा
willing
हूँ.
to get in there
Vibe.
and get aggressive,
मेरा
and
दिल
play
कह
as
रहा है
well
कि
as he was last time they
ये
played against
round
G2,
सेन जीतेगा.
there could be some chaos.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very
It turns
difficult
into
both.
an isolated player just into that 1-2 punch, I think.
And Bang looking to fill the gap left by Tens on those aggressive Omen teleports.
Absolutely.
See if he pulls out more of them.
Well, here it is. We'll see if there's a conversion inside here for G2. They'd love to get
Must नेट डाला बे.
strong start, good beginning.
Mid में.
Sentinels finally with some weapons in their hands. Slow going.
They've mixed up the
हाँ,
defensive
वो
setup
slow
again.
करना
So
पड़ेगा
pistol
ना.
round, they had a
Mid में
1-2
push
trap
आया था.
play kind of set up in garage G2. Now they've moved that Vice wall over to C. And Leaf just has to control the whole of this part of the map.
Be clear.
There's no one going to be waiting to absorb.
Wi-Fi
See
retake तो ना होने
progression at
वाला
least.
भाई.
Second, it's going to make it feel like this could be just an all-in. Of course, this is again a
Oh,
feign.
garage to see.
Fakes on fakes, and Leafy's going to be squaring up to
blue
him, but
strat,
dropped at a moment's notice
baby.
again. So Zekin has already
split
wrapped his
किया
way
बे.
around. That was a pincer maneuver. If Leaf didn't go down in that spot.
Yeah, this is a beautiful round for Sentinels to pull out. Off the barrier drop.
भाई Cypher
That
BT देगा.
pattern,
Cypher का
a
पोजी देखो
lot of
chat.
Pacific teams actually
Zelsis
running
का
that way.
पोजी देखो BT देगा.
They'll send your duelist in through B, and they've left an insert of Zelsis. So Zelsis going to hear a lot of this. Can
Yeah.
play as the backstab.
Yeah.
G2 would have to hit some outrageous shots to win this round.
Cannot. They cannot.
Zekin's already going to be drawing blood there towards
पोजी
CT
देखो.
Zelsis. That backup policy, striking from behind. And that's a flawless
Flawless,
round three
baby!
here for Sentinels, denying G2 any chances of that strong beginning.
औरा. अभी ये लोग बोलेंगे
Great
टाइम आउट.
strategy. My only qualm would be, could they
अभी time
use
out लेने
it
वाले
on a
थे.
round where it would break the economy of G2? Because that was just a bonus, but it allowed them to be extremely clean,
आ रहे
get
ना
a good economy
पूरी
heading
तरीके
into
से.
the next.
समझ रहे हो?
And I've got to imagine that Sentinels
ये
have got more in the
NFL
bag
साथ
than
में
just
हाँ
that.
ना.
Their Haven has looked remarkably good.
कोई ना मेरे बाजू
Remember
में
that this used to be a
चल रहा
permaban
है.
map for Sentinels at the start of the year. If any map has showcased their growth, it's this one.
तुम्हें कहने में सेन के साथ हूँ. Love you.
And that same emphasis being
सेन
placed
जीतेगा 100%
through
जीतेगा.
garage. Bullets raining down. Leaf is going to dodge.
First
and
time out
leave. He's
है. Time
alive
out
for
क्यों लेगा?
now.
डर.
And Leaf is just kind of guessing where
Flawless
he should be putting
मारा
the
ना.
wall. You know, should it go over towards C? Should it go over towards B? Maybe even to supplement things in garage for information.
हेलो बंग भाई मेरा
I
एग्जाम
do
का
like that he's
खत्म. जय
crossed
बाबा
back
की.
over onto the other side.
रिजल्ट आएगा ना.
Flushed out that position by the recon, and now they're trying to clear Jorg, but he's not been caught by the drone.
That's an off angle. Look up through A long. That drone is going to be putting a bit of pressure now applied over towards Zelsis. You might see that strike from behind once more, but Leaf, very forward angle. Yuto's going to be skipping right past him along with the players and the bodies. Might just be dropping and toppling. Valin is caught in a
push
corner,
कर दिया.
stunned up. Oh my God! Aftershock is just going to be rinsing him. Jonah P sidestep and good at the crosshair
आराम
placement.
से ओमेन को देखो.
Able to
ओमेन को
return with
देखो.
that fire
ओमेन को
once
देखो.
more,
ओमेन
straight down. They cut Jonah P, offloading all sorts of bullets and just dropping the round in the lap of G2.
And Valin will be very happy that the rest of his team bailed him out of that situation. Bit of an embarrassing
Did he
spot
stun
for him to be in.
himself?
He did. He Astra stunned himself. He thought that
Yeah.
the rest of the team was starting to get in for Sentinels. Chose to try to make sure everybody was stunned there rather than let them through the choke point, but got caught by an aftershock. Nonetheless, incredible awareness from Jonah P. And actually, Valin's done his job in that round by calling to have a triple stack in garage because he got the read. And again, that round just kind of typifies everything Valin's been talking about recently, focusing on himself as a leader rather than a player. What matters it if he's stunned?
भाई
Makes
एक्स्ट्रा
the
किल है.
right
मार
call.
दो. मार दे. मार दे. मार दे.
Round
मार दे. मार दे.
away
मार दे. मार
G2
दे.
here.
Shit.
Again, a bit of an exchange of the fire. Just trying to earn up the orbs here. Zelsis' job is to try and contain a bit of presence over towards A
भाई
long. That
clone
really
ने
clear
टूट
attempt
रहा
by
है.
G2. Went a bit missing.
And recall that Jorgamo got the push out through A lobby last time, so Zelsis might be feeling a bit more pressure than usual to make sure that he stays boxed inside.
A flash play here. Zekin Going to be inserted.
All of this a feint, but a feint from two important players for Sen.
Zavos and the stun as well. Great crosshair placement though. Second,
Nical gaya
CHUMMI getting one as well for his troubles, and he backs himself out of there on top of it. And it has pulled a bit of the attention away here. G2 are quite scattered in terms of the defensive setup. And Valent,
बीज जाएंगे क्या ये
the
लोग?
thorns by his side as well. Those are going to be detonated by Leaf, so it has
भाई
slowed down the
बहुत
approach
slow
by
kill
Sentinels,
रहे
but they've got
Sen.
40 seconds left to play with, and this game of cat and mouse has just gone the wrong way, but Leaf is absolutely going to be reciprocating. That's a steel guard and expecting an instant response, but Sen are slowed themselves.
And
This
here's
second.
Jormo with this late round repush. They're so
Correct
confident
side
right
पे
now,
जा रहे,
G2.
correct side पे जा रहे,
Clearing
हाँ?
out. Valin walking
3-2.
down mid. They've got great information that this is going to be
3-2,
ending C,
3-2.
but Leaf cannot die. Sen need to root him out.
It's a flurry of bullets. Leaf is barely alive. He's going to be limping towards the back of the side if he wants to try and make a play to push this one
3-2,
back here,
baby.
but seconds to spare. Sen get themselves into the post plan at least, and G2 have that discipline, waiting for the smokes to dissipate. Valin earns himself two, still Leaf back against the wall. He's got to know roughly the position of Zekin. Isolated.
Zekin versus Giacomo, baby.
Dodging, sliding off to the side. Oh, to expect.
Yes, Varun!
It is.
Zekin has been a force of nature sweeping through this bracket recently. And they needed that. 5 kills. The fake over
Then
towards
जीतेगा तो
A1 where
20
he
kill
collects the
confirm,
first,
done since Sickness
coming
Bhai.
back in to make sure that his team is bailed out of a tricky situation. A
तो
clutch
सेन
and
जीतेगा
ace.
तो मेरे को 3000 भी मिल रहा है, 20
individual
गिफ्ट भी मिल रहा
performance.
है. W. दाम बढ़ा. Mithul Nayak thank you for 29.
That individual
अरे मैडम आराम से,
decision-making.
मैडम.
Just excellency on display there for the I by Power Ace.
मैडम ना मान रही.
Seeing it slow down here for the opening. G2, the weapons to work with.
Bro,
Zekin just posted up, outlaw in hand.
quick as fuck, huh?
Keeps all
Quick
of
as
that momentum
fuck.
going with an early pick. A stun to try to re-clear from G2, but they don't have the weaponry really to fight this. They don't have the armor to fight this either. Everyone on G2 has been extremely confident in re-pushing out on defense, and Sen feel like they've got the read now. They're holding, waiting for the play.
Oh shit.
Taking point is Jonah P, but well, Trent was supposed to be the backup.
W.
He was the first to fall in that spot. Zelsis, quick dismissal down towards short here. A lot of the danger around is going to be gone here for G2, so
W.
desperation is what's called for. But it should be locked up here.
घुस के मार दे,
Sentinels
घुस के
nice
मार
and
दे.
pretty now, 3-3.
सेन जीतने में $100 से
All
बचा
this goes on.
W.
We'll start to get a read on what G2
$100
have been
plus
doing on
3000
this
plus
defense.
20
I think
gifted.
the
Done.
macro
Mod सबका
overall
नाम
has
लिखो
still been going
एक
the way of
पर्ची पे.
G2. They've been mixing things up really nicely, but Zekin's ace has turned the tide of this match.
W baby,
Brought
W
Sentinels level
baby.
at 3-3, and given John more time to be able to figure out what's going on. You see on this eco how patient
Kapish
they were. If they can
bhai.
bring it into rifle rounds as well. I
Thank
think they'll
you
have a
so
lot of
much for the
success.
$7 में जान
It's hard for them to
करोटे.
necessarily
Be clear,
figure it out,
ठीक
but from our
है.
point of view, we can see there's constant pushing from the defenders. And G2.
Red
themselves
goodies
are
on the
gonna be
way,
taking
huh?
time out here.
Yay,
Josh, our
21st
team
को ना
wanting to
done.
make an adjustment.
You can call for the adjustments themselves.
मेरे को
as
कोई
well.
जीपे
Set at the
नंबर
top
दे
of the
देना
scoreboard
मैं पे
is
कर दूंगा उसका
second.
ठीक है.
He's 8-3. You called it.
बंक्स
Should
भाई
have the
आपकी
difference maker being
स्ट्रीम
that ace that
देखने
he
के लिए
managed to earn.
तरस
Momentum on
जाता
the
हूँ
side of
मैं.
Sentinels
काहे
here, and
तरसते हो?
Zekin has
रोज
been
तो आता हूँ मैं.
dominating. His last game versus MIBR.
कनाडा मेरे के जीपे
He's
कैसे
putting up
करे नहीं कर सकते
unbelievable
सुपर करो.
performances to turn rounds, almost single-handedly.
He's been spectacular. I think the bigger the games have gotten at the
Raymond,
end of this
इतना जल्दी
playoffs,
डर
the
का
more
माहौल,
Zekin seems to
baby.
want it, the more Zekin seems to be able to pull a rabbit out of the hat at any moment when Sen require magic to be made. He's phenomenal.
आपकी प्यास excuse me.
And I think for Sentinels, it's never
सेन
been
जीता तो
about really
1000. हाँ
talent.
जैनिल भाई
We
बराबर.
looked at this roster.
मेरे तरफ
as
से gift. ना, ना,
arguably
ना,
even
ना,
an upgrade on last
ना,
year's
ना.
roster,
Yeah.
pound for pound.
Which is crazy.
ना,
That
ना,
is a
ना.
mad take, and you know maybe there's a lot of people out there that might disagree with
मैंने
it. but
मंगाया सामान तो
it
मुझे
was
पे कर.
possible.
समझ रहे?
But what was the actual
गिफ्ट
difference?
ऐसा रहता है
It
जो
was getting
तुमको नहीं
everyone on the
मालूम कि
same
मेरे को
page. It
चाहिए
was
और
making sure
तुमने
that you
लिया वो
integrated
होता.
those new players of Bang and Array.
किलो भाई
got
love you
everybody
मेरी जान की रोटी.
aligned with a vision. And I think now that you see Sentinels in that kind of form,
भाई अल्ट देखो चैट
well,
अल्ट देखो
now you
अल्ट
just see the
देखो.
best out of the
चार
individuals
अल्टे.
too.
Sentinels.
G2 के पास सारे
essentially
कैजुअल
more
अल्टे
for some of
अपने
their
पास
parts.
बाप बाप है.
Now, what is the adjustment that Josh RT has called coming out of this? I'm looking at Valen deep in spawn.
4-3
He's maybe
eco के बाद
anticipating Bang to go for an Omen ult play.
5-3 baby.
To break it. But it doesn't look like Sentinels are going to be running one of their set tactics off the rip. And at some point, Valen's got to try to actually pick up an area of the map to hold instead of just waiting in spawn for the Omen ult.
Just a bit of poking and prodding though from Sentinels, making sure they can clear up the util. The war going down is a bit dire for G2. They're missing some of that information.
Mid push करने वाले.
Well, they've got incredible retake ultimates, and they're going to push down mid.
Yeah, this is reactionary. They need to know where Sentinels are lying in wait.
And good patience from Sen, bringing all of that patience from the anti-eco into the rifle round. They've now denied that little info play that G2 were going for, and they can now start to go into their own execute. The idea here for John is to try to use as little utility and ultimates as possible. If they can get C for free, they would love that, because that allows them to save Sova, ult, breach ult for post-plant. G2 again going for the mid push. They will not be denied.
अबे Zekken भाग के जा रहा है.
Them here. Potential to catch a timing against them, but it's an open sight. An access here for Sentinels. And we're seeing it's an attempt to flood back in, but the players aren't really in position to try and do so. Rolling Thunder expended on either side here. Does push back CT. G2 can't really make a go of things here with a Hunter's Fury on top of it. Might be the cherry on top here, but still G2 are going to be drawing that blood. Leap finds that opening. Looking for a little bit more here. Armageddon is all being laid down on top. Sen posturing, trying to open themselves up here in the rate. Has got Sova.
Holy fuck, क्या clutch किया!
Play right now. The Sen players are pulling out ridiculous rounds.
भाई क्या clutch किया भाई!
I think G2 played the better game.
Absolute cinema बोलते.
Second and narrator are on fire
भाई
like
G2 का
this.
retake अच्छा था लेकिन.
Oh my god,
इसने
that
कुछ ज़्यादा
was
crazy मार दिया अबे.
bonkers. The quick aim reset is superb. That's
एक
why
और
they
time out
added
लो,
this
एक और
guy
time out लो
in the
तेरी.
off-season. Oh, if this is how this match is beginning, we're in for a treat.
Absolutely.
Because G2 have had the read. They know what's going on. They set up for the retake.
In terms of macro, they've had a better idea of what's going on here.
But it doesn't matter. Famously, you get shot, you die.
Exactly. The hero plays from Sentinels, that extra element.
Take flight.
And they do hit hard, these players.
जोगो में आ गया इधर.
Drifting towards the seaside, though, that's where Sentinels set their sights. And again, the weakened weapon, your G2, going to be a bit of a problem for them. They are trying to pile in with a couple of the bodies out towards the back, though. Zekken not to be denied. And a quick flick of the wrist, dodging all sorts of util coming his way.
चिल्ला दो.
He's looking for more. Jorgamo earns himself. That one, but Bang is so
मजा क्या करे
fast to
इस करना?
respond.
He's so tight with Zekken, isn't he? Trying to develop that 1-2 synergy that you need. And he's inside the smoke, locking it down. Sentinels have been clean on the anti-ecos. They've forced out 2 of them with absurd rifle wins in aces and clutches. And now Trent, the last player alive, caught Bang to rights.
And even the little things there, I think, Josh, as well. Bang not overheating, even though it's a 1v4
G2
in that
कितनी
spot.
बार
Trent
second
still
आएगा?
respecting their
RCB
opponents. He's
बोलते.
waiting for the garage control. Instilling that discipline at the right times and not getting carried away. This is the Sentinels team that they don't want to be denied that trophy a second time this year.
भाई on point खेल रहे chat.
And when you're winning rounds like this, it sounds calm from Zelsis, doesn't it?
I'm playing at 70 FPS. I'm at gold 1. This is good. Very good. Insane.
But here's another rifle round. Another opportunity.
Who's the last bad with 29?
Broken. That's how Sen are going to be looking at things. A feign at a quick garage take. The recon dart, I think, might have missed there. Could be wrong. But Zekken doesn't seem confident in terms
क्या
of
score line होएगा 3-0
triggering the vice wall, which
3-0
is now
Sun City
rotated.
chat.
Hasn't usually been
तीन
in
pitches
garage,
ला आराम
so
से देखेंगे
that
भाई
staying
trophy
up is
उठाते
gonna
हुए
give
किधर
them
जाने किधर.
quite a bit of peace of mind. And all the time G2 are rotating the defensive setup. They haven't been running this before with Jorgamo holding C.
वो लोग एक
It's
ही
allowed
दिखा है.
both initiators to be on A.
Oh, jiggle for the info. Valen and Trent potentially could have
भाई
been
heavy eye
really
chilling
tested
story
to that
है.
spot, but Sentinels are moving into a different spot and direction here, and it's a re-clear call with a stun in sight. There
अभी
it
heavy
is.
नहीं हो रहा है ना.
The reclears are really good from G2.
अच्छा
They're
क्या
constantly
reclear?
getting information.
अच्छा क्या.
Again, though, I come back to the same thing. It hasn't mattered in the late round because someone on Sen turns up.
Zekken causing all sorts of pressure. Jorgamo taking a cheeky peek out through the double doors, and the rate has fallen. 3v5 situation now for them, and look, plays called for, bang, cleaned up. It's all watched for.
And if there was going to be somebody who could step up again for Sen, I think it would have been Bang in this
अभी
round.
भी
He got an
technically
opportunity in on A.
winnable है,
He won that duel
क्योंकि
against
second
Valin.
by
They
form
would have
में.
been able to get a free plant
समझ रहे हो?
and a 3v4 post plant. Now, things are looking almost impossible for Sentinels. The clock's against them, the numbers are against them.
10 seconds left.
Surely it's a round where G2 can stabilize.
Slow to a crawl here, and it's just second left to stand against it. Being offered a shoulder or two, but the round's already going to be lost, and G2 know it.
I got spike.
Playing this one back. Waiting the timeout here. Slow
खड़ा
burn
है
of a
फिर
round,
भी.
but G2 really were just picking apart Sen.
भाई
Second,
Zekken ने
staying
फिर
alive,
भी
not come back
read
too
किया
much, so
बे.
he's still honestly golden for Sen.
हाँ?
Round 10, and I think John Cutie at this point
इनका
has
कितना
enough
FPS
data,
आता रहेगा?
enough
300
evidence to
400
realize how much G2 are re-clearing. The fact that you're constantly in retake seeing people behind you, or
Shot
you're in the
bait.
post plant, but you're seeing people retake on the flank. The fact that Zalsis got stun re-cleared in A short there. And
नहीं,
you
नहीं,
caught
vibe
them
नहीं
going
लग रहा,
for
vibe
big
नहीं लग रहा,
pushes in
देखो.
multiple rounds. I think you've got to get a
Attacking
read
map
at this
है,
point.
5
Even with the
round भी
limited
आ गए
information
तो
that the
G2
players
का
have on stage,
GG है.
the G2 are getting really, really active on defense side. So you've got a couple of options. Do you try to
Sen के against
slam
बोला
some
तू.
fast executes? That's really tough into the vice.
Technically सच
So
बोलो G2
I think
अच्छा
Kaplan
team
should be
है,
calling here for
और
John to
G2
slow
हरा भी
things
सकता है
down
Sen.
and try to catch
समझ रहे हो?
G2 as
Technically
they're
अगर
going for these pushes.
realistically, technically, hypothetically बोलूँ तो G2 can actually win against Sen. लेकिन
peeks through mid.
Sen के पास
Slower game
एक
plan.
ऐसा चीज है जो
Would
G2 के
wonders,
पास
but the
नहीं
question
है.
is, are G2 going to anticipate that level of it as well?
हाँ?
They're quite good at
मेरा
adapting
support.
to their opponents
समझ
over the
रहे हो?
course of a map.
And if you're thinking about the ways that Sentinels might want to approach this next round,
वे पहले चल रहा है टाइड हाँ ना.
problem is you don't know if there's going to be both
मैं बीच
thoughts
बीच में
and the
देखूंगा
wall
उधर
there.
score.
Leaf has been rotating stuff so heavily. All right, well, do you want to maybe see split then? Because that makes it much tougher for the Vice. Well, G2 have been put 2, sometimes 3 players in garage.
Yeah.
So the rotating door of defensive strategies actually makes it quite tough to come
क्या
up with a
trophy
game
है?
plan here for
Sexy है
Sen
ना
if
trophy?
you wanted to go fast. That's why I'm suggesting a slower approach. Valen again is in spawn, waiting for Bang to teleport. He's convinced that at some point Bang is going to go for this round.
We're seeing it stun conditioning at least to try and break some of this util out towards garage. The Thorns detted early here alongside the Flash and Zekken.
Util
Senses
का
danger
था
lurking
Vice
around
का.
the corner.
No Omen ultimate, so Bang goes and reinforces Jorgamo's position on C. And Sen are playing a pretty slow, default-heavy round, trying to bait these pushes out. But they're not actually leaving somebody to see if there's a walk down mid or a walk out garage. They're instead 5-person grouping up to try
चाइना
to
का
hit
ट्रॉफी
A.
बेटर है.
Trying to re-clear here.
पहली बार
But
EG
that
भी
one was
नहीं,
broken as well.
EDG qualify
Has
नहीं
pulled
हुआ.
presence though,
China
bodies
का trophy better
starting
है.
to form up onto the site here for G2, and that information is there for Trent. Spots
क्या फायदा
it.
इतना बार
Waiting for it.
number
This is a
1
re-click
आके.
awful, but will the timing be missed entirely?
Oh.
Zels is the first one to catch that
Oh.
contact. There's stuns on stuns and Utah.
Oh!
Second. Grabs himself
Bye.
two. Flash. Not quite avoided, but a gate crash, okay, will lend you to
Zekken
safety.
का
But
goatee of
Sentinels
the
have access to the
steal
site now.
moment भाई.
Are they aware of this flank coming around from the
मैं
flank,
pick
from
करके
behind?
मार के-
They should know that Leaf's been going for this regularly.
It's already rapid up towards A-Long here, just a bit of distraction plays being called
Bang
for.
को
These
चिट्ठी
G2
को
players
दे.
though, stopped in their tracks, and it's up to Leaf here from the side finally.
चलो एक मार
Takes
के
that time in a
बता
strike
दिया.
here, but a lot to deal with now if you are Leaf. There's that 3-2-1 swing from Sentinels, guides them to safety.
A scrappy affair, but Sen get it across the line. This time, not by
G2
any
fans दिखने रहे
individual
chats में.
hero.
Hello.
So you could give credit for Zekken for
कौन
pulling
है
up 2 in this
16%?
spot. But it's more to
देखो
do
बे,
with
गोटी देखो
how
बे.
they skirmished,
I
caught
mean,
those
वो
players on
देखो
lock,
बे.
and then held good post-plant
Please
positions.
देखो बे.
Great synergy towards the end from John and Bang. Two more rounds to be played on this half of Haven.
हाँ?
Gotta go.
है बे Zekken है.
And Sentinels all grouped up for a fast pop A.
There's 5 of them.
Zekken के पास Zekken
Feigning
और
like it could be
10th
that
by का
slow
हो रहा है,
take that
समझ
they've
रहे
been
हो?
doing, at least with Zels's cage.
उसके अंदर 2 duelist
Kind of
एक
alongside
जान
them here.
ऐसा है.
Trent's trying to get a jump spot, just saw John Cutie. Might realize this time that
But
it's
if I
serious
remember
pressure coming
से
in his direction.
Tom
Three players
आएगा.
stacked, Jorg with a
पीडी भाई
teleport.
पक्की
He
बात
could be
है.
here in no time at all.
लुल्ली की कसम.
Drawing for that information is going to be broken though, and along with that
Luli
fault
की
line, it's going to
कसम.
be a wall up. It's used in response. Armageddon off to the side, and it just cleans up
मेरे को
second.
नहीं लगता podium
So road
finish
is
कर
paved
सकता
up
है.
there, and still TP quick into the back, and bang! Strikes back! Doubled up with the paranoia. Leaf has to be there. Instantaneous. Finally cleans this one up, and it has called for a pause. Salvos forwards, narrate about the guns, but finally back in action. Rifles in their hands. Sentinels.
Bang ने क्या round निकाला ना?
That play from Bang was absolutely sick under so much pressure.
समझ रहे हो? पहला गेम ही गंदा जाएगा.
Smoke though, still. Bodies are going to be toppling regardless of that one, and it's all left towards Trent. Will he be given that opening? He's found the first. Stuns avoided. Shots rattled. He's got another rough position, but the timing taken there by John.
Punch it down, baby. Punch it down.
And the play from Bang, it was superb. But even before
Lully
that, Second goes in and gets caught by this ultimate Teoff. And the rest of the team take the space actually really nicely behind at first opportunity. They don't get shaken. They play well within the chaos.
क्या ना उससे एक aura आता है, aura कि हाँ ये बंदा heavy membership giveaway कर सकता है. समझ रहे हो? एक aura.
Bang has added so much
क्या बोलते हो? बराबर है कि नहीं?
aggression alongside Zekken into this team. And now a follow-up. It's a bad buy for G2. Yeah. They're trying to apply the pressure onto Zelsis here on his AD.
It's the final round of this first half. Difference between 5-7 and 8-4 is quite a lot in the grand scheme of things. G2 all grouped up.
Yeah.
A lobby is theirs. Sen might be caught just unaware here.
The cam, though, could give extremely good information. If he taps it around now and sees three players, they can just
अगर ओमेन के साथ यहाँ पे टाइमिंग हो गया ना पूरे टीम के लसुंडे लग जाएंगे लग गया.
Everyone walking up onto these angles and right from behind. This is it. Jorgamo's time. Strike! Brings it true there, at least with a stinger in his hands. Bang, wrapping around now. He's got to try and at least stop this one in there. Trans, what the hell happened there? Jorgamo, someone taking a bullet to the brain, but Trent is there. He's with the trade, and this entire time, Sen have been creeping forwards, crawling. And open access to the A side is what they've earned.
Zelsis throws down that trip that I think he might have been wishing was on the flank. And they've inserted Zekken deep into B. He's going to get good information. They might suspect that somebody's been left in this spot. But do they think it's going to be the Neon?
Already coming to fruition here. Still plays off into the flank, but G2 don't really have much more control. Sight's been flipped entirely here. Sentinel still in a good spot, and that's a stun for a stun and an ult expended. Rolling thunder into your face. Oh yeah, that's a bit of miscoordination, but the aftershock pushed forwards. A bit of spam might earn himself another one. Jonah P still alive for now, but not for much longer. Zelsis
blind
their might to try and stand against this one. Salvos. It's not pretty. The heat's been turned up. Can't deny it into the 1v1. And time barely there for Trent, I think. I believe.
Time nahi hai.
The wire there. 0.06.
Thoda right maar leta wo.
And how much did that breach ultimate end up meaning? Zekken getting breach ultimate by his own team, wasn't able to fight them properly over towards short. Madness in the final round as G2 get up to 5.
अपने लिए टेक्निकली ये सेन का राउंड है, ठीक है? तो अपन ऐसा कैलकुलेट करेंगे कि स्कोर है 8-4. समझ रहे हो?
The push is
working again for G2. 0.000006 is lucky.
With 60 milliseconds on the clock.
And it's just been non-stop the entirety of this first half here in our grand finals. Electric gameplay on both sides. Two teams just taking chunks out of each other.
खुद हो जाएगा.
There's plenty more left to be said as well on the other side of this.
पहला ठीक है. आपको एग्जांपल देता हूँ पीडी भाई. जो पहला मैप आप देखोगे ना, वही हमारा गेम गंदा जाएगा. ध्यान से देखना, ठीक है? पोडियम फिनिश एकदम NHK है आज. इम्पॉसिबल है. क्या हाल बड़े नाम वाले कार्तिक भाई? ये बेंच वाली टॉपिक काय से ली? राइट स्टोर भाई. एनर्जी ऑन टॉप से ना, लेकिन 4 घंटा सोते आंड मराने के लिए 1 घंटा नींद मिल रहा था मेरे को. क्या खत्म हो गया? पर मंथ कितना कमा लेते हो भाई? देखो आज का सारा सुपर चैट मिला के 19 रुपीस हो गई है, तो पर मंथ 19 इंटू 30 माइनस 30% प्लस 1 करोगे तो 21 रुपीस मेरे हिसाब से। नहीं रे, किल्स ऑफ क्रेजी।
Well, a 2-round lead for now for Sentinels here in our opening map of the Grand Finals. But best of fives can be grueling. They're marathons. And you've got to maintain that energy all the way throughout. For Sentinels themselves as well.
Feed ko bolo, ulta bolo, tabi
that first seed spot, a couple of champ points as well that might be playing an effect in the long term. There is a lot on the line in terms of lifting this domestic trophy. These teams don't want to be denied it. For G2, the chance of a back-to-back. And for Sentinels, they were denied it earlier on in the year. They don't want that to happen again.
I was just thinking through, and I hadn't realized that Americas has never had a repeat winner of a domestic trophy. It feels like we have had huge Titan teams.
La 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 la
This should be history in
la.
either direction.
Done scene hai.
G2 on the pistol, playing
Is
slowly,
handsome ko
expecting
bolo,
some
jinx
kind
karna
of
band kar
aggression
de.
from the defenders.
Love you.
Really common to do some
मैं
kind of
handsome
push
नहीं, तू
off the
handsome.
barrier drop on Haven
इसका भी
pistol
नाम सेम ही है।
defense.
शर्म नहीं है मेरा नाम
Nobody
चुराते
from
हुए?
Sentinels overstepping themselves. This position from Zekken is really good, but you'd imagine it'll get cleared by the drone.
I don't think it did. He missed
देखा
it.
कैसे नहीं?
Yeah, I'm not
Zekken knows
100%
it.
sure about that.
No, it didn't look like it. Broken in time.
Oh no, he has. Look at the ping there.
Okay.
So ping in the corner. They did spot just for a moment Zekken's position.
G2 going to be swarming though. This is a quick reaction out over towards C. Sen is still going to be reinforcing this one here. Plenty of bodies. Time to stand up to the test. It's going to be sent your way. Sam was in for the back. There's not really much safety. TP into the back. That is risky. But
Trade,
again, and second is there. It's rapid, isn't it? Wrapping around and trying to put that pincer into motion. Still, he's fired off a couple of shots and revealed the hand entirely. And G2 are calling for reactions of their own. They're taking space. They're taking names. It's a feed that's filled up entirely with red, but Zekken's still alive. And with that, a chance. The pistol round win. He's already caught that.
Bye.
Double
Bye.
Not quite the second. Trent.
क्या
shuts him down,
क्लोज
but
था?
G2
क्या
means
कर रही
more
टीम? आ रहा था
than
ना
everything in the
सेकंड.
world.
Huge for G2 to get both pistol rounds here on Sentinel's
Good
map
buns
pick.
doing some.
I'm
मतलब.
wondering whether Zekken gave away his position.
Love you,
slightly
Dr.
with the
Bye.
stumbling
Thank you
through
for the
rather
1,000
than trying to
very
get a
Jan
pick with the
Karote.
pistol. But I can't really doubt what a beast he's been.
Love you.
16 and 9, top of the scoreboard, and Trent had to put the beast down. Both of these players have been phenomenal this year. And it's G2 who are looking like they're going to tie things up.
Thank you for the 1,000, Dr.
Sen
Bye.
was not the kind of
Love
team
you.
to force after losing pistol, and we haven't even seen that from G2 on the defense.
पैट्रिक की
Really.
टक्कर ऐसे होनी चाहिए
Teams only
फाइनल्स.
liking to do it when they
आटा दिल पे लग रहा है ना
on
लेकिन
attack, they get the plant money, get the spike down.
निकाल सकता था सेन ये
A
राउंड.
little bit less damaging if it does go wrong here.
And one of the
3v3 में थोड़ा
benefits
scene
of
हो
that,
गया.
of knowing that your opponents are not going to force, is that Leaf can do this kind of buy where he only comes in with a pistol. And so the rest of G2 are going to try to be super cautious not to run into the stack. And Leaf can play with a little bit of freedom, looking to see where the danger might be. So you might see Leaf
Zekken
solo
फॉर्म में
kind of
भाई.
work through
हाँ
garage,
बाकी
especially
लोग
if
भी
the
थोड़ा
vice
फॉर्म
flashing
में आ
realize that
जाते
nobody's
तो.
home.
Two prodding. They were hoping that Sentinels would go for a bit more of a risky, proactive play on their defense when they're on the eco themselves, and you're finally seeing it. Signs of life. That's what G2 were hoping for, and well, quick wraparound. I think the rumble of the footsteps might have given it away.
Yeah, Leaf
गलत
possibly
रीड हो
heard
गया
something.
ये तो.
John has the wrong read on where G2 are going to be ending here. So looks like one of those rounds where Sen will end up just having to die to the spike, although they're making a mass migration pretty early on actually, way before the spike has been committed, so they'll have time to fight over this.
Leaf hearing a lot of it, just backs himself out of there, doesn't want to give away his life for no particular reason, but straight into the smoke, wrapping around to the side, Valin, stinger into the sidearm, deadly combination.
क्यों करना डॉक्टर भाई साहब?
Gonna try and do a lot from this spot, but again, the weaponry wasn't really handed off over towards him. Still, that smoke is dissipating, and no one was really ready for the switch. Still, the reload, punished by it. G2 surviving, just two of the players still.
भाई सुनो, ये राउंड जो जीता वो
Now
गेम
we get to see
जीता.
a bonus. We
Simple
get to
बात.
see Sentinels playing defense. Little
समझ
bit of
रहे?
pressure on after how well they played in the first half. Scores dead even.
डॉक्टर भाई थैंक यू फॉर 40 मेरी जान की
Alex, the closest
टोटे.
to all. He's one away actually from being able to get a cosmic divide up.
Nice.
That's a pretty big ultimate to play around on Haven. You could definitely craft ideas and set ult rounds based off that Astra. It's pretty uncommon to be running it on this map. Almost everybody favoring the Omen.
Early beginning here. Oh my! Just
Binks आज भी एडवा आ गया. अब flex करूँगा. Love it Anand bhai.
Second is
Hope
pushed
you like
all
it.
the way up here. Surely with the
एक
thorns
बार चालू
deaded.
करके देख लेना. I
Support
hope
alive
you
and
like
Valent is
it.
so fast up onto this line. And he's just going to be meeting the fight straight up with John. Nothing to really support that peak. And the refight is called for by Sentinels again. They are
Valent
not
कैसे
willing
cross करेगा?
to let that go unchecked. Second just unleashes. Well aware now that Valent could have taken that time and once more, but he's trying to regroup once up onto that. Great watching it.
Zekken है.
Closing in
मार
now
stinger मार
on
वहाँ
all
से.
possible
मार.
angles that these G2
भाई
players could have
Zekken
crept
है
into.
बे. 3
A
मारे.
bit disastrous to begin, but
धनंजय
overall,
भाई thank you for the
Sentinels
200
do
में जान
manage.
के टोटे.
Zekken and Narrate hitting great shots. 20 kills for Zekken here across
not
15 rounds.
ये लो
His
Binks भाई
form's
Ascent को
looking
जिता दो.
remarkable,
Easy है.
unbelievable.
Easy है.
Dominates Trent and Leaf there.
भाई ऑडियंस देखो भाई क्या
Narrate
पागल हो रही
does a good job
है.
of covering his back and shuts down Valid.
balling, boys. I'm balling.
क्रिकेट खेलना है
Tough to
इसको.
lose when you
ऐसे
have a
टाइम
player
पे
in this kind
बॉलिंग
of form,
करना
and
है.
yet the lead only one.
Gotta go.
It's an expenditure to util here.
डॉक्टर भाई thank you for the
Win and out.
1000 and the 1000 मेरी जान के
Battle
टोटे.
lines are
Love
very short,
you.
They have A lobby control. No re-clear by G2. They're setting their sights all the way over towards C. Might be bogged down a little bit though. There's a lot of Cypher util to contest with.
The trips don't even matter at this point.
Yeah,
There's no spam that Zelsis is going to be able to provide.
that's that cosmic divide. Denying a chance of Celsius to potentially.
And this post plant is going to be so difficult to crack. Zekken is going to have to do magic on the flank.
That's re-clear. They heard it. Presence in towards Garage. Tsunami getting to try to push them forwards. Bang! Barely getting the hell out of there still. As the curtain drops, so does Jorgamo with his head just clean off. Valent again wrapping rounds and away here. Watch for, not quite John. Just slacking in terms of that crosshair placement, and now it's a game of his timing once more. That's going to be a pull. Forced out of them just from the tap there, bang. We'll be able to get second and not to the half. Not quite, but the salvo is pushing them back in their way. Great util from T2. Discipline on show. Top four, now Bang's getting kills, but honestly the time has already ran out.
And G2, they
Great
play
job,
another
Mathur.
perfect post plant to be able to put themselves level again, 8-8. Sentinels had the right idea there, I think.
पेट में
They
वो
didn't
है भाई.
allow for any safe location for Teho, for Astra to play inside of. Look at Zekken
डायनासोर
on the
हो रहे
flank
मेरे
here.
पेट में.
But Trent
What are
controls
butterflies?
it. And so they have a vice wall set up, and then Trent swings off it. That gives him a safe spot.
See,
to be able
hold
to
नहीं
use
हो रहा.
salvos. Valin has to
ऐसे
fight
hold रहेगा,
Garage,
5 जन push
but once
कर
he
रहे
gets the
Cypher
kill
पे.
on John Cutie, then he has a safe location to be able to use his pull. And Trent in the end gets the credit for
भाई
the Red Bull
पैसे
clutch, but
के एकदम लसुंडे लगे पड़े G2
very
के.
likely
समझ
to
रहे
go
हो?
the way of Sen after those 2 kills happened.
लसुंडे लगे पड़े.
Much stall here. Fast timing taken by Zekken though. Benefited the Neon.
And this is a great way of being able to get past the Teho. The Teho is going to be doing that kind of short salvo for control. And if you disrespect it with the Omen teleport or with the Neon, it does become a lot more difficult for G2 to know which areas of the map are
स्मोक
safe.
ही डाल दिया, रिटर्न भी नहीं लिया. Damn.
Zekken smoked off.
अभी स्लो खेलना पड़ेगा. 2 smokes है
Wrap
नहीं.
themselves around G2 through A long, but not too worried about it. It's been filled up by Narrate.
This time, Leaf putting the wall for A, indicating maybe that they're going to be trying to end on the A side of the map. That's where they've inserted Jorgamo early on. A little bit of garage pressure, see if he can break things. But Jorg goes and reconnects with the rest of the team.
अभी होल्ड करेगा क्या Celsius please.
Camera going to be broken.
Zelu.
Stun maybe not intended for that one, but still they clear out Garage nevertheless. And now with the stars down, it's starting to spell it out. Nice and pretty here towards Zelsis. Playing around, weaving in and out of the cages, and he's caught that timing. Bullet to the side of the head. Thing could be said of Valent.
30 seconds left.
Bang all the way up through, into the back now. There could be a timing to be taken. Zelsis still hanging on to a bit of that backside control, calling for the flood attempt, and here it is with a bit of the util. G2 though, they were lying in wait, and they pounce on the timing. That chance to strike. It's a sight that's going to be theirs now. Zekken and John QT left into this 2v3.
तीनों एक एक
The
है.
Outlaw doubled up with the bodies, G2. Swift dismissal, and what a shot by Leaf.
You have to hit shots like that to shut down Zekken. Trent also with an super important 2K. Both teams had such great awareness of what the other wanted to do. Zelsis got in front of his own setup to be able to pick off Valin, knowing that there's a small gap on that C split execute. But then G2 on the other side of things know that Sentinels want to flood into the back of site, and they just hold, wait for the util, and then pounce, spring the trap. And the whole of back site gets destroyed.
भाई एक बार बोल दो
At this point,
निदान जॉ
round 16
निदान
and round 17 have started
जॉ
to tell a story. And the story is that G2 want to be running C splits. They want to be trying to get onto Zelsis. They think that that's a weakness in the Sentinels'
आज जो
defense.
जीतेगा वो AW से दोनों टीम जा
What
रही है
does
AW से
Kaplan call here to try to
SEN और
shore
G2
that up?
दोनों टीम
Is
जा
it
रही
all
है
just
चैट जो भी
part
लोग
of
स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं
a
लाइक
larger
करो
strategy
लाइक
to weaken a
करो
different area of the map? After a tactical timeout like this, often the attacking team will go in a totally different direction or a different tempo.
सी सेट का कुछ
just to
करना
try to
पड़ेगा
best with
बराबर
what
था
the
जल्दी से
defending
एक
team
किल
has
करके पीछे आ गया
adjusted.
था
They're the mind games that come out.
But this is why you tend to take these timeouts right before an eco.
Bang,
so
hold
Senna
नहीं
coming
कर
in with
पाया.
bad weaponry. So Kaplan's game plan is not actually for this round, it's for the next one.
The crowd has turned up here today. Both Sentinels and G2.
अभी ना
I think important to note as well, in the last couple of rounds that G2 have won, Zekken was shut down. He went for the flank
भाई
on C,
G2 को मालूम
Trent
पड़
owned
गया
it. He was the
ये का
last one
सीन
in
है
to try to
करके.
win a 1v3, I think it was, and Leaf owned it.
I'll find them.
He's been stuck at 20 kills, though that's incredibly impressive.
Revealing area.
Next rifle round, they need to find a way of putting their player with the hot hand in position.
Gujarat, bye. Thanks for the 89.
Seconds postured off the angle to Salmos, though, remove that first layer and wave of a bit of that util. Trip's going to be broken.
पूरा सी का info है Zekken
Pretty
Goat के
unusual
पास.
spot actually here from Bang, over towards A
पूरा
lobby.
सी
So
छोड़
he's
दो ना
tucked in a
छोड़
corner
दो.
that a lot of people might not be checking. At the same time though, here comes the drone. Does it-
Drone broken early.
Broken early makes you pretty scared that
Yes.
somebody's in a corner, but you don't know which one.
Fear in the back of your
Oh,
mind.
shit.
Jorgen, we're going to be using this now. Dimensional drift. Clears it out. Spots the one. But only the one here. Zekken, and a lot of pressure.
क्या
Trent
freak
anticipating
है
that one.
बे.
The re-swing attempt here with a stun. Aftershock. Cleared away out towards garage. This is
क्या
G2 that
freak
found that
है
opening.
बे.
Bang, and Omen ulted to try to get onto the flank. Valen, he's aware of it, holding this.
And still, it is better guns into the
Oh,
hands
the
of these
timing.
G2 players. Past
cut.
it.
The timing.
Astral form. Valen just catches it.
कैसे check-
Bang. It's going to be hurting after that one, honestly.
Remaining.
No clearance onto the corner, and everybody from Sentinels is just toppling and dropping. Flawless here from G2. 2-round lead.
But this is the round 19, where Kaplan took a tactical timeout to try to adjust things for Sentinels. I think it's
Please
really
format
important that
समझो
they put Zekken in a
please
position where he can win
format
the round
इतने
for
कि ये
them.
लोग जीत गया
He's been the player.
जो भी जीत गया वो ट्रॉफी
Bang and Array
जीतेगा
also
और
been,
प्राइस पूल
I think,
जीतेगा
coming up with some decent
और सीधा
moments.
मास्टर्स
Bang in
खेलेंगे
particular.
दोनों
Be
टीम.
like us. They not like us. You know what I mean?
Excuse me.
So where is Zekken going to be playing?
ये राउंड मेरे को वाइब आ रहा है कि
Pretty
G2
standard
कुछ
spot
करेगा
over towards
करके
A lobby.
तूफानी सा.
Sen don't look like
Huh?
they've adjusted too much.
Second lines up, though.
Strong feeling आ रहा
It's got
है.
to be here in this one, surely. Emphasis play style. Just missed it onto the angle. Zekken is happy to oblige and draw some blood out of it. Still Trent.
4v4
Follow up.
Dude, going 1 for 1 there is
Attacking map
perfectly fine
है.
for G2.
अटैक
They're not
इनको
bothered
फेवर
about
होता
that
है.
at all.
समझ रहे हो
You
तुम
take
लोग?
away the player that's got 21 kills. And G2 have got big ults to be able to work with. It's going to be tough now for Sentinels to even cover the whole of the map.
Giving up all of A instead, looking for that re-exploration in through mid.
3v3
Okay,
still
let's go
benefit
even.
to
Spike drop though
attackers.
in mid window.
Still,
So G2 can't do some kind of fast reaction. They have to go and recover.
still
that.
attackers at a huge
Showing
advantage.
a bit of slowed pace here from G2.
They're now going to realize that those players that went down the mid push were previously defending A. So there should be a gap. Bang,
Timing.
Balin again.
Timing again! This
Bang,
Valen who wins
bang,
this
का
one
कुछ scene
out.
है.
Both times. Bang, just not quite checking an angle, and Valen, he keeps the momentum going.
Yeah.
All
30
left down
seconds
to John QT, who's having a bit of a nightmare over
Already
here.
match point
Watching
मिल
the
गया.
defense half slip away from him.
Picked to pieces. Death from 1,000 cuts here
Bang,
for John, and this
कैसा
rifle in his
नहीं
hands.
दिख
They
रहा
have no money
यार.
ready to rebind to the next.
He hasn't even used any utility this round. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe the stun at the very beginning, but otherwise, it was all pretty raw duels. You know, Sen pushing up aggressive towards A lobby, going 1-for-1. Trying to clear out over towards B, going 1-for-1.
Advantage तो है.
And you think about all of the success that G2 had pushing out on their defense side. Bang tries to go for it there at Garage, and Valen catches him, but not in a clean way, in a scrappy, weird kind
messy,
of messy way that was very reminiscent of the prior, where he used his Omen teleport. Some slightly unlucky situations, but also I think not enough diversity with how the Sentinels are playing their defense side. We were crediting how much G2 were rotating things to like you know, on C and then B and then Garage.
G2 और MABR
push
Masters
A and
खेलने
push
वाले.
B and push Garage all over the place. And that makes it really difficult to get a read on what's happening. Whereas Sen are playing pretty much the same opening to the round every time. And actually, I watched that from Valen's POV. He did just straight up catch the timing. It wasn't as messy as it seemed.
G2 fully in control now. I mean, you look at that timeline.
भाई ट्रेंड Q20 और 8 पे जाओगे मुझको देखो guys.
Running away with this open map here in a best of 5.
But this time the defensive setup does shift. Double trips over towards A.
बिना जोगुमो के जीत रहे
like it's the
G2.
same. But instead, Zekken looking like he wants to try his hand at taking this timing push out through grass.
Zone's going to be expended on top of it. Straight up through B. Fault line on the other side. There's a Hunter's Fury offloaded by Narrate. It feels like a bit of a Garage take. That's where most of them are going.
They had a stun as well, so John QT stunned. He was trying to catch those players outside Garage to help the Hunter's Fury, but G2 vanished in a puff of smoke.
Real acknowledgement. And all wasted here when...
आई Narrate अकेला इधर.
You're still going into double trips though, so Sen have a great chance at defending.
And the Raiders hard committed here. The stun's going to be missing him. Just gliding straight past with a blind and a flash. Okay, there's a trip to try and play off. Jonah P. Right over towards the top. And through the wall. Narrate dodging, weaving, ducking away.
अकेला है तो क्या?
Dominating the spot that he's
अकेला है तो क्या?
Stop Trent. Yet still that side is going to be open.
क्या भाई?
I'm going to watch G2 now in that 2v3. Damage barely done. And Trent survives for now. Plant down. Jorgamo, he knows he has to take those risks and loses the fight out. John QT barely alive for it, and Trent is in a very difficult spot still. Sentinels needed this one near side.
दिख रहा है क्या?
Fantastic connection and a
ओ
good
भाई रे
clean up in
कुछ
the end
दिख रहा है
by
क्या?
Sen.
And it's the one round where they change their defensive setup that makes all the difference. Zekken didn't end up being the difference maker here. It was actually the trips and Narrate's position that he could play off. A more passive approach to A, with the help of Zelsis utility that he took away from C, and Narrate delivers a sick 3K anchoring in this spot. It's always going to be a good position to play from as it's over.
तुम लोगों को लगा मैं चिल्लाऊंगा?
Especially with that meta smoke that Bang is throwing in on the site for him to play around.
क्या जो भी लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं लाइक करें.
Show a different look again here.
Shit, Marsh. Let's go. One round at a time.
The gap is 2, and Sen, they try something different again. Zelsis this time with Bang hard anchoring over towards A. And Sen pushes C.
They've left the entirety of B open. Defensive setup, no one watching for it. Still has a bit of util to set second up, like you said, but the reaction is called for by G2. See signs of it. They're going to be going straight into the setup. Sitting tucked into the corner here, it's a cosmic divide.
They're probably going to expect these trips to be for heaven.
Bang spamming! He's just caught with a bullet to the head there. Zeltis tucked low into the corner. He's not long for the ward there. Not with a steel guard and overlapping Armageddon. Everything is being used by G2 to secure this round up.
Oh,
Narrate क्या हो गया?
Damage at the end there, half HP. John has ult, but they're going to need healthy players to follow up on it.
Fun to get Crash backing away here, but he has to shot. Caught into the corner. It's a good combination. Stunned up there, second wave of things, and he spotted it. Target acquired. Valen shuts it down. It's all left up to John now. He was supporting from afar with Utah, but now left to step up. Earns himself the first one. Damage done to Valen and Jorg. It could be done, but a tap, and it's ice cold by G2. Not a peek, not a glimpse. And now with time played, they win it out entirely. The 12th round earned up here for G2.
मेरे भी gifted भाई.
G2 navigate a very difficult round there.
भाई क्या कर रहे हैं लोग? क्यों फुकट का डैमेज खाए वो?
Valen's kills are so important. When you
मारा वो
expect the
instant
Cypher to be
lead,
on the
लेकिन फिर
site, you're thinking maybe
आत्मा
that those
जाती है ना
trips are
लोग
for heaven. And yet Zelsis is tucked over towards short. Valen, he gets him. Up to 20 kills.
बहुत गंदा खेल रही
And
है,
he's
12-9
caught
है.
Bang's timing so
हाँ?
often as well.
3 राउंड का
Towards the end here, he's
डिफरेंस
calling a great attack half and he's delivering individually.
Rip and tear.
Just one round to stand between them though, and that is aggression! Second punished.
What a punish. That's the play that Zeken's been going for the majority of the half. Going back Sentinels to their more defaulty setup. And Zeken, he had such a start to this map. He was on fire. Now has to watch as G2 try to secure the first of these map points.
ड्यूलिस्ट अगर किल किया तो बहुत अच्छा है, लेकिन अगर नहीं किया तो स्पेस करके दिया तो अच्छा है वैसा.
Celsius, risky business pushing up like this, but risks are to be taken.
वो
Replay it
8-4
down.
भारी पड़ेगा ना.
Head of the spear.
वो एक राउंड भारी
chopped
पड़ेगा.
right off with Zeken falling early here. Let's see if the clearance is there, and he hears it. Footsteps onto the corner.
Valen just can't be beaten right now.
No, locked in.
They've left this gap over towards B. Leaf exploiting it.
लगता है
John
डूबने वाला
watching
हो.
for it. Takes his eyes off it for a moment.
Don't
He's
tell
got the
me.
right idea. They are getting
तूने वो किया जो
squeezed
मैं
on the A
सोच रहा हूँ.
site.
That's what I mean. Control of the map entirely, almost here to G2, and it has to be
नहीं
heroics the
करने का
way
वो
that John
सब.
QT. Can they stand up against it? Slide to the angle here. John rattling shots. Found a raid. Guardians can't get it done.
Down A.
One left to do it all. It's Bang, and already Leaf has his mark. Map 1. Domination.
Thank you for the 179.
G2.
They leveled up.
दे रहा हूँ 20 गिफ्टेड दे रहा हूँ 20 गिफ्टेड दे रहा हूँ. क्या स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो वरना गिफ्टेड नहीं मिलेगा. जिनको नहीं मालूम है जस्ट सेइंग हाई लिखना चालू करो. 20 गिफ्टेड आने वाले हैं, ठीक है. और अपना यहाँ पे क्या सीन है जहाँ पे मैं बोला कि अपन पोडियम एनएच के आज पहला गेम गंदा जाएगा करके. हाँ, एक भी किल हुए करे अपने, मुझे तो नहीं लगता. कितना हुआ चैट? हाँ, कोई अपडेट दो ना. उधर तो काम किया है क्या मेरे जिंक्स? इधर तो काम किया, उधर किया क्या? 30 बोला था स्टार्ट पे. लैंग्वेज, अरे हाय क्या, मेरे को ओटीपी डालना पड़ेगा, रुक जाओ. पूरा चैट एक्टिव हो गया. किल नहीं हुआ, एक भी किल नहीं हुआ अपना. कैसे? ठीक है. लॉन्ग डे, इट्स अ लॉन्ग डे, इट्स अ लॉन्ग डे. 1 किलो आ रहे हैं. ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है. सैंडविच हो गए. देखो 20 गिफ्टेड आ रहे हैं और चाय लेके आ रहा हूँ. 20 गिफ्टेड आ रहा है, चाय लेके आ रहा हूँ. 20 गिफ्टेड आ रहा है, चाय लेके आ रहा हूँ. चाय लेके आ रहा हूँ.
Gives you wings.
जिसको भी गिफ्टेड मिल रहा है विशाल भाई को टैग करके थैंक्स बोले, जिसको भी गिफ्टेड मिल रहा है विशाल भाई को टैग करके थैंक्स बोले। जल्दी
Kills now towards sight, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. Coming through. G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
All right, everyone. So with G2 picking up that win, up 1-0 in this series, we decided we're going to have a little bit of fun right here because, you know, when I come out here, it's usually carnage and chaos. So what we figured is we'll chuck some stuff into the crowd, but the good news is that we actually have a game here because, Riv, well, we got people holding some buckets. Where are they at?
We do. We have Gianna here for Sentinels, and just on the other side, we have Tyler holding for G2.
All right.
So we got the competition set.
And we got London and Edward here who's going to be throwing. So here's the thing. You want to get into the bucket, but here's the thing. If you don't, no big deal. All right, everyone, count it down for me. 3, 2, 1, throw!
What do we got?
All right. Let's see. We got one. We got one in there for Sentinels.
Ooh.
Oh. We got 2 for Sentinels. Oh, but he's catching him. He's catching him. It seems like teamwork is working out over here, Riv, with G2.
Oh my God, bro! In and out. Is that Zekin up there? Good God, the aim.
Oh, that's a good toss. Good toss. Okay. Oh, that was off the rim.
It's an effort. What do we got in here? There's so many.
How we're looking on Sen? How many we got here? We done? Are we done? Oh, how many got, Riv?
4 in there, but G2 did take the first map.
Oh, so 4, and how many was over there?
5.
5.
So
Sentinels wins. Oh, could it be a sign of things to come? We'll find out. But for now, let's send it over to the desk to break down what we saw in match 1, guys. Give it up for our throwers and our catchers. Let's go.
We'll have to see how much of an omen it was, because we started off this series looking like it was going to be domination for Sentinels. But the second half, G2 only dropped 2 rounds to take the first one of this series. Wyatt, when we looked ahead at this one, you said this was a must-win map for Sen, and already they're down 0-1.
I think of the 5 maps in the pool, this is the one where I definitely give them the favorite going in. And I think it was a must-win. We're going to split next, where G2 had a dominant win over them prior. Things are looking tough to start for Sen.
Yeah, and especially the fact that G2 get their huge win, only dropping 2 rounds on their attacking side, that's usually weak for them.
And this was a game defined by big moments. The first half, it was all about Zekin and Narrate, but Trent, he's one of the contenders for best player in the Americas right now. He was huge in that second half.
Trent is playing the best Valorant of his career right now.
इनका production best है, अच्छा है, काफी अच्छा है.
And so consistently too. We're talking multi-frags all over the place. Him taking aggressive lines consistently too.
Hey, किसने Pacific का trophy देखा है क्या?
To this game, it was Trent that was doing all the heavy lifting for G2.
He did. Sen were pulling off some heroics before Trent
Second
really heated up. And I think that it's honestly bad for Sen that they were relying on heroics to stay in this game, because their success had come from a lot of regimented team play. That wasn't the case, and as things were
second map
apart, Trent was really exploiting those mistakes.
Second map
so many crucial kills.
Yeah, he'd step up in the mid rounds once some players had been taken off from both sides to find the windows to get back into the round. And again, if it comes to a post plant, Trent is winning them 9 times out of 10.
So G2, they take the first map of this series. This is
ये बीके पैसिफिक का कुछ देखता ही नहीं है. नाम देखो, ओजास गोटे. मेरी बात सुनो. हाँ, जो दोपहर को मैं वॉच पार्टी करता हूँ, किसका करता हूँ? हाँ, G2-3 के वरना डांस एनएच के यार. ओ विशाल भाई मत कराओ यार, मत कराओ. सॉन्ग बोल दो, सॉन्ग गाने को मैं तैयार हूँ. डांस मत कराओ यार, मैंने कच्चा नहीं पहना है.
ran over Sentinels when they played this map. I think in particular, that attack side looked excellent, Chris.
Yeah, again, it was another 13-5 performance from G2, and G2's execs were really class. Again, the way this team had sort of pre-planned a lot of their ideas, and, you know, they play similar agents on most maps, right? The Breach, the Tejo, the Yoru, Jogamo's entry.
अब तुम लोगों को दिखाता हूँ शार्क टैंक का टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स. विशाल भाई, how about a counter offer? 5K सुपर चैट या फिर डांस. हाउ अबाउट दैट? देन वी हैव अ डील. शार्क टैंक बोलते.
Being said, that's a team running a Jet versus a team running a Yoru that should just can get completely past
W by.
any
Okay,
utility
done.
that
Dekh
we
rahe ho?
can at the choke. I'm hoping that we're going to see a better send
W,
here today,
baby.
but this could be G2 just going up with a clean
कर दो
2-0
फिर
start the
अभी कर दो
series.
जीतने वाले
Start
वैसे
on
भी
defense again this map. What are you looking to see change for them to win it this time?
I want to
W
see them
since
getting
when?
in front of G2's attacks, right? If G2 set plays the things that really defining their attacking side on this map, you need to benefit the fact that you're playing with the Yoru, right? That has the get out of jail free. That means stepping up into B main. That
कौन
means
सा
stepping
डांस
up
कर रहा
into
कोई
A
नहीं कर
main,
रहा सेन
preempting
जीतने
those
वाला
fights,
है
and especially in mid rounds. Sentinels can't play passive deep lines on their sites where they lack information. They need to take those calculated risks to figure out where the hit is going to be coming in and lean to that side of the map.
I want to see more from Jojomo as well. Had a pretty rough first map. He's generally excellent on the Yoru here, Wyatt.
Yeah, absolutely. But if they're winning Haven 13-9, Haven, which should have been the best map for Sen in this pool, with Jaw not even having to really
अपन
get
तो
in
zone
the
से
game.
बहुत दूर है
This is really worrying for
100
Sen.
kilometer.
They need to come to life here, but not individually. They had those moments of heroics. Nerate had that sick three-piece. Zekin was white hot for most
Yo,
of
his
that game.
ace was
Yeah, man,
gnarly.
It's about the team play here. It's about
Yeah,
them
man,
as a unit.
We talked a lot about the leaders heading into this one, that Valen was really bigging up.
बड़ा पा बोलते क्रिस भाई थैंक यू फॉर द $2.7 $150 if Sen win or dance while singing. भाई देखो बात सिंपल है अगर सेन हारा तो मैं वैसे ही डांस कर रहा हूँ डांस करते करते गाने के लिए भी मेरे को $150 मिल रहा है समझ रहे हो That's a deal baby That's a deal कपिश भाई That's a deal सेन जीत जा बेच पैसे ही पैसा सेन भाई प्लीज
On before.
This wouldn't be the first time, however, that we see when two teams play a
भाई लेकिन
back-to-back series.
टेक्निकली मैं एक बात
One of
बोलूं
them dominates on the map, so
हाँ?
they feel comfortable, and that's the one that
बट
the
रील
other
में
team
सिलेक्ट करूंगा
focuses
हाँ
the
तुम
most
सिलेक्ट
on
करो मेरे को
in
गाना
the
गाना है
second time.
G2, they took away their opponent's best map in
भाई
this series.
सिंपल
Now
बात
they
है
have their chance to go up
मैप
2-0
G2 का है
and a chance for
सबसे
back-to-back
स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट
finals when
G2
we
है
return.
टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए ना तो ये मैप G2 हेवीली फेवर्ड है ए अभी चीटिंग मत करा दो सॉन्ग दो स्टार इट विल चूज बाय अस तेरा बाय का स्पेलिंग थोड़ा सा कैजुअल है लेकिन मैं फीलिंग समझ गया चैट क्या सीन चैट दो सॉन्ग दो डांस करूं वैसा भी आज एने का लास्ट स्ट्रीम है जो आज रात को होएगा दैट स्टेज एट नाइट ओनली समझ रहे हो हाँ वैसे भी आज लास्ट एने का स्ट्रीम है डन सीन है
Coming up here for split, and as the
डन सीन है बेबी डन सीन है डन सीन है
do or die
कपिश
situation.
भाई
Excuse me, stuff on my throat. But
कुशल भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 89 विद जान की टोटी
matched up G2 really
एक सेकंड रुको डन सीन नहीं है रुक जाओ हाउ अबाउट कपिश भाई काउंटर ऑफर डांस प्लस सिंग अ सॉन्ग का 150 के जगह पे $175 बिकॉज इट साउंड्स अबाउट राइट हाउ अबाउट दैट कपिश भाई मेरा माइक आपके मुंह पे है डन डील बोल दो मेरा माइक आपके मुंह पे
Sentinels will be looking at that VOD of how they lost on Split, how they got destroyed on Split, in fact. And I think there's some really obvious changes. I think Sentinels were playing too passively for retake on their defense side. They can swap that up easily. And the analysts were talking about that, fighting them in the choke points. And I think one of the other things that they weren't quite able to do too on this map was really just
$25 मैं
get
दे
into
दूंगा
positions where they could
उनका 150 रखो
handle
चलो
G2's
$25 एक और एक्स्ट्रा आ गया
anticipation of the
कपिश
post-plant
भाई ने
aggression.
हाँ बोल दिया तो
When
50
Sentinels were
एक्स्ट्रा
getting aggressive in post-plant situations, whether that be on retake or on the attack side, G2 were already one step ahead. And the more that you
भाई
fight
कोई
them,
है
the less
यहाँ
you
पे
play for
बड़ी
retake, the
कंपनी
more you're
जिसको
gonna force
सेल्समैन
utility
चाहिए
out of G2, and that
Hello?
means that they're going to have less tools to be able to deal with your
यार
opponents.
आउस
So I think
यूएस
it all
में
kinda
मेरा
connects
एक्सपर्टीज
together.
नहीं है मैं
So if you
ठीक
want
है
to boil it down,
$150
Sen
चलेगा
just
डन
need
से
to fight a
बाहर
little
आउट नहीं मैं तेरे
Just
को वापस
don't
बुला
play
लिया
as passive on your
We have a
defense.
deal,
The retakes
$150
are normally
डन से 25
immaculate
वहां
for
से
this
आ
team.
रहे
You
वैसे
can't
भी
play for them every round.
डन
See if
से
those
चलेगा
lessons are learned as well, and John QT can get a handle as well in terms of what Valen is calling in terms of that head-to-head. It's something that the desk was also talking about, I think, into the pre-show. Wyatt mentioning it, the history between John QT and Valen. playing against each other in
तो
Ascent.
इनका जीत भी देखने का है और इसका डांस और गाना भी. Excuse me.
Here they stand once more, facing off against each other.
देखो मेरे सेल्समैन से ये नहीं पता लेकिन कोई और पता, समझ रहे हो?
Walker.
लग गए second.
Yes, going to be action. Some bit of damage done here. And, oh, sidestep, not suppressed by the drone, so able to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, that's a tight one. G2, part of their game
भाई
plan
लोग का
this
mid
time might
बहुत
be to
strong
try to
है.
apply pressure to Zelsis. We've seen quite a few teams run that kind of strategy against Sentinels on split.
Walking all the way up though, that's okay, acknowledgement of a bit of lead still. Second! Goodness me. Rapid fire with a ghost in hand. He's just seen a shoulder, might be hunting for a little bit more. 3 in a round for him. Can he get the 4? TP's back to safety, rejoining. Rest of the pack.
And when you have a player that's on form like this,
आज
why
तेरा
not
भाई
give it back?
लस्सी पी
Why
सकता
wouldn't you
है.
like that? He looks super confident, utilizing Zelsis as bait, and put Valen and Jonah P in an almost impossible spot.
Yeah. Walking but spotted. Just to the side here and a flash and a repeat.
Ace हो रहा है नरेट ने.
You're gonna steal his ace.
नरेट ने ace हो रहा
Second
है.
could have had a second ace of the series already, and Narrate just swings in and cleans
लेकिन
it
last
up.
time ace मारा था ये लोग
Fair
जीते नहीं
enough.
थे.
Okay, don't give him a chance at 1v5 in you.
भाई G2 force करने वाला है. ठीक
He's
है.
never been in doubt, I think, with this Sentinels team, as we were kind of mentioning.
बस मैं next month सर्जरी है bed rest पे
It's
रहूँगा
the
ऐसे entertain
pistol
करना.
round win.
Done
Very important, I
scene.
think, to have a strong start.
Get well
Well, of
soon
course, they
मेरी
lost both
जान.
pistols on Haven.
Yeah.
It was 13-9.
Come on, boys, come on. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
पूरा best of 5
not even mad
win
about
Sen
losing
पे
the ace.
मैं
He's locked
भी
in.
दूंगा कुछ. Done scene है, done scene है.
They might have thought that G2 were going to
$1,000
force this.
Chris
G2
bhai,
with no
love your
plant.
chat. Can we have
No
Chris bhai
kills.
open the chat?
They don't really have the money to go for it. So Sen, they full buy up as
Peer
much as
pressure
they
की तो
can,
गांड ही
just
मारता
in
हूँ ना मैं.
case. But it should make this round extremely one-sided.
Salvos. Stunned as force. At least the TP back out, but Narrator's just going to be trying to hold down that line, but cleaned up in the end. We'll see if that gun is retrievable. Might have just dropped down.
Where are the other players playing in sight with Narrate?
Yeah. A bit fearfully, I think, as well, with that aftershock's going to be pushing them back and away. And now doubled up, grouped up, bit of straight spam, but right click, jumping in your face, classic, and that's going to be gun reclaimed. Another layer to it though, G2 looking to step forward once more, trying to fight for absolutely every single
एक
inch they can
Stinger
get.
versus Outlaw, Judge or Stinger.
Sentinels the ones that slowed down here because this retake is just occurring and the guns are not exactly the weapons of choice. Still John adjusts just in time. Over towards the top though, that is the Sheriff singing out and a head ripped off.
They didn't even force this round, Brent. They came in full, as much as you could possibly buy for Sentinels. Nothing for G2.
Unbelievable.
And they've somehow stolen it away.
Talk about just flipping expectations on his head. I think, you know, Sen not going for like the 3 rifle buy, 2 pistols on the side of it, fully investing, anticipating that G2 would go for the force.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you expect that? They've been doing it all stage long, all year long.
Well, it turns out they don't even need the force, apparently. Now, I think a lot of people are going to look at this round and point at Narrate as being the player that made the mistake by playing on site when the rest of his team fell off. But I'd like them to do the opposite. I'd like Bang to be actually getting through that smoke and fighting with Narrate. I'd like some of the players in Heaven, like Zelsis, to be swinging out rafters and fighting with Narrate. You can't play retake all the time against G2. They've already proven that in the last time you played against them. So, get out there and scrap with Narrate, who clearly wanted to fight.
That early momentum, though, it's going to be gone, taken away. Wind out of the sails here for Sentinels.
Yeah, this is a devastating beginning. And once more,
ये तो
the
retake
hard
का
work
दूध
of
नहीं
Second, he's going to be looking at it like, what more do I have to do, guys?
Yeah.
भाई
He's
पैसा
got an
देखो
outlaw in
बे
this round,
G2 के पास.
up against full armor from everybody on G2. So the outlaw force
Finally confidence down
won't
लग
get
रहा है.
much
हाँ
done.
बे
Or at
थोड़े
least
लग
it
रहा है.
shouldn't, but that's what we said about G2 in the previous round, so who knows?
Save from Prior. We'll see though, might be offered a few targets still. The trouble is, like you mentioned, that's full armor, so 10 HP, survived. That's going to be a bit battered and bruised, but he's still alive for now, and extra body could make a massive difference with the Salvo still alive. He's going to be using them preemptively. He's trying to slow down Sentinels here. They want to try and flood in themselves. Difficulties. Not really too many safe places to stand against it, but already vacuuming it up in terms of that space. And the time is ticking away with this spike. Good luck getting chances into this. At this point, G2 just looking to try and at least get out with the rifles and the guns into their hands. Not the chance of one of them, but we'll see if the rest of them survive. And indeed they do, and Zelsis even just barely getting onto that one, so he does go down with the rest of his team.
They think it is more honor.
Trent saving a stinger there. Not what he's looking for, and goes for the upgrade. But G2 can afford to do that because they're wealthy. Zelsis, a bit of a
consolation prize, really.
Consolation prize, a silver lining.
I was aware of that happening, but at the time, I mean, SEN were kind of getting battered, so I didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah, it didn't seem particularly relevant on Haven, but when they were watching the second half slip away from them.
Weapons up.
And they got to make sure that this half doesn't slip away from them as well, because they started it brilliantly.
Yeah.
It's been a microcosm of the first map. A white hot beginning, and then G2.
Oh, look, push के लिए रुके थे baby man.
With an ultimate. There's a set play that a lot of teams go for, where they Euro ult out A at the start of the round with a paranoia. That's why you see Jorgamo here playing with Leaf. But that didn't happen. Bang really holding his ground as well, not giving up that space. That's bold, brave from him. And gives them decent info that G2 weren't really trying to take B main there.
Yeah, I think the rate was there with a good response in terms of having util to refight. Feeling like he had safety. Oh, just about missed the timing on that one. Second, he's going for seconds.
Of course he is.
Holding down towards Vents here. Drop down at turn. Just a few kneecaps is all it takes here. Chopped straight down. John QT's there. Salvos. Jonah isolated ever so slightly, but he's got backup now arriving as well.
They do end A. Second's been deadly in this anchor position. He catches Jonah P. That spike dropped, and he still has a flash to play around.
Tiniest of angles to really work with.
30 seconds
Being played around here. These Sentinels players hard anchoring onto the site in a position here with a drone out wide. You've got to know exactly where they might be laying here with the stun. It's good. Right to the side. Still off to the corner. That's John. Yeah, that prior damage weakened them up. Gunning still. It's a 2v3 situation. G2 at least get themselves into the first round. Done by Leaf. Already wrapping, and it's a fast play by Sentinels. They're not messing around. Trying to play this one a bit more loose.
I love that smoke on site from Fallon.
No one watching for main. Snake bites walking through Fallon. This is so damn unexpected. It isn't even necessary. Leaf cleaning them all up. Instinctual plays all around. It doesn't matter that you put this G2 team in a disadvantage. They weaseled their way out.
And you just heard that Zelsis had hit 1,500 kills. Valen did it in that round, whilst also doing everything required to be able to pull off a clutch. Had support from Leaf as well, but I love the way that he played around this.
Nice, Jake! Nice call, Jonah. Let's go. Got you.
Jonah there with some kind of call. Might have been the pivot to go over towards A. Could have been something around how they wanted to play the clutch. But either way, giving credit to Jonah for that.
Platoon playground है.
This early smoke over towards
चड्डी में पहनी है यार.
Like a major strategy of Sentinels is this control over towards the side of the map. Force a bit of utility out of G2 early.
ए मेरा नेट जा सकता है आज क्या तारीख है सोमवार.
SEN have a trap play in mid. They're hoping to find a timing. Maybe off the back of Trent's drone, possibly even the salvos that often come through to vent and then stun and then spring.
Cheeky idea, but Jorgen was going to be the one taking that contact. He does have a get out of jail. Card, flash, peek, and a swing. The guns are just a bit too weak, really. For too much damage to be done there by Sentinels, but
आपका भाई बनेगा डॉक्टर. ये just wanted to thank you पूरा दिन के भसड़ के बाद लेना silver best best. Love you Sammy bye. Do well in life मेरी जान के टोटे. W Sammy.
Read anticipation of where Valen is going to end.
Great gamble. Wild curtain drops though, unexpected with the timing. Zekken caught, counted down by the ankles in that spot. Still a white swing and a face out here with a fault line to try and supplement. John up onto the corner. Offloading all sorts of missiles, trying to slow down this approach by G2. There's 25 seconds left. There is still danger. Rolling Thunder has to be committed. G2 trying to navigate this spot nicely. Hearing that drop down though, the spam is just to try and deny. Zelsis. It's two nice ones. Need a bit more time of the essence still. You're going to try and weave your way into the site. And John QT is denied that last ditch attempt.
If there was another couple of bullets in the stinger, I think John would have had that. Oh. Jonah was the spike deliverer. He almost got caught in the choke. It's an eco round that G2 navigated really well, and yet the shots coming out from Zelsis nearly made it winnable. But Leaf, with 10 seconds on the clock, swings out to make sure that Jonah can plant.
Yeah.
A timeout here for Sentinels. It's now been 4 rounds in a row. And G2,
हर अमी है आज का
they are still
वसूल
looking
करेंगे
as dominant as the last time
अरे
they played
हम
split
लोग
against
हर
Sen,
अमी
but
है
in different ways.
हरामी
Sen are
अरे
actually
बहुत
trying to fight them.
हम
They're
लोग
not
हरामी
just
है
playing
आजकल
offsite
वसूल
retakes
करेंगे
and allowing G2 all the control in the world. They're trying to fight them with trap plays through mid. They're trying to have
भाई अपना क्या चल रहा है उधर
the lurks in A main.
And the B main control 2 with a one-way.
मारेगा इस बार एक भी kill
But at the crucial moments, it slips away from them. And G2 are still being able to get into the sites. It's a better attempt, I think, but you wouldn't know it from looking at the score. And it's difficult playing against opponents. This is their 4th time
नहीं हो रहा था
G2
सुपर चैट
just this year. And Sentinels are
Just
only
saying,
time
Paul
that they
पे
beat
G2
G2 in
strong.
VCT
कद्दू का मेरा,
was in
कद्दू
that
का.
upper bracket semi-final that we just watched recently.
Your dedication to the craft
talking
is
about
insane.
prior
Watch party
Valorant
every
himself
possible
up as
match
well,
in
so a nice
the streaming
milestone.
games as well. So much
In
respect
a
for you,
huge
man.
round
Love
for
you,
him,
Arman,
too.
bhai.
But guns in
क्या
the
हो
hands of
गया?
these Sentinels players. This is the time to strike while the iron's hot, and if you can stem the bleeding even better.
Nice
Different
into
util
it.
being
Love
used
you,
here by
Mirza,
Sen to try and
right?
control B main, but flash through and G2 unscathed.
सीधा तो भी
But at
जाएंगे
least
नहीं
you
ये
get the
लोग.
good notification that they're taking B
ओ
main
बी
control.
execute
That
होने वाला
flash
है.
tells you that the attackers are there.
Mid
rather
time
than
pass के लिए
just allowing
drone.
G2 to
अभी
contact
वापस
take
भी
that.
जाएगा वो.
Trying through mid.
लो उड़े लग
Bang
गए.
jiggling. It's going to be big exec
कोई
lined
नहीं
up.
है भाई.
And Bang was phenomenal last time these two teams played. He's already been good individually on Heyman.
No signs of life until now. Bang is going to be under a lot of scrutiny. Still with that paranoia is excellent. Nicholas for the fight forwards. Brilliant with the util.
बोला था ना
Straight,
लग गया
making sure to
G2
follow up, but G2 not done yet, not done. But Country Mars still has a team flash, and the rage strikes right back.
Now that's what you want to see from Sentinels. Bang and Array fighting one after another in the choke point, stuffing G2 before they can even get started. That's how Sen got the win on Ascent previously. And this is a really nice strategic adjustment. Obviously, a fumble there
बेचारा ये
from G2
blind
as well,
Jonah
with how
Pika.
Jonah P's flash set Valen up.
Nice march. Let's go, boys.
But that is what you
Jonah
want to see.
Pika blind भारी पड़ा रे.
That's what they didn't quite execute properly in round 2.
That's what they needed.
Leaf forgot to buy armor.
Yeah, 2,700 to the bank. Sometimes it happens.
Keep an eye on that, see whether it's relevant in the
रुक
round.
जाओ. बिना आर्मर के जीत गए तो बेइज्जती होएगी. रुक जाओ.
Shows you that G2 may be a little scrambled after that.
It could be a costly mistake, especially.
Punch by कुछ time G fighting कर लो.
Squares
Excuse
up in
me.
the fight against Zekken here. Zekken, sole job trying to control the space, and sure that Leaf can lurk. Bullets grazing.
The chip damage though, actually kind of
भाई
important
Zekken
because it
एक
still
ना एक round
survives
तो
now,
punish
2
होएगा
rounds.
भाई ये angle पे.
Adds up, doesn't it? Adds up entirely, and well, he's taking a whole load of damage in the process. Zekken repositions. Gate crash. Second exit plan up towards the side, unanticipated with the
नहीं मार
angle,
पाया
but instant with the
यार.
trade.
Really good support from G2. I mean, the fact that they're
Shit,
making it
TP
feel
नहीं
like
मार
it's a
पाया.
solo 1v1 fight and then Valen swings around the corner to punish. It actually makes it much more difficult, I would say, for the defenders to hold on to this A ramp area.
Salvas forwards here. John QT.
Shot. Smokes
Great.
नहीं है.
Proactive re-clear from John. He realizes that that's a fake.
Celsius' turn next as well. Tempo's going to be turned right up with a snake bite, hopefully. Holding them back for now. It's essential that they hold on to control of B Heaven because anchoring players onto B. This is going to be a tight squeeze indeed. Dropping down at that salvos. Good by Sentinels again, calling for it. Supplementary
Really
util.
They still had the Teho ult in the back
As
pocket
I
to
said,
use as well.
that's
Everything was
super
really in
nice.
chance there that G2 were cracking through B Heaven.
That's nice,
John read the
yaar.
play.
Yeah.
That's
The RGL
W.
getting the information over towards A ramp that was in fact a fake. And as the time ticks down, Sen win another. They played some good rounds out the back of this tack timeout that Kaplan called.
How to do your हाथ वाला पे मतलब?
The time was low.
11
Only
point
35
total.
seconds on the clock.
W,
G2
W,
spending
W.
so much of it.
11 point में अपन
Just
अभी
trying to
शायद
set
50
Leaf up
60
to take
रहेंगे
a fight
शायद.
against Zekken.
Yeah.
Chill, bro, G2 gonna win.
Gonna be glad for it though. Now just one round behind.
Feel आ रहा
And
है.
this time,
अभी
Valen
Valen
doesn't
के
have
पास
the-
नहीं है
the
पैसा.
money to go for full armor. So you can argue about
भाई
whether it even
प्रॉब्लम
made a
मालूम है
difference
क्या
for
है?
Leaf
अगर
or
G2 को
towards
साइड
A main
मिला
in the
ना,
prior round, but
लीफ का
I
अल्टी
think Sen
दर्द
are
दे
gonna be
सकता है.
feeling pretty happy about the fact that they've got
7th
this
overall मैं बोला ना
gap down
6th
to
7th
1,
रहेगा
and they still
बराबर
have
बोला मैं.
breached Teho ult to be able to work with.
Huge
Judgment
ultimates.
on top.
Gonna be comfortable playing a retake potentially with it. We'll see what a game
Finger
plan
वाली
looks
पप्पी
like.
जो सुपर चैट वाले
Game
को
plan
देते
here
हैं.
for G2 seems to be put all the pressure into Zekken.
Trying to clear him out to the angle. Easier said than done.
भाई punish
Send
किस नहीं
four
हो
next
रहा
time, why don't
है?
you? 3 wasn't enough.
Here's the next test. Jorgamo, not the weapon, potentially for the job, but still he gets it done with a stinger at hand. Easing into it. In through mid.
भाई jog
They've got
is
it all
not
on
jogging
lock.
ना.
Sentinels making sure that they leave no openings.
Jog is not jogging
You
आज.
can see why G2's game plan would be, let's try to target the weak area where Zekken's holding alone. And yet, it's not weak at all.
Need a bit more than that.
Self flash हो गया
He's
वो.
absolutely done him. Body shots onto the player in the back, into a flick
10th
headshot
overall,
on the player
out
at the
of
front,
20 ना.
and then resets his aim.
Yeah, out of 16 शायद.
Look at how nice that is onto Trent.
And G2 have lost all signs of control so far into this map. Last few rounds all going away as
भाई self blind हो गया वो.
4-4.
To be honest, the last 2 rounds, they've tried to do just the same thing
They had
twice.
to bring 3. They had to bring 3, and it still didn't work.
That's what I'm saying, man. Next time, bring the whole
Time out
stack.
बोलते.
Zekken might get an ace. He's been incredible. He's at the top of the scoreboard again, 9 and 6. Arguably a slightly less hot start than Haven, but who's measuring?
Yeah,
He's
undeniable,
just-
I think, in terms of it.
He's been
Fifth.
amazing
ये game
at
में
the start
अपन
of
fifth
both
है.
of
वो out
these.
of
But
20
it
teams
wasn't
है.
enough for Sentinels on Haven. Once
भाई
the
अच्छा
gears
है
really started
भाई.
turning for G2, they found more and more ways of being able to get around him.
भाई 20 में से अगर अपन 10 आए हैं, कंसिडरिंग अभी अपन ने पैर रखा है, समझ रहे हो? अपन ने एक टांग रखा है, एक टांग. अभी ये अपना पहला टांग है. पहले टांग में अपन अभी #10 पे. अगर अपन ने दूसरा टांग रखा, अगर रखा अपन ने, समझ रहे हो? अगर दूसरा पैर रखा, औरा बोलते हैं होने वाला लग रहा है. हाँ,
Tejo comes.
समझ रहे हो ना?
They're going to go for it, though. Anticipating that Sentinels are going to be still leaving that weakness on A.
There's a half-buy round here for G2. Throwing anything at the wall here, Valen. TP forwards. Already back up onto this line. Jump spot looking for the info. Zekken isolated into the corner. Salvos. He's going to make his position now all the more important. TP doesn't really know
उसको
what
लगा
Valen is
heaven
playing
TP मारा
forward.
है.
Still, he's going to get out of there. Side opened up, but as
भाई
we already
लीफ
mentioned,
अल्ट मारेगा.
might be second guessing things here. Sentinels, they do have the tools to deal with it.
सारे
G2 are so
immense
good
है.
at playing around these ultimates and creating close sight lines to
सारे
make the
immense
stingers
है.
work.
Talking about dimensional drift even used on his own here, trying to spot out most of these players. 2 up through heaven, 1 just making his way over towards ramp. So Cornelin letting his team know it's all being cleared out nice and pretty now towards the back. It's Zekken's turn. Ping's going to be highlighting all sorts here, but now it is used. Armageddon on either side here, alternating. And this is going to be a bit chaotic onto the side for about a moment. Kevin, can you pass your way through? Salvos denying the defuse entirely, but swinging out through the back and Trent left into the 1v1 ultimately. Time ticking. And G2!
भाई ये सारे राउंड्स कैसे जीतते हैं ये
That is what
लोग?
happens when you give G2 a post plan. This is why we were talking about SEN need to be fighting them in the choke point. This time, G2, they barrel through with a huge amount more utility to push Zekken away. And once they get the site for free, it doesn't matter how good your retakes are. You're going into a pit, you're going into ultimates. And if Trent's the last one alive, you're going into salvos as well. It is so difficult to win clutches against Trent. And now G2 swap things up. They've been going towards A-ramp for the last 3 rounds in a row. Now, the focus elsewhere. Back towards Zelsis. And the resources have been pulled away from him.
चिला मत जस्ट
Same
आग लगी थी.
aftershock one way over towards B main, so G2 don't get that
That
for free.
Bing 3 लिखा था Zekken ने मत करो.
But Leaf, you're imagining, is going to be playing this one passive. But just as I say that he's calling for reinforcements from the rest of the team. Valen is so determined to make A-ramp a weakness.
Yeah.
But if you're not taking it quick with the breach utility, are we not just going to see the same thing where Zekken sprays down 2?
They're contacting for it. Oh, okay. Do you really want to take that fight again? Zekken is even thinking about potentially taking up the space again. Still holding down his ground with a gate crash behind. Leaf was just trying to get set up. And as soon as he is, Zekken
लीफ
strikes.
का हो गया भाई
And now all of that information is
लीफ
going
भी
to get
लाइक
fed
नहीं
over
लेना
to
है
John
मेन
Cutie.
हाँ
They know that they're not ending A. It was Leaf alone. No trade came through.
चुपचाप भी करेंगे
Sen
वाला
can get ready
मोमेंट
for
होने
a B
वाला है
pop, a B split. Something like that is almost certainly going to be happening.
They're calling it a little bit easier here. Drone, gotta be careful. Broken. Jorg's not taking any chances. Salvo's over towards the top here with the paranoia. Lay it down. Alongside, it's going to be offloaded. Viper's Pit. It's going to be hiding now, blanketing the site ever so slightly here for Sentinels, but time is of the essence of G2. They need that move on. 20 seconds left, a bit of stray spam and hoping, running and gunning. And some prayers for them. Jumping down and away, round to the side. Narrate is handed.
बाप पलट मारा है
A
ना चैट
multitude of kills. All to his liking and poor Jonah P. Not much to do in this spot.
बाप पलट मारा ना चैट
They challenged the pit and they lost. Some of those are just going to come down to timings. But Sen had the read. They knew what their protocol was going to be if they got pushed into a site. Yeah, Zelsis was ready with the ultimate.
क्लीन वन टैप चैट क्लीन
And
वन टैप
encompasses John QD and Narrate inside to play 3 strong in there. And in a round like this, yes, it ends with Zelsis' ult on B, but it starts with Zekken locking down A ramp again.
Yeah.
The only round where they've been able to stop him was when they went fast with utility towards him.
I'm getting a lot of word kills.
I'm finding it surprising as well at this point, G2 not leaning towards trying to take mid-control, which seems
इस
weaker.
बार पांचों ही
Still
जाते
trying to brute force their way past.
भाई ये भाई नहीं देखना मेरे
Well,
को
this is
यार
a round.
Money's not good. That's a no-scope, okay. Look at a draw there with the Outlaw in hand. Sees the cross though with the bodies and knows that the fight's going to be coming hot, fast and heavy here, but already lead's going to be raining down and bodies toppling and falling in through the choke points. No real chance in hell now for G2.
And this wasn't even a stinger buy for G2. It was so much of an eco, but they only had the shadow to work with, so not even fast through the choke point. Much less sting, and Sentinels should be good here to get up to 6.
Disciplined, Zekken's holding it. John onto the corner.
Narrate has kept hold of this breach ultimate. We're about to go into the final round of the half.
20 गिफ्टेड अगर
G2
जीतू
have
जीतो
been
तो
the
नहीं
ones,
चाहिए
I think, running their
चाहिए
heads
ही
into
नहीं
a bit of a brick wall.
इधर मेरे को 5,000
Been so
और
good. Apart from that one round, he's
$175
just had
मिल रहे हैं अगर
firm
सेन जीता
control
तो
over towards A-Ramp.
One enemy remains. Long.
कोट
Fallon, at least for the moment,
कोट
pulls his troops away from that A-Ramp battle. They're not going
भाई
to go fast in
6-6
that
वाला
direction.
वाइब्स आ रहा है
He's been doing mid-round
हाँ
setups of Leaf very consistently.
6-6 वाला वाइब्स आ
Taking
रहा है
control looks like.
Leaf changes where the orb is, so that's a nice adjustment. Makes it much more difficult for Zekken to play around while the rest of his team is in mid and B.
Creeping up now onto the
बैकअप
angle.
ऑप्शन रख लो
Zelsis.
20 गिफ्टेड
Here's a test for you.
$100 if G2 wins,
Got the
gun
smokes to
scene
try
है
and play around. Stray bullets not catching on to him.
चलो या फिर डांस है या फिर पैसा है
Slow going for now for G2, but they are getting back
Done scene
control
है
towards B main.
प्रणव भाई
And 2 players from Sentinels have kind of been stuck
इतना ही
defending
दे
A-Ramp
सकता हूँ
because
सॉरी
of this
चलेगा
new
सब
orb
चलेगा
placement.
यार एडलिट
Now that
भाई
there's a bit of a gap in mid as well, Zekken
सिर्फ
has
स्ट्रीम
to pull
देखोगे तो
back,
भी चलेगा मेरी
has to
जान की
watch
रोटे
vents. Because Zelsis has let that slip, but Sen are doing a good job
Wrong route.
ए
re-clearing.
बे लास्ट एंड स्ट्रीम वर्थ इट फुल
Well,
हरामी
bad
गिरी
space here, but they have given up heavy control. This does
Huh?
put the Sentinels players in a bit of a spot.
Well,
Squeeze.
they've got the breach ult though to relieve this pressure. Narrate's got to be good with it.
He's behind most of his team though. He can't really use it to try and reactively help them out. Jogamo straight in. First into the breach. Round to the side. There it is. Team stun in action. And John QD not long for the world. Narrate. He's tucked now towards the side. A double face
क्या
of
किया ये
disappointing
लोगों ने?
G2 is all it takes to dismantle it. Zekken and Bang now left. See what they can do.
क्या
Good
किया ये
flash
लोगों ने?
through against this many players. Now impossible. 6-6. G2 really finding it
इतना लेट
tough, I
क्यों
think, to
है
get
उसका
through.
अल्टी
Semblance of those rounds here, saved by the fact that they were able to get those openings.
Sen could have definitely set up a better triple setup on that B side to work around the breach ultimate.
सारे डिवाइस
You
पे
saw
तुम्हारी
Zelsis,
स्ट्रीम चल
and
रही
John
है
basically
ऐसा
died
मत
before
करो
Narrate could get any value out of that.
As a team stun.
Yeah,
आप
and
देखो
forced to
बस।
breach out his own teammate because the setup wasn't really there. But okay, an even half. Battled back and forwards. And remember that this is the half where Sen got dominated before. So getting 6 rounds is actually great for them. It's so winnable to put us back at 1-1 in the series.
But even for now, we're going to find out on the other side of this just how split goes.
उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया भाई 3 बंदे थे इतना यूटिल्स था मालूम भी था वो लोग हेवन में क्या किया वो लोग ने भाई अपन जोन में, लेकिन लग सकती है अपनी, क्योंकि सब जगह से अपने पे हमला आएगा, समझ रहे हो? तो जैसे कि बोला था लास्ट मैच लग गए, इस बार अपने ज्यादा लग गए, क्योंकि अपन जोन में, मेरे हिसाब से हाँ दो जगह पावर्स यूज कर रहा हूँ। बंदे को पेपर सेन का मैच मिस नहीं करना है। एक्सक्यूज मी, पेपर देख के आके बाद में देख लो ना। Don't lose rematches. This is going to be a good game, baby. Huh? Let's go, Sen. Yep. 100 G2 players versus 1 second. Is it do or die for Sen? Final
Now we know
से
from map 1 that, listen, the firepower on
जीता तो
Sentinels has never been
ट्रॉफी,
in doubt.
हारा
The
तो
reason
भी
they ended up
चलेगा. They
losing
have
Haven
qualified
kicked
for
out of the Battle
EWC,
of the
they have
Minds, to be
qualified
honest.
for
The idea,
Masters.
like Valen had John
Toronto.
TT's number in terms of the calling.
जीतेगा तो
Sentinels finding their
ट्रॉफी
footing
मिलेगा
though this
प्लस
time on
प्राइस पूल.
split. And honestly, Valen almost outcalling
प्लस
himself
ये
to a
ये
degree.
देखो ये
They were
वो लोग
absolutely
ऐसा
tunnel
यू
people trying
करके
to
उठा
remove
सकते हैं,
Zekin
समझ रहे हो?
towards the tail end of that half. And so far for Sentinels, if they can keep this up, staying one step ahead of G2, that's where they'll find their first map win in this best of 5.
On the pistol, looks
EWC,
like Sentinels
yep.
want to take some A ramp control really quickly. Can be dangerous doing this into breach Tejo, because that stun salvos at the start of the round is always a possibility.
There's a stun, there's a TP, it's countered up, yeah. You see it re-cleared, and Zekin has no get out here. Barely able to survive, not taking too much damage.
None, in fact.
And so here it is, double face stop clearance, that's good discipline. Combining forwards now and paving a way to success, open access to the A site. Everything's going to be open though, so no safe plan in that direction, but plan for main at least.
भाई
This is
लोग
where you get
बहुत
to see if
फास्ट हैं.
Sentinels can be perfect in these post-plant spots.
This is reactive, feeling the heat there from Leaf, and now he's going to be rejoined by the rest of his team, and you're right.
भाई
John is
बहुत
playing
फास्ट
so
retake
safe
है.
for the salvos, which are back in 10 seconds.
Trying to drag this one out all the way forwards. A lot of util being expended out towards it, and John not even creeping around for the backstab. He wants to play just for the salvo timing. Realizing that's the big advantage on top of the players that they've already taken out. Stun forwards. John with a swing. Finally, the time to strike is there.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है, क्या बात है. जैसा फास्ट है वैसे फास्ट गए.
That's the kind of round that Valen was envisioning for quite a few of the ecos that he ran on the attack side, but it's John that pulls it out on the pistol. Going for fast A ramp pressure, then back
अच्छा है,
into
freely
side.
चिल्ला भी सकता हूँ मैं.
And Sentinels, a team that are known for their retakes on this map, played the post plant beautifully here.
ये
Wow,
देख
did not expect
तो
that Tails to
एक
sit
बार.
there.
एक सेकंड रुक जा, पॉजी.
He's commenting on it. The passive
Full
position.
family,
G2 were caught unaware here, and this is an aggro play by G2. Trying to get control towards B main, and he sort of follow up. Well, it was there, but mowed down at a moment's notice.
Where is Pinky? मैं क्या
Leaf on
गई
a
हो?
very fast timing behind them. It's unlikely that that's going to be too much of a danger.
Last player
And
standing.
John's
John,
already watching.
super aware. If we're talking about the Battle of the Minds and who's one step ahead of the other, I mean, John just read that one. That's a fast play
भाई
down mid
G2
in
का
the
लेकिन
first 30
डिफेंस तो
seconds,
स्ट्रांग है
first
बे. वो
20
लोग
seconds of the
का
round.
रिटेक
And
कितना
he's on
फास्ट
top of
रहता है,
it.
देखा क्या?
The more that he can anticipate what's going on, the better Sentinels are going to look. Not necessarily snowballing into any massive ultimates, but being able to get a rifle on board here, they'll have a good bonus round buy. 3 Stingers, 2 Phantoms.
Nope.
If you've got a fast round to pull out of the strat book now, could be a great time to start rocking G2.
पॉजी को पेमेंट कितने हो रहा है?
This is the time to do it.
भाई मेरा यूपीआई का कुछ हो गया क्या भाई?
Does G2 go for the same B main control? So Sentinels were running a one-way and an aftershock at the start of the round.
पापा
There's
को
the
100
one-way.
रुपए भेज
Oh,
के
not
देखता
even.
हूँ.
Just a smoke in the choke point. and no aftershock used. So Sen just take B main instantly. Bang even teleporting into a spot where the aftershock would have missed.
नहीं
So
पापा को गया
that's nice. Bang's already one step ahead.
Ready to follow up on a moment's notice here with a drone broken. Sees the orb. Got to break that one. Yeah. And suddenly.
सिड भाई को क्या सुबह मोर भाई ने
taken out
बोला कि
here.
आपको
G2 not able to
40
set
क्यों
themselves
किया
up.
इसलिए ये ले
Or
लो
should say
लव
Sentinels
बंग
not able to
हाँ
set
ऐसा
themselves
नहीं
up.
है दोनों
Not a
भाई
fast
यार
play. I was expecting something a little
जो भी
quicker.
जिसको भी सपोर्ट करता है फुल सपोर्ट कोई
Familiar
टेंशन
scenes,
नहीं
but the side
लव यू लेट भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 100 डिड मिस में कैसे हो दर्शन भाई वेलकम बैक
The Yoru
with
on
the
the defense.
279
All up in your face. Okay, just seeing absolutely nothing at all there, but the smokes blanketed in most of mid here, but bit of spam.
पैम में मारा बे
It's just up from B heaven. That's Jonah P, I should say, looking for picks.
देखते हैं
Finds it,
लीव
given a big
बेटर है या
control in the
Celsius
process. 40 seconds left though for Sentinels.
Jorg forced off the line here a little bit.
Time might start to be a problem. Trent has had to give up most of control towards A heaven.
Sen have got a lot of room around the map.
Not a lot of time to work with though, off the
30
back of it, but they
seconds
might have time for a pivot. Especially if that fight goes the way of John, which it does. He's already overzealous though, steps over it, and Valen just drops him. Cut down at the kneecaps. Paranoia weaves in, Leaf with the peak. It's a head toppled and rolls. 2 players left now to do all they can. Sentinels with no real time to work with. 12 seconds. Creeping, crawling, walking around, but Zelsis needs to be covered into this spot, and the salvos, well, no access whatsoever to a safe plant. Picked up by Zekin, but at this point, Fool's Errand to try and go for that one. Swarmed by G2.
पैम वाला थोड़ा भारी पड़ गया
Well handled there from G2,
Huh?
considering how much space they gave Sentinels through
बड़े लोग
mid.
चेक भी 100 रुपीस
It
से
looked like
करते
Sen,
हैं
even though they were down
हम तो 1
4v5,
रुपीस
could have
से ही
created a lot
कर
of
लेते हैं
danger.
वाह भाई 150 का मेंबरशिप लिया है
But Valen cleans things up. in
दर्शन
his
भाई
active
थैंक यू फॉर द
spot there.
29 क्या
Now we
क्या
get
वहाँ पे
rifles
क्या
on
अपडेट है
board.
लसुड़े
Both
लगे कि नहीं
teams.
अपने
And Sen leaning over towards B main at the start of this round again.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये मैप अपना
Looks
लसुड़े
like
लग
this time
सकते हैं
Jonah is going to go for some kind of stun or aftershock to try to
दर्शन भाई
control
थैंक
that
फॉर द
space.
29 and the
It's the
29
aftershock, bangs past it.
Yeah, TP it again. Does Valen expect it? Surely.
and for the 29
Some sound cues. Elsis. Bullet to the head, with the wall blocking most of the damage. Lucky to be alive.
थैंक यू दर्शन भाई
A reclear pushes Bang away.
कहाँ
into
पर
B main.
अपडेट जो सिड भाई देख रहे हैं अंकी देख रही
This
है
is now a huge fight.
प्रेशर
in
भाई
mid.
भी देख रहे
Getting
हैं शायद
active, aren't they?
8
G2
players.
looking for a brawl, looking to define how
and
this
for
round
the
goes
29
here. And
auto renew
now,
बोलते
who can react faster? That's going to be the question. Util's forwards, flick to the side. Sentinels have got the
लोग
fire in
फाइट
line.
लिया
Not stopped. Slowed down though, minute on the mark. Got to take that spike all the way back. And okay, evacuation call for. Well, you're going to be running into Jorgamo.
भाई
He
फुल
hears it.
साउंड है बे फुल साउंड है
Splashing around towards sewers. Drone. Couldn't break it. Had to commit. Had to get all the way the hell back out of there. TP's forwards as well. Up onto the site.
I think
Second.
Zelsis took 140 there.
Seconds anticipated with the pathing. Forwards down into hell.
नहीं जीत सकते
Zeltis is the last one
इतना
standing.
चप 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 करके गया
They know exactly where he is.
सबका साउंड आया मैं तो
That's a
सिर्फ
nice run
तुम्हें
again from
देखता
G2, the way
हूँ
that they
by
flooded
the way I'm
instead
normal
of playing
love you
offside for
दर्शन
the
भाई
retake. That really caught Sentinels off guard, I think.
नॉर्मल
once they
मतलब
pushed Jorgamo
आज जूस में
away.
पी रहे हो ऐसा
Probably expecting
Thumbs up,
that they'd be
thumbs
able
up.
to get sight for free and already thinking about the post plan. And considering that they won that scrap in mid, I think they would have been expecting a slightly easier end to this round. Instead, the score tied up, 8-8.
100%. Nice, boys!
कल 12 का रिजल्ट है बंक्स भाई जी फटी पड़ी यार टेंशन नहीं लेने का
Well, there you go. We've talked about it as a battle of the minds. It's all about getting ahead of your
8-8.
opponent and figuring out what they're going to do.
G2 going to be giving you... Okay, well, pressure mounting here by Zekin. Dimensional drift. Spots out of one. Essential that Jorgamo was able to get rid of that drone, but he's still going to be stunned up into the corner. He's sticking around. Finally TPing back.
What the hell is
Full
Valen doing?
retake.
Okay, TP forwards, or at least a fast flank is
Bhai,
called for.
Norritness
Not
spam
sure how
mein
Valen
mara.
got there into the end, but it's a plan nevertheless. Sentinels get themselves into a tight, tucked spot. Into the post. Where's the next level of things here? It's an aftershock into the corner once more, but evacuation again. Pulling back and away. G2
चैट
just
ओमेन को
trying
देखो
to bleed Sentinels
ओमेन को
out.
देखो
Time being bought, Util held, and guns not at the ready here. Valen, right from behind. Nice with the three-piece.
10 गया
And a round lead now for G2.
there is no coming back from this
Valen getting similar impact to the
That's
end of
a negative,
Haven
that's a
on an
negative.
individual level. He omen ults into spawn so far away from that B hit. I mean, he needed the rest of his team to control the map. and make sure that they didn't lose the round before his flank could come through. And they gave him that time. They played with that patience. And he delivered for them with a 3K.
Nice, Jake! That down, boy.
Huh?
Top of the scoreboard for Valen. Talking his talk. And a tactical timeout. It's normally Zelsis that we see standing up, throwing shade over to his opponents, playing the psychological game. I'm sure this series will start heating up even further once we get to, you know, map 3, maybe even map 4 and 5 territory.
Yeah.
At the moment, still in the early stages of this BO5. But you can see, with rounds like that, the grit.
And Sentinel's not looking for a repeat of what happened on Haven. They were in control for most of that map for our opener in this best of 5, and they lost grip overall towards the tail end. The string of rounds being put together by G2. Currently have 3. Looking for even more. That's what the timeout's for on Sentinels, to put a stop to it.
I talked about this earlier at the very beginning of Split, but G2 are so good at anticipating Sentinel's post-plant aggression. When Sen get into a site, they will try to disrupt the retake by, you know, a variety of different tools, but a little push towards spawn with the breach utility, or a paranoia heaven and somebody gets inside the smoke and goes up ropes. You know, there's always something that they want to be doing.
मास्टर्स कौन जा रहा है? दोनों में से दोनों जा रहे हैं मास्टर्स. ये दोनों जा रहे हैं और एमए भी है. 3 टीम जा रहे हैं.
It ruined Sentinels
Technically,
last time they
Sentinels
played
नहीं,
on
नहीं,
this
नहीं.
map.
G2 बहुत strong दिख रहा है.
In that round 17, it kind of happened again.
मतलब लास्ट
You heard him
का
say, way too
30 सेकंड में
predictable.
नहीं, 1 मिनट में G2 को मालूम है कि सेन किधर जाने वाला है.
A lot of respect shown here by
समझ
Sentinels.
रहे हो? ऐसा भी नहीं कि लास्ट के 30 सेकंड में स्टैक वैक हो रहा है.
It's a game of reactions. Game of timing, just the shoulder.
ऊपर
Or an elbow,
बोलती
barely peeking
आपको
out.
और लग गई.
That's all he needed.
And the
Thrown
drone,
immediately there.
yeah, to try to reset him back up on the angle. Jorgamo was forced to fall back off. He didn't want to get traded, and the drone helped set him back up again. Pings as well.
Walking up for now, John's going to have that drone. Got to respect it. Again, Jorg does not want to be caught out into the open. It's a TP bar, studs bang, taking a bit of ramp control. Presence noted here by G2. They are reinforcing most of the map over towards the A side.
मर गया.
Smoke dropped. They're calling for the swing as that smoke does blossom and bloom. Jorgen was already found the one Armageddon. Trying to push them past, but locked down into the spot. Jorgen not to be
अकेला खा
denied.
रहा है बे बंदा.
A chance. A bit of argy-bargy.
30 seconds
He's already
left.
picked up 3 into the round. GT is left to pick up those pieces. Upgrade found,
भाई
but in a
G2 कितना
1v3.
strong है बे.
What can you do? 20 seconds left, and this is the back end of the timeout. Sentinels just getting anticipated.
Wow, and he's going to
Rajmani
make the
कितना
difficult
इसका
decision
बहुत.
to save in this spot. A
10
round
seconds
where
left.
Jorgamo has
Abdurrahman Super Chat
similar
का reply
impact
नहीं
to
किया. कौन सा?
Zeka. Incredible 3K with the
बस
operator
सेन
in his
जीत
hands
जाए
though,
बस भाई.
rather
Love
than
you,
the
love you
bundle.
too Swapnil bye.
A very different way of
लेकिन-
getting that value. Instead of getting a
मेरे को भी
crazy
ऐसा लग रहा
spray
है कि
down
3-0 मार
alone,
सकता है बे G2.
Jorgamo gets the first kill, backs up, gets supported by a teammate. Then he's posted up, has to teleport away, gets supported by teammates again for a triple swing. He swung into the site with his op at the same time as 2 players swung from screens. All of the players are focused on those screens players. And then he's able to take the peak again. So much teammate support and distraction there being given so that Jorg could get his wands.
There's frustration showing on the faces of these
मिट्टू
Sentinels
भी
players.
जा
You
रहे हैं
can't
अभी
blame them
वाइपर
because
का
you
अल्टे
can feel
मिट्टू भी
it.
जा नहीं
Losing
सकते.
grip of the map.
And so similar to Haven.
अभी ये लोग
Second
वॉक
half
करके
running
बीमें
away from
जाएंगे.
them. They can't
ए
find
पे
the
सर्वर
adaptation
देके
that they
शायद.
need. And you can't be going down 0-2 in a BO5 where you had double map ban.
No.
It is so tough to run that reverse sweep. And the psychological stuff going on in your head as well. Thinking, how is it going wrong? We had our map pick.
Exactly. I was just talking to Valen yesterday, in fact, about it. And Valen was saying we're not too worried about going up against a double map ban advantage, because if we take that first map,
इधर ड्रोन
exactly
करके
what
ना
you're
बीच
pointing out, Josh,
बीच
is
जाना
playing in the
चाहिए.
back of the heads of these players.
यार
You're
ऐसा.
thinking, where did it go wrong?
And that's a spot that G2 have been in a few times as well. G2, this is their 4th time attending an America's final. Back to back to back to back.
Jorg spotted, he hears it though. Jumping up towards ramp, it's going to be stun at least to relieve some of that pressure.
ये अच्छा है.
And G2 only won 1 of those, by the way. The most recent.
ओ
Lost to
बाप
100 Thieves, lost to
रे
Leviathan
अल्ट
last
मार
year,
दिया
making
वो लोग को
sure
पता
that they
है.
don't lose again.
Trying to defend this one, they don't know where the TP is, but finally, okay, set your sights onto it, Valen. He knows where this one's coming. Anchor Smoke's going to be layered down on top of it, double TP into the back. That's Paranoia. Should be a connection onto a multitude of them. Just a clone, but not going to be faked out for too much longer. 25 seconds left. Sen, they call for the pause, tempering the moment for just a bit.
There's so many defenders here.
Here it is, Util in their hands. Smoke's dropped down, and Valen lights them all up. Open access to the bodies here, and a fight going all the way of G2.
Sen just got penned in a corner, herded into the back of the B site, and everybody on G2 waiting for them to make that move. They're 2 steps ahead. 5 rounds in a row.
Spike down B.
And Valen individually is having a great game. He found so much impact.
We're bouncing on each other. Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
Huh?
Of course, I mean, they're
Bhai,
playing off
full-
each
They're
other.
playing off
They're
each other
playing
so
off each
Five
other.
ta bhai.
One person pings and the other person pongs.
Exactly, that's what they meant. That's what they meant. Don't get any funny ideas.
No, Mr. John Hyatt. Teleport up for some early vent control from Sentinels here.
बहुत slow
Looking
खेल
to
रहे
try
हैं
to take
यार.
some skirmishes rather than just end in a massive execute, because G2 have always had the read.
हाँ.
And they haven't really been doing much of a pinch onto A ramp. This could be nice pressure onto Trent. But Zekken and Bang back away. And they'll have to back away.
Do you have anything to get out of here? Yeah, the gate crushes there. Zekken barely out of dodge. He's just waiting for the last possible moment. Dramatic effect and all, but Sen need a bit more
Abhi
than
bhi
that now
dekho.
with the drone to lead. The charge! Zekken's there alongside it. Taking damage into the process. What's the next level to it? Timing taken, slipping
Trade का
past
वजह से
it.
trade भी
In
नहीं
for the
ले सकते,
smoke, and
ले सकते.
200 piece, eager to just try and drop down, is punished.
Good trade.
Sentinels though, time to shine for them. Rolling Thunder, cleaving his way through the site. Now they've got the B site open access, but Trent has already weaved his way in through the back and snaps up. Reaction, and there's the follow-up. Balance right there. Paranoia sweeps through in the
Bhai,
rate.
Merit ne
Happy to
crazy
try and
mara,
step up
bhai.
towards it, and Valen almost there without
Merit ne
reaction, but
crazy mara, bhai.
dealt with. All down the jog now. Retake with the op. And Zelsis cheeky with the off angle. Yeah, that's going to get the job done.
पैसा तो
Much
बहुत है,
better
पूरा
round
half
from
तक का
Sentinels.
पैसा है.
They were able to generate picks before they hit the
इतना
site.
अच्छा रीड
by
कैसे?
fighting
क्योंकि
for
बैक
heavy
टू बैक
control.
प्रेशर नहीं आ रहा है ना.
Instead of
और
doing a
योरू
bit
के
of a
पास
knock
पूरा
to
एमिन
middle
का लाइन है,
take of
जैसे
map
सेकंड
control
लाइन
and
ले
then
रहा था.
ending with a site pop. They find a way, and they find the players that are trying to deny them that control. Leaf decided to
Nice,
hold his
boys.
ground, and that's how Zekken got the opener. And then the trade out from Bang. That
ओटी
1-2
जाएगा,
combo that
ओटी
we've
नहीं
been seeing
जाएगा.
from
ये
Zekken and Bang.
G2 जीता. Next
together
मैप
nicely.
अगर कुछ कर सकते तो कर सकते
Jorg
हैं.
is going to pick up another op.
क्योंकि next SEN
So
का मैप
pretty
पिक है.
similar scenes again. And Sentinels want to start towards A-Ramp, want to start putting the pressure onto him early.
Might be meeting a lot of them again. The drone causes issues this time. Oh my! Leg shot!
देखो भाई.
He's not going to be denied that kill.
देखो.
Shorty does the dirty work at the tail end of it, even gets out of it.
क्या बंदा है बे
Bravery from
जोगमो.
Jorg sticking around as well. Rather than wondering about getting caught, suppressed, traded,
Just takes the risk, stands his ground.
and rewarded for it. Zelsis, though, has actually got himself into a decent position here. Now, of course, Jorgamo's on the other side of this. I would expect Sen to want to go back to Zelsis because he's got the Viper's Pit. If you can get onto a site, that's one of the best ultimates to turn a 4v5 in your favor. But it's another first pick that goes against Sentinels.
Be main. Did it spot the players? That's the question.
Yeah,
Alan ults for the
अब ये लोग
info.
ये जा रहे हैं वो
because
अच्छा
Jordan
है.
B's starting to react already over there. But this is kind of nice. It's opened up the A site. It's allowed them to come back to Zelsis.
ये अच्छा है कि वो लोग ये जा
The
रहे
pick
हैं.
could
अभी
yet
casualty नहीं होना
Sen's
चाहिए.
favor.
30 seconds though.
30 seconds left.
Is this angle anticipated either from Jonah P? You're hearing it now to rumble up through vents. Surely heard and spotted, stunned, slows him down. Salvos
लो ठीक है.
trying to be
साइड
used
पे
to
दो
the
ही है.
Ascent,
लोगों को
are
अभी
being
फाइट
slow
लेना
to a
पड़ेगा.
crawl. Got to get a move on, but you're really just being bogged down by the multitudes of util the G2 have in their back pocket. There's another one for you. Stun forwards and whipping, hopping all around. You're going to be meeting your match into the blender.
The stuns were way too much for Sen to get through there. They had an idea, but they couldn't manage to execute it. They had the vision, but couldn't realize.
Rolled out.
Binks bye, salute to you, love you, bye.
We didn't talk about it too much, but on the previous map, first kills, 15 of them to G2, only 7 for Sentinels. So G2 are finding so many of these opening kills that make it really tough for Sen. And again, the score 12-9. G2 with 3 opportunities to finish, just like on Haven.
Too strong, bro. G2.
Exact mirror of the first map.
Second wants to increase that tempo.
3-0 मारेगा लग रहा है
Thinks it out where the players could be. Jogamo forced back out of the fight. Happy to play the retake though. Is G2, especially with that rolling thunder forwards in their back pocket. Pit though might cause difficulties.
अभी ये जो अल्ट है ना, जोनर पे यहाँ पे अल्ट मारेगा, ये लोग देखो कैसे घुसेंगे नेट के साथ.
Slow down for now here, but the salvos,
पहली salvo डाल दिया.
It's going to be pulled out. Sentinels trying to set themselves up nicely into this one. Random spam! That's the one player that could not go down with it. The pit dropped down. And Sentinels left lacking. Left gasping for air here. G2 just dominant!
We thought G2 were in survival mode in the lower bracket. They barely squeaked past some of the teams, 100 Thieves, EG. And they got a rematch here with Sentinels and they've come out all gun.
I find you a star, and we could be in love.
It's running away from Sen, putting themselves up into good positions. But G2 are the ones leading by 2 maps here. Coming back from that lower bracket as well, where Sentinels were the ones to send them there. It's revenge on the mind of both of these players, both of these teams, and a trophy in their sights right in the middle of the stage.
Looking to try to skip the Swiss stage of Toronto after they grueled so hard just to make it there in the first place. It looked like they might not even be able to defend their opportunity of getting another global grand finals, and here they are in a domestic one, and it's theirs to win.
गांड मार दी मेरी फेवरेट टीम ने मेरी ही वो भी लिटरली गांड मार दी.
Could go the distance, it could go even further, but it's going to be up to Sentinels to
गांड
see
मारना
if they can
head of
stand up
face
to that
my
task.
गांड.
Don't go anywhere, be right back.
गांड मार दी भाई.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards sight, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. Coming through, G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
I am here with Josh Artia, head of map 2, a much different series to start, 2-0 for G2 right now. But you guys seem like you're in a realm that's just been so many games, so much playing, and possibly even things you haven't seen before. Are there any unknowns that you're working through today, seamlessly that is?
No, I feel like we've been through it all at this point. But right now, like, yeah, we're up 2-0. We will make sure, I have to make sure the guys just don't let off the gas here. They can easily reverse sweep us. They can easily just tie the map, and then it gets to their territory. They bring back the momentum. So we'll treat it like another best of one, you know, and just ignore what just happened and just focus on the next.
All right, perfect. Best of luck in the match. Thank you.
Up 2-0, G2 Esports in our grand finals here for the Stage 1 playoffs. And the question is, can they close it up with a 3-0, or will Sentinels make that reverse sweep happen? And team, this is definitely territory that I did not expect. I thought we'd be seeing maybe a 1-1, you know, maybe a little bit more of a clash here. But G2, I mean, look at this, 13-9, it's looking clean.
Taking Sentinels best early in the season. 2-0 up. They go into a map that they are strong at and kind of have a chance to avoid going to the 2 maps that they lost to Sentinels to suffer their only series loss in Americas.
And they're bailed out. Another game win that comes off the back of, again, multiple eco rounds. They're able to take down Sentinels during, and also just really strong post-plant play on the first half. I was really impressed with what we saw from them here in round 4. Even in a 2-on-3, the way valorant approach these fights is so nice working off one another.
And throughout this map, Sentinels did not win a single retake. G2 won every post plant that they were put in. And this team,
as a Viper player, I would never hold a spam box.
Really great ideas of how to play off each other.
And I love like Valen walking through the enemy.
This one is on an eco. They get into the site thanks to, I think, having the best util discipline.
There is no right way to play.
They're very often putting Jaw in positions where they're letting him kind of contact out, TP out, while not using anything. They save all their ults here and get a 5v5 post plant on an eco round.
तो फिर सब लोग बहुत पैसे भी खेलेगा, समझ रहे हो? ये लोग हमेशा out of the box करके ये लोग को kills मिलता है.
You understand them giving up the site, but it hurts when G2 are allowed to get such a forward position. And then again, you have Trent in a clutch situation. He's going to do it every time.
And you look at this, and G2 is winning 13-9 in back-to-back maps, despite Zekin putting up an incredible series performance. These stats are from the entire series thus far. 160 ADR on Zekin is outstanding. And that's in the face of a Jaw who's he hasn't been playing very well this series. He's not been popping off.
It's been underwhelming from Jaw, but honestly, what we saw in the second half, once he got the operator in his hands, it just made the map so hard for Sentinels to play because he kept playing really forward over in that A lobby space. Sentinels tried to walk into him a few times because he's having a tough day and he's shutting them down. Then they start playing away from him. G2 start sacking the B side of the map. It was tough.
And this is how it went last time. Jaw started slow in the last finals here in Americas, and then those last couple maps, he went crazy to close out that series.
Yeah, that being said, though, of course, massive shout out to Jogma for how he's playing, but I do got to commend Zekin. There were rounds where they were just clearly, just being fed to him, man.
Zekin is tryharding. He is dragging up Sentinel's round score up to 9 these maps.
He is destroying, but it is a testament to how good this G2 team is that they're able to shut him down not once, but twice in this BO5. The question is, what answers does Sentinels have next? Good news is we got Kaplan standing by with Riv to talk about just that.
I do have Kaplan here just ahead of map 3. Looking at how things have been going, it's been a nail-biter, but it has to be perfect from here on out. What's been preventing Sentinels from keeping that lead that they're getting and also just closing out the game in the end?
I think we're doing a really bad job executing the plans we had going in the first place. We need to just be more disciplined on that. When we do get them right, we don't close out the advantages right. So there's really not a lot of room for error when we play such a good team like G2. And then people get frustrated, me included. You know, I think we need to loosen up, but we need to dial in. We really need to be better. It's a letdown to not play our best game for everyone out there. Luckily, we have double bans. Makes it so that a 3-2 comeback feels very real. We've done it without the double bans before, but we're going to do it right now with a little bit of map advantage, hopefully.
Can't wait to see some awesome games. Good luck out there. Thank you.
And that was exactly what Coach Josh RT over on the G2 side said, Ender.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, this is a team that can easily come back and make a reverse sweep happen. And Kaplan, of course, feels that way as well.
I mean, he made it a little bit brighter towards the end, but this guy sounded really frustrated with how Sentinels were playing.
Fair.
In that game, not following through on plans, throwing advantages. And to me, what that reeks of is Sentinels needing to have that hard talk, right? We talked about them coming back from Bangkok, Zekken sitting down with the team, rallying the troops. Like, they need someone to set them straight here going to these final 3 maps, because it's not going to be easy.
You heard it as well from Kaplan. They're the only team, Sentinels, to have won from the lowers with that double ban advantage going against them. G2 now a chance to do that themselves. If they can win this third map, they could 3-0 Sentinels.
लो बंग में 25 नहीं तो 2 आपके कमिटमेंट के लिए लव यू यश भाई
Be the first squad to go back to back.
लेकिन फाइनली भाई एनए सबसे ज्यादा परेशान करने वाला जो वॉच पार्टी है ना वो यही है क्योंकि सुबह 8-9 बजे खत्म होता है भाई सुबह 8-9 बजे खत्म होता है और बाद में 1 बजे से वापस पैसिफिक रहता है हाँ फाइनली एनए खत्म आज मजा है लेकिन सेमीफाइनल्स भी एकदम औरा वाला मैच था फाइनल्स भी अच्छा जा रहा है बहुत वन साइडेड नहीं हो रहा है स्कोर लाइन मतलब क्लोज है लेकिन मजा आ रहा है ऑफिस जाना है बीसी एक्सक्यूज मी भाई में आपको कैसे लग रहा है आप ऑफिस जाते हो लेकिन 150 का मेंबरशिप नहीं ले रहे हो हाउ डज इट फील
All the emphasis is going to be placed onto Sentinel's shoulders here.
इसके बाद सेन को वापस चांस मिलेगा फॉर फाइनल्स में इसके बाद सेन को चांस मिलेगा मास्टर्स जीतने का ये लोग क्वालीफाई हो गए मास्टर्स के लिए
Some inner reserves, I think. They've been capable and they know that they can do it. Been in spots like this before, going back in scenarios.
फील आ रहा है
Against G2 right now.
अभी सेन का मैच पे क्या है
Josh RT really affirming, I think.
इसके बाद वाला बस सेन को जीतने का है और लास्ट मैच भी सेन ने डिसाइड किया कि कौन सा होना चाहिए
all the way back.
So,
well, here's that composition that Sentinels pioneered.
Very much
and
possibilities.
Almost every other team has taken up as the meta comp on Pearl.
Very much possibilities.
Including G2, who moved away from running the chamber and have now started copying Sentinels in the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 times that we've seen them run it on Pearl. I don't think they run it quite as well as Sen do, but that might not make the difference here. Because trying to reverse sweep is a large mental barrier, I think. And no team has ever lifted that trophy twice. We've had a different winner every time in Americas.
Yeah.
And G2 might be ready to do it back to back.
Sentinels were denied their chance of lifting a domestic trophy this year. By G2 themselves.
100,000 OT almost lost to defeated MBR after losing first match. What a comeback G2 by head. G2
the finals of kickoff. We expected G2 to run away with it. We thought it was going to be a 2-0, maybe a 3-0 like this series could end up being. But actually, Sen dug deep and they pushed it all the way to 5 unexpectedly and really made people take notice.
Sen hai aura.
G2 look a step above right now, and Sen need those hidden reserves.
Hey, T5M! Thank you for the 2000 super chat.
Very final moment before you
www T5M. Thank you so much.
Brutal.
Slips out on a raid's grasp.
They might think though that that was the backstab and it's actually going to be a full B split.
Everything is good.
That's not the case. Sentinels are running a B fake.
Thank you so much for the 2000 boys. Thank you for the membership. T-bye. Thank you. Love you.
Going to be using his drone to re-clear
Love you,
through
buddy.
But because they heard so much noise towards B earlier on, he hasn't done it yet. Only just now does he drone.
Broken potentially only by Zekken, which could make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, he's not calling. Well, Jogamo starts rotating over, but they're not going to realize it now. They're not going to realize that this is a full A-pop.
Celsius wrapping around here. Critical with the kill, and Jonah P just decimates him. Ends him. Art control. Giving up Zekken. Looking to see if he can reclaim a bit of that territory. It's going to make all the difference to Sentinels here. Pistol round to get the plant down, and damage has been done prior, so easy cleanup, but I didn't expect this one. Wrapping around again, second go of things, Leaf. Salvos potentially to push them back at Zekken.
Come on,
handed,
Zekken.
potential chances, bang. Potentially stealing away, but Leaf has slipped it all the way through into Art.
John's the playmaker though. He's got
भाई
all the way behind.
इसका साल्वो भी आ रहा है, एक को मारना है.
He's missed it into the timing. Bang though might be able to deny at least with that damage done. Surely Valin
Need आ गया.
to defuse. Time has been missed. Salvo's lay it down. Valin hop feet. He's got a lot to ask now in this spot. Smoke propped up and bang. Takes him out.
Huh?
Through the smoke there, I think, towards the end.
John
And Bang rights the wrongs of so many of his teammates. Sen had 3 separate opportunities to catch one of the G2 players. First of all, Narrate coming through mid. I think should have been able to catch one and instead got clocked in the head.
One enemy
We saw
Aura
another
is coming
tussle
back.
towards
Bas
Heart
mara na
that didn't
Bang
go
ne.
their way. I think that was Zelsis. But Bang throughout it all, in A main, locking it down. A 4K.
W.
You did a really good job that round of shooting them. You should do that more.
That is incredible advice. That's why they have Zekken on the team.
That's why I'm hard stuck. Okay, Zekken, he's in. It's a fight to be taken here, but stunned up. Oh my, Jonah P's working with barely anything, just that free weaponry at hand. Slows down a bit of a stalemate called for.
But Sen deal with the chaos quite nicely. Yeah, they're taking a bunch of damage, and John QD and Narrate's health. It might come back to bite them later on. Especially because Leaf has that Marshall playing for flowers.
14th.
But they avoided getting overwhelmed by the eco at the start of the round here. It would be devastating for them to lose this.
And there's a lot of damage done to these Sentinels players. I still think they're not out of the woods just yet. Celsius, you have to claim this kill. He does eventually get onto it.
It's not the range that the Stinger wants to be played from.
Not at all. Gets the info though, and he's going to be pressured regardless. Picked up onto a different angle. It's a half clearance, but he does snap to it. Head's going to be found. Jorgamo does answer back.
In the meantime, Bang has taken all of this room towards B. He's realized there's nobody anchoring the site at all. Leaf has got to be playing on the opposite side of the map. Jorg might be able to find another timing.
Series of unknowns though. Bang has, as you already said, call for the rotations with that time, and already expecting that Jorgamo is going to be waiting, walking straight back in. Leaves it up to Leaf. Marshall in hand.
हॉस्टल में देख रहा हूँ स्ट्रीम तेरी चीक से टीममेट की फट के हाथ में आ गई.
Leave no room for mistakes. Bang is the most healthy player, holding it first most. Off onto the corner, to the angle, anticipates, okay. Does land it.
And Bang, back-to-back rounds where he's been massively important for Sentinels.
Yeah.
ठीक है कुछ बाय.
Recovering these rounds actually for them.
अच्छा एंट्रीज मार रहा है ना Zekken, लेकिन
get up to 2.
अच्छा घुस रहा है.
And Bang's done such a great job. He has a Cosmic Divide available already. And this is the map. Out of any in the pool where the Cosmic Divide feels the best, I think.
Bang 6-0.
You can definitely run some strategies.
Sean, once again, great job.
3-1-0, 1-2 by Sen.
But also a really good job of finding a timing through on B and finding an entire
एक्चुअल में मार
part of the
सकते हैं
map.
क्योंकि डबल मैप बैन मिला है ना ये लोग को.
Analysis is spot on. I don't know.
But still, Sentinels now should be set up for pretty decent bonus round. Jonah P. God. Bumbling into the walls a little bit there, but still gets away. Nice and healthy. Sen are not shy whatsoever here. Willing to try and step up. Zekken side steps. So Caesar's going to be dodged.
Oh, ये लोग अभी तीनों एक साथ लड़ने वाले हैं.
Make sure that they can remove this space. But a rifle in hand.
नहीं लड़ पाए लोग.
Bonus. Has a lot of danger towards it. Zelsis.
Yeah.
How the hell is this guy still breathing?
29 HP with the regen shields. This round was supposed to be going over towards B. You could see because of where John was taking the spike. And instead, the ART players find so much success. But with Narrate falling,
yeah, Zelsis caught here
again.
indeed. Yeah, again. Wrapped from the side. 3v1 now for Jorgamo.
Jorgamo अच्छे
In the
जगह
right
पे
place
तो
at the
है.
right time with the weapon at hand. There's a chance with Zelsis low enough as he is.
Spike planted.
To the post plant though, plenty of ults if Sen choose to expend. Angle watch 4. Finds a first. Zelsis
3-0 comeback लग रहा है chat.
And they win the bonus off the back of that. Huge round now. I wonder what Zekken's
Aura is back.
situation's going to be. Because again, Zelsis just kind of did a great job of shooting them.
We're about to find out, I think.
The reclear
4K,
call.
4K.
And Sen completely punishes it. I think that's a spot where G2, you know,
4K baby.
by taking the tempo,
By reverse
often are gonna be
actual में
favored,
possible
but
है.
Celsius hit some beauties, and he and Bang up at the top of the scoreboard with 6 apiece. And the possibility of a brawl here again. G2 doing the same kind of stuff on the eco round, looking to try to up the tempo in A main. A flash through the smoke with the horns.
Lay it down with the horns on top of it. This eco definitely has legs, but okay, it's navigated. Tumultuous at times, but
they are shooting back.
Spot where Sen hold on. Feels like G2 are constantly pushing, pressuring them, trying to force the fights on the defense. And Sen's job is just to stop them from accomplishing their goals.
Not to be faked out. Jonah P tucked to the side here. Chance and a weapon handed over, but already getting a bit of a move on.
That actually could be really important though, because when this Vice Wall gets triggered over towards B, there's going to be an opportunity to pick up some guns in A main. Now is Leaf going to go for that? Probably not, because he takes such a circuitous route. But he can be pretty deadly with the stinger. So once more, Sentinels just have to stabilize and shut down a threat.
And Leaf only has the stinger though. It's a long-range fight, tripled up by Sen. As you said, they only have to stabilize. Now, are they going to expect Jonah P right behind him? That's a question here. Move to the sides, spraying him down. Good. Salvage again. Zelsis fully on top of most of this round.
They're doing a great job.
Abhi hope no jinxing, please.
4-0 lead. And here's that flash haunt kind of play that didn't end up actually going much of the distance. John did a great job there of anticipating it, adapting under the chaos. And now they've built up so many ultimates that even if Jorgamo picks up an operator, even if Jorg goes for the op on the defense, they have Yoruel, Cosmic Divide, that would just ruin it. Instead, though, John is calling for maybe a bit of a control play over towards A.
Bring them down.
But you've got to imagine this is the round to use these ults for Sen, because you're going to break the economy of G2.
Oh, yeah. See this one splitting into over towards A. Cosmic Divide. As you already mentioned, Josh, now is the time to let those ults shine here for Sentinels. Full clearance though, G2. Giving up control, but backside is...
By Vice post-run ult marega.
Happy to play around this spot here. Needs a bit of an evacuation policy over the TP. And he
Vice
can pressure at the moment. It's even better. It's all being slowed down. Sentinels, full access. Still haven't been able to get the plant on. Okay, that might be a bit of a problem.
I mean, this might be a bit of a problem. Jorgamo coming from the flank. Yeah. The Vice Wall was put in place to stop a flank from mid.
Nightfall,
Stop Margay!
Can you run? Can you escape? Right into the maw. It's open access here with the rifles in hand and still deafened to nothing but Sen. Happy to just all the way stand up tall and proud here. Yeah. Jorgamo's flank, not a problem anymore.
And he's got to just save the operator. He didn't give away where he was coming from.
Bhai,
might have some kind of
kya
an idea, 'cause they haven't seen him the entire time. But what an ult that was from John QT. I thought somehow G2 were going to be able to avoid it and frag out. But Sen just had so much control there. The ultimates were everything. Yeah. And this is how you snowball.
बस मैं टोरंटो जा रहा हूँ देखने में हाँ crazy वे W कैसे लग रहा है वहाँ पे लैंड पे जा रहा है स्ट्रीम देखने मतलब मैचेस देखने मास्टर्स लेकिन 150 का मेंबरशिप ले लिया
and the crossfires on site were just too strong
and that's been missing from Sentinels I think
कैसे
the
लग
last
रहा
two maps. Just trying to think one level ahead for what G2 are planning, but that extra Armageddon, like you said.
Eba Harsh ko raid, love from Darshan, please. Now I'll sleep after that. Paid raid नहीं करता मेरी जान के टोटे. Darshan bye. Paid raid नहीं करता. इसके पहले बहुत लोग आए लेकिन मैं personally नहीं करता मेरी जान. अच्छा नहीं लगता है.
Now though, the ult bank is expended from
दूसरा चीज ये कि raid मारने से सब मिल जाते हैं, लेकिन वो लोग return आ जाते हैं.
But now that when we go into the next rifle round, in round 7,
100 के हो रहे, 150 के हो रहे, 200 के हो रहे, कुछ वो हो रहा है.
And the ults are going to flip in the other direction. Now G2 are the ones in a better position. But Sen at that point are likely to be 6-0 up.
I hope you understand मेरी जान के टोटे. हर कुछ achievement वाला है.
Kind of start
I'll definitely do.
If you want to pull off a reverse sweep and steal the trophy away.
मेरा चैट पढ़ ले वरना स्पैम कर दूंगा. ठीक है माइलस्टोन वाला या हर कोई माइलस्टोन वाला तो बताओ. I'll definitely
VCT America's history, Leviathan beating Cloud9 2023 LCQ, I mean, that's just chiseled into the ancient annals of time, almost, at this point, weirdly enough.
Yeah. And was it relevant? No, because of the crew.
लूने वाला चश्मा बना लो, आंखों पे कम स्ट्रेस होएगा. मेरे को नहीं होता
I mean,
स्ट्रेस.
Leviathan and Cloud9 at the time were the two favorites to win, I think. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But yeah,
ये बोल के लोगों को फंसा रहा है. Excuse me.
Difficult.
Very, very rare. Send with a good start though towards one. Jogam. Oh, okay. Done some damage and gets out. Barely alive though.
Jump करके उसने टिपी मारा.
Drop down
ऐसा नहीं normal टिपी मारे.
In terms of health here, but an opening pick might be exactly what G2 needed.
And G2 are so
वो
good.
मुझे जानता नहीं है बस मैंने अभी
when they played against Evil Geniuses, they were winning so many rounds like this.
नहीं वो बहुत बड़ा
weaponry on
प्यारा बंदा है. Creator भी बड़े आप
Stingers to work with, and three
उसको
players
मिला
here
भी
with just
बंदा भी प्यारा है. लेकिन ऐसा रेड से ना
The drone's not going to be dealt with there, so
तब इंक्रीज करते हैं फिर बाद में वाचिंग उतना रहता ना अच्छा भी नहीं लगता. मेरे साथ भी ये होती.
Conventional drift forwards, pinging out into the smoke. He's expecting a little bit of spam here, but there's some util as well to accompany it.
It's better to do during milestones.
Delaying it, being a possibility alongside that Armageddon. You're rolling out the red carpet at this point. It's up to Sentinels if they can hold this one down. They're calling a reaction. They want to clear these mid players out and away, but they missed the corner. Valin. It's only the one. Traded out by Bang.
30 seconds left.
To the corner again. He needs to try and find that
Bang,
If Bang dies, it's a nightmare.
It's not shy.
There.
Just missed the timing onto it. Sentinels are going to be aware of this.
Good help from Narrate. That's exactly what Bang
Love
did.
Darshan bhai, thank you for the 449 and the 449 मेरी जान के rotate, but I really hope you understand.
Barely there.
Love you.
More delay from G2, just not quite.
10 seconds left.
No, they've run out of artillery at this point. They did have salvos to try to work with, but I think Trent wants to save them.
Smoke propped. Haunt dealt with, broken here.
Plus मैंने उसको 3-5 भी हराया है.
Scurrying around towards the back of the site. Bang. A rifle player, bit of spam. What a flick.
भाई क्या flick
Jordan,
मारा ना?
Operator in hand. He's adding level of danger towards this one. Fake TP forwards. They want to know and spot where these players potentially could be. And he's seen when a raid is at least the C's. Up and over. Horn reveals all.
Lovely little combo. The C's first. Taking away all of the sound and then throw that haunt up there, making sure that it can't really be broken. And they take the op out of Jorg's hands. Because this op, it already did work on an eco.
No raid, only love to करा दो. Chat जितने लोग possible है, please.
Having said that though, Bang is having
जाके
such
love
a
from
game.
Darshan bhai
He's
लिख
one
दो.
away from
जो
Astro
लोग
ult again.
subscribed है.
So all of what I was talking about the ult situation now favoring G2, even though they're down 0-6.
Good whistling skills.
Please हर्ष भाई को भी प्यार दो.
Is he trying to trial to replace Kaplan?
क्या score चल रहा है?
He's trying to become the superstar player and the coach.
बुरा लगने वाला है. Reverse sweep.
He's going to be giving him back rubs and bananas next.
हाँ?
Guns in the hands of G2.
2-0 के बाद हारना ही दर्द है.
Smiley operator.
Fighting A main potentially here as well.
Yeah, really clashing. An attempt towards it though, but Jonah P is already cleaned up out towards Art
That's
still.
7-0, bro.
Fight to take. That is monstrous from Bang.
7-0, chat.
He's having a map here. He's controlled all of that aggression. They even got the pick over towards Art, and Sen looking like they're going to sail away with a 7.
मुझे भी प्यार देता है. Excuse me.
There's no stopping them at this point.
प्यार चाहिए तेरे को.
Wonderful beginning. Leaf though, Zels is off, but okay, Zekin's there, isn't he? Can't let that go unchecked. Valin, okay, it's nice with the angle. He was pushed up, so slightly, but in that 1v2, Bang! Again. Perfect with the timing and the shots as well. That fight into A main, we already mentioned it.
और भाई किधर है मेरे को G2 fans दिखते रहे chat में. तो क्या क्या?
This one's going to be for the history books if they pull off the reverse sweep with a 13-0 on Pearl. Yeah. I mean, at the moment, it looks incredible.
Thank you, Rohit bhai. Love you.
This should have been the round where the momentum starts to turn in the favor of G2. They got more ults.
I'm stunning on him. I'm like,
yeah, and he certainly was.
और आ रहा है, और आ रहा है, और आ रहा है.
He aims better. He's 12-4. Meanwhile, Zelsis was still getting some really big rounds.
एक दे दिया रो मत. Excuse me.
G2 fighting mid on the eco. Super
दे
classic
दिया
plan.
क्या? एक round जीतोगे तुम लोग आज के दिन.
Zelsis in the corner.
Still, and dealing with the rate off to the side. It's an aggro play by G2. On their own half by, potentially something to turn the tide of the way that this map has been going.
I would like to
might be stuck.
apologize.
Or he might find the timing on the timing here.
Balance right there behind. Thorns are detted. Supplementary. A bit more bits and pieces are led here. Balin. Oh my, it was a silent hop up, so he wasn't quite ready with a gun up, but eventually gets it. Now just John QT, 1v4. Trent, unfortunate with the timing there. He was watching that for the longest moment, but just turned his back towards it. John QT has got a lot more to do, though, in this spot. The spike has been definitely dropped and isolated, but so are these fights. John
1v2.
picking them apart here. 1v4.
He's actually still got drone to work with as well. It's tough to want to drone in any of these spots because you don't know that your back is even going to be safe. But if he gets a bit of info, if he spots a peek, and Valen keeps walking forwards here.
Yeah. Making sure that they double up here, but the timing is missed.
W,
Great exploration
W,
by Valen.
W.
John had chances for sure, but
Language
G2
goes.
play with a little bit
Galinai.
more discipline. They tighten up. They finally get a round on the board here for Pearl. It's a map that not just eluded them, it's been haunting them, I think, as well, throughout our entire history so far this year.
It's definitely the most dramatic map for G2, isn't it? You think about big moments for G2.
Yep.
In 2025, a lot of them have happened on Pro. But a lot of them have been close. Either heartbreak, crazy overtimes. Thinking about T1, thinking about 100 Thieves. This is just kind of them getting stomped. They've only won on that eco round just now.
G2 जीतेगा बंक्स में कद्दू.
through mid.
G2 जीतेगा. ये मैप तो डरने डस्टेड
Another
है.
scrap over towards A
A
main.
lot of bodies.
And Jorgamo getting posted with an operator. He didn't play with the
ये
op
को
on this
सीधा
side of the
ट्रॉफी
map
मिलेगा.
previously.
Excuse me.
G2 trying to reclaim some of that space. What a shot. Snaps it. Bullet to the chest.
तो
Zekin
इसलिए
is gone.
बहुत लीड है. बहुत लीड है आपके पास.
Scurrying now from Sentinels to try and reclaim some of that space, but already the call is made to try and refight towards Art, and Zelsis is the next one up on the chopping block. Double stars laid down. This one a bit more pace potentially injected or hoped to by Sen, but they're being slowed down by all that util.
Done and dusted.
Sees in through the back. It's avoided.
2 round पे बच रहे क्या तुम
He's
लोग?
going to be slowed down himself.
हाँ?
He had no smokes on cooldown, so he had to recall. That means Art is so open.
Instant. It's there. Jonah P with a trade. This time the discipline is
बेचारा
reigning
ऊपर देख
supreme
रहा
here
था.
from G2. They make sure to leave no gaps for Sentinels to play around.
And Jonah P, he's been punished a couple of
बेचारा
times trying to
ऊपर
defend
देख रहा
Art.
था
This time
भाई.
gets a lot of help and gets a 4K. Jorgamo's op-in has been really good today. It was a big turning point for them on Split as well. And despite his individually good opping performances, G2 have not really been able to string it into rounds.
बहुत अल्टी है ना अपने पास?
If they close out the rest of the rounds in this half, though, it's gonna
तीन
feel
अल्टी
like the damage
है.
of the 7-0 is almost
Zekin और लेगा, अल्ट मारेगा.
G2
And
getting
free
active
side.
once more. All the way through. Doesn't care about the team damage from their own salvos. The horn a little bit delayed in the making, but Jorg's here. Flown into the face. Will bang be baited. Not quite. He's white. Swinging! Oh my
तीसरा free का मिला.
That's
Yay!
collateral damage. Difference maker for it. Leaf now wants to try and get ahead of this timing, but this is all fake pressure. Just a clone that was laid down
हाँ
prior.
भाई.
These players at G2 are going to be trying to re-clear some of this space, but
It is a
gonna
Binks
get
में
that
और
answers
दो
a little
मैप के
bit
लिए
too
मैं
late. I
भी.
think Sentinels are already making their way over towards A.
money in the bank for G2, so it's worth still fighting. Even though they're in the 3v5, you're hoping just to force ultimates out, if you can. I mean, winning the round would be amazing, but at least make it dangerous, make it costly.
The ultimate util spells it all out here towards Leaf. Oh, the bullets!
बाप
He
रे, चलते
rattles them
चलते
into the
मारा
chest of Zekin and still he wins
Zekin
the fight.
That's such a good kill for Zekin to get.
Backside controls now theirs in a 2v5. Highly unlikely here for G2 still make a good go of things here, but there it is. Take the fight together. Sentinels up to 8.
ऐसा है क्या G2 के पास?
On split, it was Zekin that was holding down a ramp, and G2
इसमें
ran their heads
Zelsius
into it
अभी.
over and over. It feels like that same stubbornness here into bang over towards A main.
Wow.
It's clearly a big part of G2's strategy to try to push out A main and not just get Jorgamo posted.
मस्त
And not
खेल
just
रहे
have
बे.
Jorgamo.
See you and Zach in front of me, man. I feel young again. You know what I mean?
But they're trying to really push through and apply a lot of pressure onto the player that's holding that extremity. But Bang is just, he's got their number.
He can't be denied. He's rooted to the spot and still winning these fights.
Last round, ये round आ रहा तो पैसे
Rounds,
खत्म.
and G2 fight mid again.
10-2 हो
It
जाएगा.
worked for them last time, but they got to try and make another go of it. This time, though, bit of trouble because Zekin, dimensional drift forward, spotted out the players. Gives his team the information to work with.
You are divided.
Even clear out most of the way.
Really good ult combo again. The Yoru ult into the Astra ult, and you just get the whole side for free. Zelsys still has his to work with if things get
इसने क्या
difficult.
मारा mid में?
Bang fell.
Yeah, finally, yep. Top section of mid here. Jorgamo with his own ult as well. He's trying to flip this one all the way around. Zelsys is isolated in towards the back, and Jorgamo has cleaned him up, but the Steel Garden will still lay it down.
Zelsys का ulti round निकाल लिया.
Get away here from Sen, but finally fading, returning to their senses, and Narrate go on walkabouts.
Zelsys का ulti round निकाल दिया chat.
Up and over towards the top. Difficulties now for G2. They still want to try and make a go of this one, but the reveal is big. Trend! Snapped to the side, a quick 180, dodging, juking, Armageddon though. Lays it down by some time, sidestepped, he's low enough himself. Salvos, Jonah B! He's denied for it, but he's earned himself at least half his team for it. Potentially a chance for Trent. Time of the essence ticking down!
W baby!
Straight to his grave most likely at the end.
अब खेल रहा है ना Sen जैसा.
And 9-2 now
अब
for
खेल रहा है
Sen.
ना.
One more round left in this half.
It's so difficult to beat Trent in these clutch situations, but John does it. Tucks into the corner, masterfully plays with the sightlines to bait Trent off the defuse multiple times. Look at him jiggling, only unveiling a shoulder.
I put my body on the line to kill that guy, just want you to know.
We're gonna play too hard.
They're feeling good out there, though. All
All
of the stress and the pressure of being down 0-2 in this series seems to have evaporated off their shoulders. They're playing loose. And they're doing a good job of controlling G2, who are once again trying to force the fight.
Yeah, forwards up here, trying to take this one with the bodies, and they do have the guns at hand here, obtaining a couple of upgrades, but that's a big presence to showcase. No fast reaction from Sentinels.
भाई कर्स में तो मैं believe नहीं करता हूँ, समझ रहा है?
Who manages to get himself all the way
That's
deep.
Zelsys
He's
form
past this
में.
drone
Zelsys form
reclear.
में Zekken तो मार ही रहा है पूरा दिन. Bang भी turn on हो
An
चुका है.
awareness here from G2 that they have lost control of this one. You can see it in the way that
भाई
Jordan is
मजा आएगा
holding
reverse
towards
flip हुआ तो.
But the
Last
second
map
players are
लेकिन
super
double triple OT
confident.
चाहिए.
You know, Zelsys is walking
क्या
all
बोलते
the
हो?
way up, triggering the wall, not worried
Absolute
about being
cinema
punished.
stuff.
It feels like Sen have the liberty to walk around and take individual fights because they've been winning so many of them. The ults, though, are in G2's favor. The players as well, the numbers.
जल्दी से होगा तो चिंता मत कर. 5 मैप
For some
मतलब वैसे
reason,
भी
I
जल्दी
feel
से
like this is
होगा.
going to be a 10-2 half.
वरना usually 6 मैप होता है.
So many of them, and it keeps rolling.
It's just moments like that. Leaf should have had him dead to rights.
There's no stopping them. Plants down. 2 big ults to use if you are G2, but Valen has been damaged in the process towards this round. Still alive, though, for now. Sentinels are forced to play deep tucked onto the site because of that Cosmic Divide. It's just been laid down now, but Trent does have the right tool for the job again. Pushing forwards, out into the open. Salvo spraying and praying. Zelsys has gone away with murder.
क्या स्कोर है इसका?
He did it earlier in the half as well. And he's rocketed up to the top of the scoreboard to join Bang. The two of them have been untouchable here on Pearl. You might have thought earlier today that it was going to be the second show. And it was on the maps that they ended up losing, weirdly enough. Here, a 10-2 half powered by Zelsys and Bang, shutting down aggression from G2. Sen right now look like the kings of Pearl.
भाई बस next
G2
map
are
जीत
mere
जाए
copy.
भाई. Next map बहुत crucial है. Next map जीत जाए. ये next map G2 का map pick है.
From Sentinels, they've earned themselves 10-2
Next map
here.
अगर जीत गया ना,
Reverse
फिर
sweep has gotta
tension
start
free है.
somewhere. What a great way to begin.
क्या दिखता है भाई?
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
कैसे चल रहा?
Can you hear me now?
नेक्स्ट तो वैसे भी जीतना है. हाँ मतलब हाँ वो बात है, बट ऐसे जीतना पड़ेगा लोग को. दिस इज लेस देन आइडियल करके लिखा है. G2 वाला का ट्वीट देखो भाई. वो लोग को भी पता है सेन रिवर्स मार सकता है करके. हाँ ऐसे दोनों मैप सेन ने G2 को हारा है, लेकिन फाइनल्स है ना रे. कुछ काउंटर प्लान भी किया रहेगा. I enjoyed NA most than Pacific. हाँ NA NA is actually fun to watch. ये NA में बहुत strong teams है, बहुत strong teams.
Well, now both of these teams have already secured their tickets to Toronto, but you can too as well. And tickets are on sale. Make sure you scan that QR code that's on your screen to secure your spot at the second biggest global event of the year. Making sure that we're buffering out the playing ground ever so slightly. No bumps. Making sure it's all nice and even.
Yeah, Dan the Penguin doing his job with the Zamboni.
Great job.
Dude, that Penguin, he just loves the attention.
तो गेम प्लान इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं और इजी राउंड्स एंड ऑल इज बेटर टीम.
It's moments of other players, Dan, get off the stage. Yeah, it's going to be a joy to watch these teams.
भाई क्या शाइन मार रहा है ना वो.
And this is another opportunity for them to
entertain and
grab a trophy before they get there. But also, in context of that tournament at Masters Toronto, whoever wins this gets to skip the Swiss stage. And you were mentioning earlier, Brent, we're expecting a pretty big meta shift heading into Masters Toronto. Whoever skips the Swiss stage gets to watch what all the other teams come up with and adjust without having the pressure of maybe being eliminated from the tournament early.
And that's that extra element.
Lilia 20 June का W.
Love to have it, especially a team like G2, heavily reliant on the Tejo plays. We know he's going to be nerfed. Meta will be shifting drastically heading into that event.
G2 का Ron भाई.
And I'm sure it's going to affect all the
Comeback
teams.
होगा G2 का.
But here and
समझा
now,
मेरे को G2 क्यों है करके.
this is the composition that teams have settled on for Pearl. And Sen, they are
Go
the
round
masters of
जीते,
it.
comeback होगा.
A 10-2 dismantling in the first half. And G2 playing a very
पहला
slow
दो मैच
beginning
अच्छा
here.
खेले तुम लोग.
Looking to see where Sentinels
उसके
are
लिए
playing.
इज्जत, लेकिन अब नहीं.
Zekin set up to try to punish
हमारे नाक
any
के
kind
ऊपर
of
आ
bait
चुका है
play on
बात.
the vice wall in B-Link.
Yep.
Now, just judging by Jorgamo's positioning, I'd imagine that G2 are heading in his direction.
G2 round भी दो ही जीते हैं.
But Sen
उसको
go for
अभी
a
समझा
reclear,
दो.
looking to try and grab some information and just miss it.
Salvo's onto the corner. Trying to punish potentially with it, but yeah, walls up and over. Again, you can navigate it. It's going to slow you down just a tad here.
A flash for Zekin. Could go crazy.
Refighting right into the Salvo stove. There is all sorts going on here.
मार
Some
के
of the heat there
निकल भी
towards
गया.
outside lane. Spike's going to be dropped down but recovered. 25 seconds left. Your options to pivot are limited if you are G2.
But there's nobody actually defending A.
Or full evacuation, isn't it? Sentinels have just been reinforcing, but now they're going to
Oh,
hear it.
plant
And
मिल गया.
okay, noise is being made.
But they're going to be late to it. This plant is going to go down without a hitch. G2 with an opportunity of winning a 4v5 post plant.
Like a heist before our eyes, to be honest.
ये crossfire में
How
BT
they
हो
got away with
सकता है.
that? Valen, he's looking to try to make the play. And John thinking about it, watching for it. The two IGLs trying to find the timing.
It's all about the mind games here, and what a flash as well. Leap forwards with the fight. Crossfire setup's going to be set up with him and Trent as well. Just a slight peek, backing away. Trying to hope that these players open themselves up into the more, into the classics in hand. Reloads but saved. Trent off to the side, and Leaf has not been denied. Nothing can take this guy down now. 1v2, John. 3 bullets left to do it all. Raps his way. How the hell does that happen? Leaf! It's ridiculous!
He's gotten away with murder in
बहुत
that pistol
rounds है.
round.
Alt आएगा, off आएगा.
25 seconds to pivot all the way from B to
रुको.
A. Sen just didn't think they would go
अच्छा
for
खेला
it.
G2 ये round लेकिन ना.
Instead,
बस
4v5 to
pivot
get the
किया.
plant down, and Leaf picks up 4 kills.
एक बंदा रहता उधर एक.
Valen even finding that timing through water. So, okay, G2 with a pistol. But they're going to need so much more to make this any level of a contest on Pearl. The gap is still 7 rounds with Sen in the lead.
Good morning, Binks. Good
First step in,
morning.
Potentially hundreds that need to be taken for G2 to have a chance here.
And we've seen big individual moments from the Sen players.
By full stack है, full
It
stack
only
है.
takes a couple.
They're stacked up. Doesn't matter that they're on an eco here. They can do some real damage, especially with that util. Sentinels filled up the feed in their name.
अब G2 को feel होता रहेगा ना
their back.
कि वो लोग क्या करते हैं दूसरी
Leaf
टीम
with
के
only a
साथ.
ghost to work with and a drone in his face.
Spotted out, overwhelmed, swarmed into the spot, and this is it. G2 just really rushing into things there, not navigating
G2
the
को
spot
force
that they were
करने
in.
पड़ेगा,
Sentinels
option
gonna be
भी नहीं
calling
है.
for this, and it's going to be a 3-2-1 swing together.
13-3 बोलते.
Well, if there was any hope of a G2 comeback from a 10-2 half, I think that should have put the knife in the back. Sen with a great anticipation of where this one was ending.
Huh?
They just all swing out together.
Almost a grade there.
Yeah, G2 super stuck inside of them, right? They couldn't find a safe area to stand.
डर का माहौल, डर का माहौल, डर का माहौल.
He was talking to us in the coach interview about
मस्त
the
है
fact
ना?
that G2 need to close things as early as possible.
Red blind
you have
or
to
fight?
think about it as a BO1 because it is possible for Sen to come back in this series.
Yeah.
They're going into really good maps for them. Pearl, excellent.
Yep.
Ascent, that's the next map. And that's where they crushed the Waylay coming out from G2.
Yep.
So it's entirely possible that
Yep.
Sentinels, when you look at the map pool, could pull off a comeback. Josh is going to be talking to them here about how they can pick themselves up and maybe try to make something happen on Pearl.
10 पे स्टॉक को 11 पे स्टॉक को गिसेल.
But it looks a far cry away from being a reality.
Miles away. Of course, Josh is going to be telling them one round at a time is all it takes, but for Sentinels, it's exactly what they needed. Weirdly enough as well, with a way that the map veto landed and laid out, you end up with the two maps the Sentinels won against G2 near the tail end. Ascent and Icebox.
इधर क्या सीन चल रहा है? आपकी टीम है कि नहीं जिंदा?
And of course, sometimes you learn more by being the loser in those situations.
Fourth map,
so it's entirely possible that G2 will have tweaked some of the Waylay stuff on Ascent and have different ideas for their
नाक
Icebox.
पे बात
But
थी
I
ना
think
बंग्स में नाक पे था.
With Sen dominating on this map, we're set up still for an extremely competitive series for this trophy.
कोई इतना डिल्यूजिट के साथ
Force up here from
G2 fans
G2 really
अभी
no
मत
other
बोलो
options.
कुछ. G2
Sentinels
fans को
dropping
2-0
up
up पे
in
बोलो.
through a main drone
समझ
as
रहे?
well.
बचने का लेकिन थोड़ा आराम से लिमिट से.
Using our control
वो
in the
लोग थोड़ा
process,
2-0
but
up
spam.
पे.
Time to jump.
A lot of presence here from G2. They're making it known. Not shy, are they? Knocking straight at the door, to be honest.
They're trying to catch a player that might be playing over towards mid. You know, somebody that's
Total
playing
बोल
in
रहे
that
हैं अभी
connector.
ये map
But
पे.
instead, it's a vice wall here. And they've managed to find the other side of it. So full mid control for G2. A little bit strange as well that when Sentinels took A main, they didn't feed the orb to John QT. Because he would have had the tail ult online.
But they got straight past his timing. I don't know if Zelsis is going to expect this one. Might be fast, but okay, here's the footsteps. Valin!
Valin's stinger is gross.
Pure disrespect. Gun pick back up here.
Why,
Ferried
kya
back. They can't let that one get into
dard hai
enemies'
bhai.
hands, but G2 onto the side
यार
heel.
कितना irritating है भाई G2
Let's go
भाई.
down, straight bullets, slowing down Valin, but he's still alive. And now post-plant begins once again, and we're going to see it. Salvo's up in 15.
सारे सिंगर
Yeah,
राउंड
you have
जीत
Paul,
जाते
you
हैं
have
पता नहीं
salvos, you have
कैसे.
people at close range with stingers. It's a hard retake for Sen to win.
George's going to be that thorn in their side as well. What is that?
John didn't even get a look in.
Cutting through. Big teleport.
Full
Just
buy
shuts
था.
the door in the face of Sentinels. No chance for them to even get going.
Well, at least he got his Tail ult online. Silver linings. But G2, if you give them a sight, their post-plant play is almost
कल
impossible.
की तरह 3-1 हो गया. Sen का एक मैप. हाँ चल रहे.
Because Sen,
उधर alliance तोड़ रही है
historically,
hashtag 40.
become excellent at the beginning of 2024, it's been about that kind of retake prowess. And this is the post-plant meta. Pulls, salvos, stingers inside smoke.
अरे आउट
But Sen
स्नैप क्यों
still
आता है
has
बे?
a 7-round lead. And a 7-round lead is going to be really, really difficult to fight against.
Just 2 rounds, all Sentinels need. It can happen anywhere. G2 are well aware of that, with the amount of Thrifties have been winning on Pearl recently.
यूज करो सेन को ट्रॉफी दिलाओ.
Jorgamo full
नहीं नहीं
sprints
रिवर्स
forwards, trying to catch a
अच्छा
time
मैं
and
कर
pass the
सकता.
salvos.
सबको पता है कि रिवर्स कर सकता है. नेक्स्ट दोनों मैप सेन के अच्छे.
Grab that A main control.
Good early kill onto the drone as well, so he's not worried about being suppressed. He still has a gate crash to be able to get out. But he's taken 100 damage. He's down to only 50.
Yeah.
Both Yorus just kind of staring
There.
off at each other. A wall in the way.
Have they tracked the money well enough to know that Zekken
अगर ये राउंड जीत गया तो थोड़ा
potentially
0.1% वरी में हो
could
सकता
be
है.
missed here. Don't think Zekken's revealed his hand. He's kind of trying to get posted up onto the A line. A lot of util expended. TP back. Joel gives up the space.
And because that gate crash was so close, Zekken now feels pretty confident just walking all the way up. He heard the audio cue.
ADS timing. Oh, it's missed on both ends here. But there's 2 players putting the pressure now. Applying it onto Zekken. Can he deliver? Shots missed!
बच गया.
Logo, oh, right. Evacuation there with a gate crash again, but it's watch 4 as well. These lurks. Realization by Sentinels that they have lost that mid control.
A little bit timid there from Chong QT. Might have been able to catch a kill.
Quick tap. Looking to try and force some of this util and buy a bit of time and space for the rest of the team forwards. Somehow Leaf gets that one. Second. Can be dropped here. Plant now down. Into the post plan we go. John was not baited into the using this ult. Means they can use it now for the retake. Jorgamo forced to step forwards and he's only on single digits almost of HP. Trent with that fire over the shoulder. Just takes out Bang and he's caught a timing of his own. Wrapping all the way around. This is going to be so unexpected for these Sentinels players.
And you've still got
learn 5.
I say it's going to be unexpected. John was aware of the fact. Zelsis forwards, he's going to be done. But here's those salvos, like you were saying. Delay, the stall. Dragging this one into the bitter end. Okay, Jonah P. Finds it, time ticking though. So is the spike. Chances nigh impossible. That's the trouble, we were talking about it. You let G2 get into these first round spots.
0.1, 0.2.
And it's so difficult. Because you have to push incredibly deep to find out where Trent and Valen are playing. They fall back into really safe positions, and they double up with people like Jonah P, for example, who can take contact against them. Like Jonah's job here is just to defend Trent, essentially. He's got his own private bodyguard. And then you've got Jorg in front, trying to find time.
Finals है क्या ये? Finals है. Upper bracket. जो जीता वो trophy जीतेगा.
They get dropped down onto a low eco. They lose all of their rifles, including.
अरे भाई, thank you for the membership मेरी जान के टोटे.
Take a bit of a strategic shift.
भाई बहुत गर्मी है यार.
To say they're massively in the lead, it's absolutely true. They had a phenomenal first half. But you still need to be fighting people as they enter the choke points, as they enter the sites. I think it's pretty similar analysis to what we were talking about on Split. You can't just play it off. You can't allow yourself to be pushed away too much because the G2 post plants are so good.
Kaplan feeling the need to take the time out here because again, the advice that's
next map देखेंगे.
before they got
ये
into
map send.
Can't let your foot off the gas. Same can be said here for Sentinels. Doesn't matter how close you are to that finish line, to closing out Pearl, getting it into the next map, which is Ascent. G2 are also aware they can run it back one round at a time. That's all it takes. Cannot give these teams ins. They're too good for that.
ये कौन सा गाना है? Super easy.
Sen, along with a strategic adjustment, might just be thinking, let's build up the ult. Let's just try to get to that point on a massive ult round. The problem being there that John just used his Teho ult, and the others, they're a little way off. But the more kills they can get, the more ult ults they can farm, the better they'll be. And it did look like John was maybe making a little play for it there. Got pushed back.
Util by both teams. Back to the beginning really of the round, aren't we? Where the barriers started for both of them, no space given up on either side. All through mid. This is Sen, they're troubled up looking, hoping that somebody will walk into them through mid, but G2 are going in a different spot.
Clean side.
It's a really common eco play to try to take the fight at barrier drop through mid. So I think Sen are just doing a variation where it's a lot slower and kind of hoping that G2 are going to wander into them, as you said. But that Vice Flash in the mid round gives Leaf a lot of information that nobody's pushed up.
भी पे जाएंगे, कुछ भी pressure देना, एक गोली का
sound. Now, after the Vice Flash, this is where John calls
कोई बंदा peek भी नहीं ले रहा है.
Move forwards.
Util's going to be seen at this point here, so they're aware G2 making moves over towards the B site. Players are a while away. Nothing used by Sen either to push this one back, and Bang was hoping that there was a potential opportunity there. Window where nobody was going to be watching for him, but he's swiftly dismissed.
Sentinels are hoping for kills so that we can get closer to ults, so that they can force them out of G2.
11-8 तक की possible है
G2 just looking really solid.
Max
on every single.
Max scoreline is 11-8. Mods link though for membership for Lips. Lips क्या?
Gonna have it in his mind. He doesn't really want to go down.
iOS अच्छा iOS IPS नहीं रहे iOS. बोरा नहीं. That what में दिया.
The corner. Trent even gets it. G2 in spots like this, doesn't matter that they're down rounds. They're still thinking about.
G2 postman अच्छा
That's one of the worries. It's all well and good to say, well, Sentinels at some point will just get up to a huge amount of ultimates and they'll win a round. But if you're never forcing them out of G2, that round's actually going to be dead even. It's just going to be chaos. Ults on either side.
Feno! I love it.
Is this round 18 the spot where Sen tried to invest Euro ult? Or do they want to save it?
I think save for paid ult.
These are the difficult spots.
Fade ult into Euro ult is equal to boom bomb.
Because G2, they have everything to win this round. I mean, Jorg can crack open a site for them, and they've got good ults for post-plant or to stop retakes from coming through.
ये Fnatic Rangers में NA में
Second, two players who've been opted into the outlaw the most when they're tracking the money.
Yeah, there's
four
four players.
Are Sentinels on half armor, so could do some damage with that one on top of it here. Spots out 3. Call it cancelled. Do you want to hard commit into this? He's not shy, he's not scared, but now we'll have to back away here. But there's a Thorns by his side, stand up, spam into the corner. There's no real chance for him there. Too much util. Kitchen sink being thrown at him in the process. Jorgamo's earned his team a bit of a foothold as well. Calling for the pause as well and causing a reclearance called for here by Sen. Wide face, John. Just step up to it. Armageddon out, laid into the back along with the pull. No player's going to be falling prey to this one. It's up to John to stand down against most of this team. G2 starting to get their footing again to this side. Slowly but surely, the discipline is there. Making sure that they can, and an unfortunate 140, but flips it back around. Zelsis doesn't expect that. G2, they are clawing this one back. Their start, at least there has to be a bit of a worry, I think, at the back of Sentinels' minds.
Absolutely, there's going to be a worry.
Real reply motivation कहाँ से
so many
आती
ults
है?
out here. And John realized when back went down, okay, we are not playing for retake at this point. There's no smokes,
लोग
so
इतना
he
देखते हैं
swings
एंजॉय
out,
करते
tries to take the fights at
हैं
all.
टॉप टियर लॉबीज मेरे को
But
भी
they
देख
forced
के
out
अच्छा
3
लगता है
ultimates for G2. They made it costly.
Players
They're going to
को
decide
इतना साल से हम
themselves
लोग
to
देख रहे
force
हैं
up with a Guardian, with a
बनते
Bulldog,
हैं
with light armors on every player. And they're going to try to win this round. This has got to be where they stop the G2 comeback.
प्लस जब तीन डिवीजन का वॉच पार्टी रहता है तो पिंकी लात मार के जगाती है.
Lose this,
That
your
is
money's
also
going to
some
be
motivation
butchered
right
here.
there.
And even though it is only 2 rounds,
कुछ मामला है
G2 one
ये
step closer to
दो
equalizing.
मेरे को समझा मेरे को स्क्रिप्ट
There
समझा
are no more second
मेरे को
chances.
स्क्रिप्ट
Sentinels
समझा
end up losing this map.
दो
It goes out of their
9-13
grip.
जीता है G2 बराबर.
G2
तो
all
अभी
the way
सेन
forwards
क्या
here.
स्कोर से जीतेगा?
Quick approach in through connector.
9-13 या
They have a lot
मेरे को
of
स्क्रिप्ट
space.
समझा. समझ रहे हो?
It's a deeper wall though being placed by Zelsis. It's not going to make the same mistake as last time where they took the timing past it.
बहुत बेटे हो जाएगा
Putting a
सेनारा.
premium on
ये
trying to
मैप
hold
नहीं
on
आ
to that
रही.
B long control. Zekken at the forefront of it. Drone gets broken. Very much far forward here with a Seal Guard and Zelsis. Getting a bit of a move on. He's still going to be caught though, so he's not going to have a gun to try and help Zekken out into this spot. Zekken very much alone. Util used, ult forced out of him just to try and get the hell out of there. Spots the 2 players making a bit of a wrap around and a move around. Sentinels haven't given up a lot of map control though. The pivot is called for. G2 might find themselves in a bit of a trap.
30 seconds
Wall chords, it's fakes on fakes,
भाई वो
obfuscating
लोग
where the
double
intention
fake
is.
करके
G2
भी जा रहे हैं.
on their way back. Second though, spots it out. Space is still being held down, and he could be that difference maker. TP in, and it's not expected. What a play! That's so sick. Past the cosmic divide.
पीछे इतना
Completely hides the intent. Jorgamo, he wants a little bit more.
They might have just delivered.
थोड़ा भी सुनाई नहीं देता क्या? वो हिला भी नहीं है बे.
And they need to win this one. It has to be the full investment. And what's the case with the economy? Nightfall up and over. A lot of Qs cut away, but the util's going to be broken down anyway. Up through the top, Sentinels are going to be doubled up. Valen can't hear a thing. You have to rely on it. Raw reaction times. And a crossfire setup is there. G2. They let nothing slip. They hear it scurrying away. The rifles to remain. At this point, it's becoming a reality. G2, they're feeling empowered.
That was such a nice play out of the strat book from G2. The Astra ult disguising all of the audio cues so that Jorgamo can teleport into the tiniest little
Good morning Binks bye. आज इस hater का birthday है. Wish you the Piyush bye. Many happy returns of the day मेरी जान की टोटे.
Yeah.
हाँ ना?
Not even from the strat book.
Improvised.
भाई बाप था
Josh is writing that one down. We've got to run that one again.
So wait a minute. Yeah, okay, they think it's it's a fake, and Joel gets in.
That was nasty good. I mean, yeah.
अपन तो बांडी गल हो गया. टेंशन का माहौल है. जीत जाएंगे.
If we get a chance to
अभी अल्टी से आएगा ना. अभी जेल्सिस के पास अल्ट है. तो एक साइड पे रीटेक इजी हो सकता है. फिर एस्ट्रा और तेओ अल्ट आएगा तो एक और राउंड. 2 ही राउंड चाहिए. हो गया 2 राउंड. समझ रहे हो?
Now they called to go
मारने
for
की
the
जरूरत नहीं, सिर्फ alt
And you said it was very risky in the previous round, right? They bought up, they had a Bulldog, a Guardian, light armors on everybody, and they chose to invest 2 big ultimates. They used the Euro ult and the Fade ult to try to retake. But they're still going to get up to about 3 in this round. They still have Steel Garden to work with, Bang can ult in order to help them retake, and that's really difficult for G2 to deal with. There's a Tejo ultimate online here as well, potentially for Jump QT. Now, I'm not saying that they should use them right here, because the money is so bad. But for the next round, eventually, finally, Sentinels will have some level of an ult advantage and equal rifles.
They just need that tipping point.
All they need is one. Surely at some point, Sen will be able to get it. But thus far, in this half, they've been able to get the 1 round, and G2 have had 6.
Jonah P, risky here. You're up against the weaker buy. He is so far forwards, but immediately backing away. Could have been dangerous if Sen were ready to really jump on the opportunity, but seeing it salvos into the back is a fast play. All in. TP back, salvos. For the team damage, Jorgmo sets the clone forwards first. That's a stinger in your face, and the team does help out. Straight from the side, tucked up onto the corner. Those Eltas eventually cleaned up there with a trade.
One enemy remaining.
And it's all watched for.
भाई कितना clean
Plan,
घुसते
an
हैं
attempt to disrupt by Narrate.
Planted.
But this was their half by round. G2 though will be up to 9 as a result of it.
चलो GG अभी.
And I said previously, round 19 had to be
मेरा
where
prediction.
Sentinels
छाते
stop
पे
the
लिखो.
G2 comeback. But this next one, with 3 ults for Sentinels, assuming that John doesn't just die to Spike here. Okay, with 3 ults
भाई वो लोग
available
बस
for
ults
Sen,
आएगा ही नहीं
rifles
next 2
online,
round में,
and
समझ
G2
रहे हो?
have no ults at
आएगा
all.
ही नहीं.
If Sen don't win this,
Yep.
I don't see how they're winning the map, because this has got to be the most advantaged they've been in the entire half.
Yep.
They have almost everything.
देखो casters ने भी
The problem
same
is
बोला,
G2 have
same.
been working them so well.
Yeah.
I mean, here, Jonah P pulling a couple of people off B. They get that free teleport into the back of halls.
Tempo increase.
And Narrate, he's not as emotionally stressed as we saw him
गलत
earlier on in the
prediction है
year.
39 है.
He wears his heart on his sleeve, but you can tell that the pressure's getting to him a bit. They're down 0-2 in the series, and G2 are pulling off a monster comeback.
All smiles earlier for Sentinels for good reasons, but as you said, it's starting to crack. G2, very real runner things here with the amount of rounds they've been able to pull together. A main control maintained for now by Zekin. G2 showing presence. Decoy forwards in the hope that there is a wall here.
Now, Bang's position I quite like, because Jorgamo's been going for halls teleports, which means that the rest of the team isn't really going to have that Yoru flash to go through the smoke. Do they mix things up? Bang takes the timing inside.
All grouped up, Bang. You've been a playmaker, and you are once more! 2!
Bang bolte!
Away. Dodging and weaving as bullets whistling past. He's grazed. Limping out of the fight for now. But he's bought time and a lifeline for Sentinels themselves. It's what they needed.
They so desperately needed Bang to be a hero.
30 seconds left.
Stray spam again. Any player at G2 could fall at a moment's notice, but now here it is. Second wave of the Utah once more off to the corner. That's a stun! Bang! Still, where's the response? Still Garden's there. No weapons at all. Nothing to work with. Shorty in hand. Trent does the best that he possibly can.
9-13, 9-13, 9-13.
And it wasn't the ults that made the difference in the end. Celsius throws his in, but it's all back.
Albert Bunks Einstein, yep.
Finally, after 6 rounds in a row from G2, Bang figures out a little gap.
अब ये लोग के पास जोगमो का अल्ट है.
Opportunity.
जोगमो के अल्ट में ये लोग को फ्री सेट मिलेगा, लेकिन सबसे easiest retake of Sen's life देखने को मिलेगा.
Nice boys, let's go.
That's a scream of relief. That's a release of tension that has been building for Sentinels.
Thank you for the 40 barbad.
Straight into it, man. Yeah, these are players, these are bodies that are going to be facing up here. Sentinels! It's almost everything thrown at them. On either side here for G2. They get the advantage now. Dimensional drift. Can set the pace a bit differently here. You could speed up on the backside of it here, especially with Jorgamo spotting out 2 of the players. Thorns drop down. Dimensional drift is going to be faving. And now that Armageddon paves the way potentially to success for them. Jorgamo, you got to try and get the hell out of there. The clone's going to be eating the bullet for it. And the call is made to try and fight forward. Sentinels, it's about how they absorb this now. It's a gambit to be played, but around swings on
अरे
its head.
जोगमो भाई.
Jorgamo rips away 2 lives. Sentinels have got to get it done now with just Celsius and Bang. Spam into the corner. Spot an over and over. Bang. Still trying to spam them down. Leaves it just down to Celsius. It's too much to overcome. G2 not done yet.
Deciding to turn up the tempo massively there, putting crazy early round pressure on with the Tejo ultimate. Sentinels tried to throw the kitchen sink at G2. Here's those 2 kills though. I really like what they're going for. A prowler so that you draw all of the eyes forward.
Blind में 2 मारे भाई उसने.
The combo is good, but Jorgamo spams 2 of the Sentinel players down as they're trying to retake
अगर
Secret.
जीता तो तुम लोग बोलोगे
The
नहीं
economy is
scripted है
crushed.
करके.
And this is all going to come down to the final
इसलिए
round, Brent, as to
13-10.
whether or not
समझ
we
रहे?
go to OT.
Unless Sen can pull out some sort of miracle, we've seen it before. Extra information, narrate. It's a bait and switch. Hoping that they wouldn't expect him to just be creeping up there, but no damage. No kill, I should say. Damage definitely done to Leaf.
Sen so fast to try to respond to this, thinking that it was going to be one of the B execs that G2 have been running. A re-clear too. They have too many bodies on this side of the map. They needed the info. They need to spread the defense out again.
Jorgamo's causing all sorts of mayhem. Making all sorts of noise as well. He's pulling bodies straight back. Sen were happy to fast rotate to try and follow where the action could go.
And they think the action is still coming B.
हिल
The
लिया
spike
बे
is still
जोगमो
over
के
in
साथ.
that direction. But
एक बंदे
G2
के वजह से 4 बंदे को बी पे रखा है.
look like they've got the read from Leaf. They should be heading away from Jorgamo. Jorgamo fires a couple of extra shots, just trying to keep bodies secure on the B site. And he's kept them there. 4 players for Sen, none of them budging an inch.
From QT Dodo, does have the salvos. When he sees this one coming, he's going to be able to at least respond to delay this
I
plan
start
from going
market
down.
retake try करेंगे.
Chooses to use
Thorns
them
as
early.
well.
Yeah, Thorns. This slowed, time bought.
But this is going to be a plant. This is going to be post-plant setups.
Into the side!
हो गया
This could be
रीटे.
it. Talk about a turning point.
पता
All it
नहीं
takes is
कैसे
one
उसने 2
more round and
मारे.
Junkie T delivered them a worldie of a round so far. Enough to potentially take them to the finish line. Oh, it's expended at this point. Jonah rips away 2. But he needs more where that came from. Off to the side of Jar with a movement. Weaving in and out.
W baby बच गया भाई.
Still alive. And Pearl is there to
क्या
claim.
भाई.
At the 11th hour, 2 heroes stepped up for Sentinels. Bang on a rifle round, and John Cutie with a 2K spray down with a stinger in secret.
Yeah.
Kind of player I don't think I've seen to win 13-10. But that was a 10-2 half.
Almost
G2
comeback,
almost
huh?
pulled off a comeback.
And the heart's going to be pumping, man.
Pretty reminiscent, actually, of the last time we saw these 2
Almost
teams
comeback.
play on Ascent, where a ridiculous first half
रिवर्स
from
स्वीप
Sen
आ रहा है.
almost
भाई दोनों
comeback
मैप
for
अभी
G2.
सेन का स्ट्रांग है.
That's the map we're heading into next.
गुजरात थैंक यू फॉर द
Got the
29
better of
मेरी जान
G2
के
on those
टोटे.
next 2 maps coming up, of course. Ascent, you've already teed it up. That doesn't mean they can really do it a second time in a row, as we've already been mentioning. Often the team that loses is going to be putting the time in.
Cannot get
to make sure
easy
shore
win
up
with
the map.
G2 नहीं.
Fix up the
रुक जाओ, यही
weaknesses
try गरम
still
करके
to
आया.
best of 5. Tenacious.
Let me
Both of
hot
these
this
teams
thing.
are
यही
not
है
willing
ठीक है
to give up
दूसरा कप ही है अभी बोल रहा हूँ दूसरा
whatsoever.
कप ही है. ये
Josh
फनाटिक
RT did
कमबैक
not get
की बात कर
his
रहा
wish
था.
with an
कोई
easy
फनाटिक
closeout here
कमबैक
on
नहीं है
Pearl.
भाई.
And things are only going to get more
Thank you
difficult.
for
I
the
think
two
the tension
dollars.
is going to build so massively as we head towards these final 2 maps.
Unreal scenes all around here. The trophy on the line, the potential for a G2 back-to-back. Sentinels just trying to stay alive and get a reverse sweep, potentially making history of their own. It's all yet to be seen, of course. We're going to be taking a quick break on the other side of things. Map number 4, you don't want to go anywhere.
pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards sight, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. Coming through, G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I had a chance to listen in to both teams' communications during that last map that Sentinels ended up taking, and I want to give you a little check-in. Starting with Sentinels, if you had not told me that Sen were on stage down 2 in a finals, I would have had absolutely no idea. I swear it sounded like solo queue out there, especially in the first half. They were very goofy, they were silly, they were having a good time. There were people whistling in comms while John's in a 1-on-4 clutch. It didn't matter, they were cruising. Other good news for Sen fans is Kaplan, when he's got his head in his hands in the timeout and he looks really frustrated. No, he's actually very calm. He's not mad, he's not frustrated, he's not upset, he's angry. No, he is just giving the exact plan he wants his team to do, the micro details that he wants his players to execute on. So good news on that front. Looking at the other side, coaching-wise, Josh RT coming out of round 14, which G2 ended up losing after winning pistol to the eco of Sentinels, was frustrated. He gave them a hard conversation saying that they needed to, refine themselves as a team, get back to their identity, and know who they are. And you better believe that after losing that final round against an eco, there's going to be another hard conversation coming in the back rooms. We're going to send it over to the desk because there's a lot more Valorant to be played.
Couldn't agree more, Andrew. Hey, and look at that nice pillow there. Good face on that one. No idea who that is. But yeah, honestly, like really the series that you could have asked for here. We're going to map 4, and you got Sentinels taking out G2 on Pearl. Guys, I mean, this is exactly the series we wanted, right? We wanted to see this one go at least up until this point. At least give us that game 4.
Yeah, it's huge for Sen to win this one out, because now they're heading into the 2 maps where they managed to beat G2 last time. But that first half was just defined by heroic moments for Sentinels. Their individuals were absolutely outstanding, and I think they needed a guy like Bang to step up and be that catalyst for this comeback, Wyatt.
I mean, Zekin said it best. They're doing a great job shooting them.
Way
and
to
then
go.
they won another round. He's like, wait, man, yeah, way to go. You shot him again. They got several 4Ks in this game between Bang and Zelsis. That duo, who have been mostly quiet, at least on map 1 and 2. Came here in a big way on Pearl. They got them off to a hot start, and then Zelsis had this crazy 4K to close out that half in super dominant fashion.
To me, it looked like Sentinels had a really clear plan that Leaf is oftentimes playing this like solo anchor setup over towards A, and they had great ideas of how to circumvent his utility, isolate that anchor, and absolutely decimate him in that first half. Leaf has probably been G2's best player in this series thus far, and they did such a good job of running him over on the site, getting into advantaged post plants, and then winning them out every time.
Just one more note there on the individual side of the game, 3 players from Sen, not Zekin. One of them had 20+ kills. That's what they needed everyone else to come to light in this series. They didn't even lead in the first kills in this, but they were able to close out 10 out of 10 post plants, regardless of if G2 were even able to put it in a 5-on-4. It didn't matter. They couldn't convert.
Still, you saw G2 get back into the game at the end there. They nearly brought that one all the way back to have a 3-0 win. So they're still clearly hot and ready to go for the rest of the series.
It sounds like to me the thing that was most important was that they needed to kind of loosen up. That's what it sounded like based on what Ender was saying. Sentinels needed to loosen up. That could maybe be the recipe for success for G2 potentially as we get ready for Ascent, Wyatt.
It sounded like they were having fun
I think
for
Zekin needs to step
the
up.
majority of that game. And like you said, maybe these next 2 maps coming up.
सुबह के 6 बजे ना आई थिंक बंद कर 2 मैप स्टेप अप किया दोनों मैप हार गए नहीं करना है स्टेप अप स्टेप डाउन करे बाकी टीम मारे ठीक है चिल करे वो जैकन भाई चिल करे आराम से जीत जाएंगे समझ रहे हो आज कुछ तो दोष है जो गेम उसने मारा दोनों मैप हारे अपन दोनों मैप समझ रहे हो आई थिंक
Waylay coming up on Ascent. He got absolutely rolled every time he was trying to go for one of these set entry plays, and that goes to show how much
प्रॉब्लम ये है कि नेल बाइटिंग परफॉर्मेंस में नेल्स ही नहीं बचे मेरे पास अगर सेन जीता तो $50 का सुपर चैट डांसिंग भाई लेकिन प्रॉब्लम क्या मालूम है जिस भाई अगर आप $50 का सुपर चैट करेंगे ना लोग आपको बोल सकते हैं कि ये वही बंदा है ना जिसने काश दोस्त का मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया बिंक्स भाई का ऐसा बोल सकते हैं समझ रहे हो तो उस चीज के लिए थोड़ा औरा कम हो सकता है मेरे हिसाब से अगर आपने काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप लेके $50 किया That's some aura into 3.
Found success against MIBR yesterday, but
Think
they
about
did
it.
not have
Think
that
about it,
same
Mike.
understanding of how to counter it like Sen do.
And the two guys that
एक
stepped up
international
on
meetup
map
बनता है, एक
3
Canada
of
meetup
this
चाहिए भाई.
series. Bang
सारे
and Zelsis are going to be the two
सारे
who are
Canada
often
से
in
आते हैं, पता है?
positions anchoring when Sentinels is on
सारे
the defensive
super
side that are going to have to deal with these executes from Georgia.
Hard working
If they
salesmen,
stay
make
in
it 6
form,
बजे भी
it sets
working
them up
hard.
for another excellent Ascent defense.
This is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tough one, Wyatt, right? I mean, look, I think G2 now, they're going to be licking their wounds after this one from, yes, they were able to make the comeback happen, but let's not forget, they were getting, raffle stomped a couple of those rounds in the first half of that, right? So now, you make your way to Ascent here. The pressure is on, big opportunity, but also I do want to bring us back to when Josh RT was talking in the coach interview, and he had said, we cannot let our foot off the pedal, and seems like Sentinels force that out of them.
I am curious today to see on Ascent if they are going to opt to switch Jaw to the Yori.
Would you do it? Would you?
I think that they were considering running that yesterday. He was kind of flipping between them in the agent select when I was casting, and then ended up going with the Waylay and then won. So
Pakuro ko jamai sab, sachi love you. Tame Canada ka tu chu.
Even though he loves playing the Waylay in that way, but just for the
Germany
sake of his
be
own fun,
dancing.
even he's like, I wish I could play Waylay. These guys don't force me to keep playing.
Thank you for the $7 and the $7.
This is a very similar position to where G2 were in the finals of Bangkok, up 2-1 in the series, going into a final 2 maps against an opponent that looked rough to start the series, but have heated up towards the end. This time, they've got to prove they're not going to let this BO5 slip. I think they absolutely want to close it out here, 3-1 on Ascent, a map that has been so strong for them all year.
And I think it just starts with the pistols. They got to get those pistols out of the gate real fast. They cannot allow Sentinels, if G2 wants to close this one out, to get those, because those certainly are going to be something that could bite them potentially with how close these score lines are.
That was definitely a critical part of the story on Pearl. Sentinels getting out to such a strong lead that even though G2 were attempting a comeback, it was ultimately made fake because the lead was just insurmountable at that point. So they're going to be trying to stave that off, but that is a hallmark of Ascent. You can go on such a run when you're on that defensive side that you can just end up not being able to make the comeback because you're down by so many rounds.
By the same coin, John QT was up 2-1 in the series, right? Sorry, down 2-1 in the series when they were back in the finals of Ascension, when Valen and the boys defeated him, got their spot in the partnership system, and have now found themselves here in the second chance to go back-to-back to win a second trophy in the row in Americas.
Would be huge for them. Of course, the question is, can Sentinels push this one to a fifth map?
Canada और USA है ना.
After this short break, don't go anywhere.
Yes, 90 से 80 से. कितना 4 जन का 80% लोग मतलब कितना होता है? Pam 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 pam. Hey, I'll be back.
Well, Ascent the staging ground here for not quite a decider, but it could be a decider for one of these teams as well. Sentinels are hoping that it's not the case, that they can do it again against G2 like they did in the past, and it was a closely fought affair. I mean, listen, a 13-11, I think
Membership
it was dominance on the one side. It's a bit of a weird one, almost like Pearl that we just watched here and now. But everything to play for, really, to stay alive in tournaments and a chance to grab that trophy in front of you, not just a
Siddharth Kurkure bhai, thank you for the cast. दोस्त membership मेरी जान के टोटे एक फंसा, समझ रहे हो? Welcome to the 5th member club. Welcome, welcome, welcome. आ जाओ हमारे top notch premium WhatsApp group में मेरी जान के टोटे. आ जाओ. Welcome करें सिद्धार्थ भाई, love you.
Their Waylay, which I think you can spot there at the top right, is actually
going
to be
every
able
day
to find those openings. They must have made adjustments, but Sentinel's game plan was so strong at being able to shut down Jorgamel.
That's a big thing, I think.
WhatsApp group में,
making sure that doesn't happen again. able to get into these fights. When I was watching the VOD back this morning, definitely a case of like, I think what G2 were just kind of not quite rushing into things, but SEN definitely had a heavy read in terms of where they needed to place most of the players to try and push back, usually flood defending, fighting them often and early. But it's the thing with rematches, sometimes the same game plan, the same anti-strats will often not really work. G2 are going to be making adjustments of their own. Not quite in terms of composition, but definitely in terms of the ideas, I imagine.
Message लिखा है कि एक्चुअल में लिया chat.
Looked at that VOD.
Actually में लिया ना. Jaisal bhai, thank you so much for the cast. असली में ना. Yeah, Jaisal bhai, thank you so much for the cast. Those membership finally 5 लोग हो चुके हैं. आए WhatsApp group में आए मेरी जान पे लौटे.
And so those tough talks from G2 heading into Ascent versus Ascent who are now feeling like they come back doable. Who's in a better position here as we head into Ascent?
Absolutely. And now, listen, momentum might be taken away towards the tail end of that map for Sentinels. They had to drag it over the finish line to get here on Ascent, but
they got the better side. I mean, Ascent is so important starting on defense.
And here we see it once more. Knives going to be exchanged on either side here. Now, position of the knife was getting antied quite hard by MBR. Aspas was taking liberties pushing into mid. It looks like Zekken wants
Zekken, crispy one time, baby.
Flash to try and push past, but immediately dashes back, but he is hard committed! Oh my,
chalega. Ek mara, ek lal.
That's Valin. Pushed up deep now, and just like that, first domino falls, the rest of them topple.
Yeah, a couple of players over towards Catwalk really wanted to try to force the fight, hoping
YouTube को DC से link करना पड़ेगा मेरी जान.
On Zekken.
But that opening, I think, tells me quite a lot when I'm watching this VOD back.
Hey, come on.
And like I said, when G2 were playing against MIBR, the position of the knife
Linked
and their opening defaults
were
getting antied hard. They're already making changes and moves and maybe coming to fruition unless John can do something about it here and now, but no. Too much weaving in and out, playing off each other beautifully.
And you talk about momentum. This pistol round on the attack side is hyper important on Ascent.
दूसरे ग्रुप पे हूँ तो मेरे को DM कर हाई करके
total. So being able to pick up a pistol and probably the follow-up is enormous.
या फिर वहाँ पे सिद्धार्थ क्लियर करके लिख.
So much.
Major difference indeed. Elsis looking around here, but almost expected here by Leaf.
Well played. You think about the run that Sentinels went on at the very beginning of Pearl. They were able to string 7 rounds together in a row by chaining these ultimates, by getting themselves into positions.
फसाया सुंदर जैसा साला बनना पड़ेगा.
Down onto ecos constantly.
कोई ना पहला राउंड ही था.
Really good denial of that mid-fight.
Nice. Yo, we're halfway there.
I mean, that might be a reference to Valin saying that we
ये लोग अगर half पे उधर है, उसका मतलब ये लोग का opponents भी half पे उधर है.
This map is by far and away our most, one-sided map that we have in the pool currently. It's crazy defense side usually.
Excuse me. Jaisal bhai, आप भी आ जाओ group में.
Yeah.
But even when they're not in a match like this, last time we just saw teams rack up defense round after defense round over and over again.
The way it's been shaken out. Sentinels on these eco rounds have been setting up trap plays. Everyone cooked up over towards B.
ये क्या skin है भाई?
भाई
ये क्या नया skin? Divergence वाला?
A flash into B main, just for some information.
Back in a flash. Doesn't reveal a thing here. Could use some util to at least try and push G2 back into the trap play that they got cooked up a while. Nade into the corners. Found a slight window here, and yep, he takes it straight towards the back, but classic at hand is not the weapon of choice.
Must get me better.
The Tejo drone is so powerful in that spot to realize whether or not there's a stack on the site. Trent giving tons of info to Valin as to whether or not they should cancel this push into A. Now Sen, honestly, they just, I would say, want to die to the spike, because you do not want to charge up these ultimates. This is the worst map in the entire game if the attacker starts some kind of ult snowball, because you're expected to get so many defense rounds.
Just the play here for Sen, you are right. I mean, the spike might just be the most optimal.
And so, think about this from G2's perspective. You actually want to go and find where they're hiding to try to die the spike. G2 really should try to break the wall and go for this.
Through this one at the final moment here. A lot of you two are going to be expecting to go. Jordan already up, and that's half on the diffuse. He's earned it.
3 ult point मिल गया उसको.
Could be problematic.
Hello?
Yeah, if the idea there was to die to
मत
spike,
करो सिद्धार्थ भाई.
not really accomplished.
Jokings
Trent
कर रहे
picking up
सुबह
3 with the
lol
salvos
lol.
towards the end. I don't really think the Sen ever thought there was a ninja defuse on the cards there.
Player standing.
What happens in group stays in
3
group.
kills. Let's go, Nate. Imagine.
Huh?
Zekken living in a world where that ninja defuse happened would have been an incredible moment. And G2 not super close to the ultimate.
और
so
normal
not
वाले
worry
में
about
कितना
that too
बता
much
दो?
right now.
Normal वाले में
But this is the round,
8
I think, where we can really take a look at how G2 have adjusted their attack side. Because this,
into 1-0 गलती से
they're
लगा
probably gonna bring
समझा
out a
समझा
set
देखा
strat,
6
a
ही लोग
set
हैं.
tactic
W.
to try to set Jorgamo up for success. And they've threatened a little bit of
Hey,
A
man,
main
thank you for
control.
the
They
$5.
smoked A main in order to
ये
threaten that they
nerf
could be too wide
ये
and
मैच
getting
के
ready to
बाद
pop.
टोरंटो में होएगा शायद.
But my eyes
Masters
again
में.
are on Jorg. How does he play this?
मास्टर्स में भी हो गया. मास्टर्स का बाद होगा.
No bodies on the Sen side.
मास्टर्स में
receiving
सनसेट
though.
खेलने वाले
They
हैं
use
ये
the
लोग.
device flash
मेरे
so
को नहीं
nicely
लगता.
for info. They just flash close mid. to let
Possible
them know
है.
that there's
Possible
nobody
है.
here.
Possible है.
So Jorg can walk in here without using the Tejo drone, without using smokes even.
हाँ ना मास्टर्स में खेलेंगे ये
Still being
लोग.
saved here by G2.
सनसेट नहीं खेलेंगे
Util here
क्या?
by G2. They're trying to
Masters में होगा
actually pull
sunset.
players. Util of their own. Over the wall, Jorgamo. Just dropped. Celsius has his eye on that one.
That's the most common position for the Vice Wall, so a bit strange that G2 got caught out heavily by it there.
A lot of pressure though still being applied, and that means 3 players of Sentinels are still here. So
भाई वो
anchoring
लोग
onto
का
the side, it's all
rotation
onto
weak है.
Celsius and Zekken. See if they
लेकिन
can
Zekken इधर
stand tall against
है.
most of this
Zekken
one. Only the one for
नहीं है.
Zekken before he does go down, and a pause is called for. G2 don't have a lot of time to work with. They're hoping that Sentinels will overplay themselves, potentially into them, but now they got to try and make a move
W
forward.
bank.
And Zeltis could be that win condition, not quite just a one, but yeah, right from the side, the race.
W
Nicely done
मत
overall.
बोलो मैं चुप हूँ.
Well played from those B players.
मास्टर्स के बाद I
Celsius
think
in
मास्टर्स में
particular.
खेलेंगे सनसेट.
But I'm
अभी
a bit
टाइम है ना
confused by what
मास्टर्स को.
G2's game plan was there.
मास्टर्स में तेओ
Another
नर्फ
Jorgamo
वाला
thought that
मेटा
he would get
खेलेंगे.
market for free. But Celsius is almost always going to have a setup that's designed around punishing that.
Myth by language.
Earlier on this stage,
Boys, let's go. Let's go.
Celsius looked a little bit shaky on the Vice. He was putting his walls in some unusual spots, but he's really tightened up his game. He's in a
developed
great
game
spot
है,
now
ठीक
on
है
this
वत्सल भाई,
defense
देखता हूँ.
side, where it can be a nightmare trying to run B splits against him.
Who is the worst trash
Another
talker
defaulty beginning to this.
in all the pro teams?
Not going straight into executes. Not giving easy cues
I
for
think
Sentinels to
एकदम
realize where
aura
Jorgamo is
वाला
going to be
बंदा I
popping
think
from.
demon one था.
It's much more
But सबको
about
पता था वो
working the
ऐसा है.
map. G2 starting
No
by
fucks
threatening
even
some
वाला.
A main control, then they've been going back to mid and trying to run B splits or A splits.
और उसके बाद बूस्टी है.
Spikes in the middle of nowhere though. Again, the goal was just to slowly work them out
ये
here
बहुत
with
मस्ती
G2.
है.
Drone push back, make sure that Zekken can't get that mid-round information. Nothing stopping him from re-clearing it though.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Are the reclears going to come through? And here it is, pop flash into A main, and Bang gets some more information. So he realizes that G2 are not over towards A right now, but this actually gives Valin a good time to end A, because Sen are going to start to lean the defense off the site as Bang clears A main.
Slow crawl
My
towards
triple X stack.
Sentinels.
W read by Sen chat.
So have players here, the rate joining, ensuring that Cat is sufficiently defended there. Up through tree, the Armageddon does need to be watched for. Bang, salvos at your feet as well. That's a tricky spot indeed, but already dashed in, disengaging, and now the double faces there from G2! Unanticipated with Bang's position. Takes out 2 of them immediately. Sight potentially theirs as well. The Rage just trying to pick them apart! Trades there instantaneously. Trent finds it 2v2 now. Spot the G2 were in as well without too much control of anything else.
क्या सीन लग रहा है?
Certainty, that smoke fades as well. Zelsis might be caught very unaware. Just on a perch, and he's already isolated just the one. And Valen low enough that it should just be easy business. Yes, indeed.
Well, map 3, baby.
Incredibly important round for
W.
Sen to convert a 2v2. Those can get really dangerous against G2.
अपना क्या है लेकिन?
But Sen fought them in the choke point. Look how quickly Jorgamo was forced to use his refract. He got in with a double dash and a bunch of util. G2 used tons of utility to try to set him up, but he was forced to recall immediately.
Look at you go. Look at you go.
God.
Now G2 with Stingers and a Guardian. And thus far, haven't really seen that value from the Waylay that we're looking for. Many more rounds here to study. And Zekken was amazing at the start of this series. White hot. And the action's coming towards him.
Parador, nice. Salvos at your feet as well. This is a dangerous spot for Zekken to be placed in. It's already taken damage as a result of it. Straight spam. Phantom in hand. Flash as well. Pushes Zelsis back into a potential spot as well where he could do that damage.
भाई क्या लड़ रहे बे क्या लड़ रहे लड़ो मार
Still, it's a double face up in the end by G2. Almost wrangling control of the rifle for the two-piece, but it is all there. Controlled. Corralled G2.
वो स्टिंगर अलग चलता है बे.
No more options here for Valent. Drone gives up the position. Still gets to one. Narrates quick to make sure that that's all it is.
And no opportunity for G2 to get through that choke. Completely stuffed. Zelsis with a gorgeous flash. Salvos coming in from Narrate as well. Jorgamo used his dashes just to kind of avoid the salvos. He double dashed inside B main.
Yeah.
I didn't buy my second smoke. God damn it, Sean. Why would you do that?
Oh, I didn't catch that, but thankfully it didn't matter at all for them.
G2 का स्टिंगर अलग चलता है हाँ ना.
They were fighting so hard.
फलकन खत्म हो गया मैचेस. पूरा मैचेस खत्म हो गया.
Knife over the top. This was weighted out by Narrate, so it's not spotted. Still has util if needed.
It's a round where you can go for a pretty big.
Well, good morning, Binks. Bye. Jai Jagannath. Love you.
Paths can be deadly.
He's got his refract. He wants to try and bait this wall out, which he has done. Back to mid, back to safety.
That's important. Zelsis has been really good at defending his wall from Yoru clones. Jorgamo has to put his body on the line, so it's a little risky, but he gets away with it. And now he's got a good angle to go for his ult. He can ult into A main if they get in for the Banks playing there, or into sight if they see John.
There's a flash rebound here. Sen are going to be aware that this is
भाई लोग का डिफेंस बहुत अच्छा है बेसन का.
Still in control of it. Jump spot gets a good acknowledgement. Oh my, that's a bullet to the head though that you're not looking for. Still, we're going to see it now. Dividing straight up into the side here with the salvos towards the back once more. Jorgamo needs to lead the charge for the rest of his team. They don't have control of main though, and a dash straight forwards into the arms of Leaf. Here the Thorns waiting for Nadia Armageddon. This is going to be chaotic indeed. Swinging from the side though, just finding that timing to steal Garden. Rips away a lot of weapons, but the still good. Sen have chances and more. Zelsis finally removed. Thorn in their side. Bang and John QT, they're here. Forwards trying to take that fight. The plan was going down, but all watch for high-low setup of G2.
And it might seem a little bit strange, but the adjustment from Jorgamo in this round was to use his dash way earlier. G2 are getting into sights just by walking in together. Obviously, Leaf gets a bit of a freebie there. They caught Zekken dead to rights in B main. But Jorg used his dash just to cut up the market angle. He didn't dash out of market. He'd already used his dash right before he even took a step into the site. This is, I think, already a pretty successful attack half for G2.
Yeah, from what we know, at least how Ascent is operated.
And with how good their defense was before.
The
Waylay, pretty underrated actually on defense. The Saturate is difficult to get through.
पुराने ज़माने में defensive map था अभी Gen Z वाला ज़माना.
Another hero round here. Maybe from Zekken with the Blade Storm or bang over towards A main, who's been phenomenal.
ये लोग कुछ करके wall बचा सकते हैं क्या?
Deep drone. Leaf's going to be inserted as well into that.
बिना wall trigger के कैसे वो वहाँ पे?
That's a great refight. Sentinels can overextend into this spot, but with nothing watching their backs, they're trying to carve out a path out towards Tree. They've dropped the spike in their laps, though. Definite options here, and Sentinels could capitalize. Flipping the map entirely from them, and what a shot by Bang! Still, he wants to step up even more here. There's confidence. You can see it in the way that he's playing. Bullets are going to be ringing out, but they overwhelm.
A massive round for Sentinels with bad weaponry. They caught G2 with that little flash re-clear over towards Tree and put them in a really uncomfortable position.
Medicine?
G2's game plan in this round was to try to condition Zelsis that anytime his wall is popped in mid, it's a fake. And this time, actually, Leaf just walked straight through it. So they were hoping that Leaf's lurk would pay dividends. It doesn't.
Nice, boys! Let's go.
बेचारे का रिएक्शन ऐसे कि सामने वाले जीत गए.
It's pretty chaotic, but it's Sentinels coming out on top, making it look pretty. I think it's got Kaplan stressed in the back of the
hole, reverse incoming. Last map तो सेन जीतने वाला है. Simple है.
That was not a bad round.
Last map सेन अच्छा खेलता है.
They managed to navigate another game plan from G2, another better buy from G2. And now KO ultimate for Jonah P. Josh RT is going to take attack timeout. The first
ये लोग का aim and push भी अच्छा था. I think ये लोग mid और B pressure देके सीधा execute कर सकते हैं.
Zelsis playing pretty far away from the thorns. Throw those over to a different player.
50 point होता ही बस एक match win करा था बस champion के लिए.
And possibly, you know, eyes on John to be using his KO ult reactively.
Look at that.
I mean, look at this. This is the post-plant meta, folks.
One successful retake out of 17 opportunities.
Now, Pearl
Masters को on dominate करेगा.
Pearl as well as the salvos to have to deal with.
EDG बाहर हो गया, which is very surprising.
Follow the sound cues. Just
पता नहीं Chinese Legion कैसा perform करेगा.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the time you're not even in a good spot when you plant on this map. You've taken so much damage getting to the sites. So look, Zekken is on A with all of that Vice util, and Zels is playing on the other side of the map so that the KO ult from Jonah P can't catch him.
Primed something there with the salvos held onto the appropriate angle, saturated to the corner.
उसको लगा blind.
Turned to the side, almost expecting it, as you said, pre-anticipated, and watching all the angles as well as that response from Sentinels dragged them out.
This is just unbelievably good from Jorgamo to be able to pick up that second kill as well. A 5v3.
Smoke fading, re-exploration again called for. Bang has to take risks in this spot. It just doesn't clear the right corner. Whiffy a little bit, but Jorgamo gets the job done. And this is all just with 50 seconds left to play with. G2 just standing down their ground.
Yeah, there's so much time. G2 have been putting a serious focus on mid, baiting out Zelsis's wall. It wasn't there this time. He'd thrown it over towards A. But I think G2 know that. They're going to be running an anti-KO setup, so mid's going to be weaker.
Can Zekken get it done? He has a lot of util to try and play with here, but already dashed back into the salvos. There's no safety whatsoever.
And Zelsis, he had a couple of 4Ks on Pearl, but this, in a 1v4, doesn't seem doable for him. No. The money's still going to be okay for Sentinels, but it gives G2 a much-needed economic cushion. Because last couple of rounds, they've had like 1 or 2 players with a stinger. And they've been...
बैंक का फिर से कॉर्नर चेक है इसके वहां पे दोनों कॉर्नर एक साथ चेक नहीं कर
सकते. Bits and bobs, yeah.
Difficult decision to make for Zelsis. He has the money to buy the next, but you don't want to feed up the ult to G2 as well.
No, you absolutely don't. Jorgamo could get another conversion path online.
Standing matter नहीं करता. Any team who make 50 point eligible for
the threat of the null command was actually more important here than even using it.
They are champion.
Zelsis recognizes that there's a null command on the other side, so he changes up his Vice setup entirely. That leaves a gap in mid that they have to fill with bodies, and G2 just walk down mid and take the fight. So a great identification of how the game changes just based on threat.
The zone flash, I think, is what he was trying to avoid.
Was it really?
I'm not too sure. Don't know what happened to it. Something exploded on our screens. Missed it. Either way, this is 4-4 now, and G2, their attack side is looking mighty better.
Yeah, a much slower approach.
Less
execute heavy, but really working well. Zelsis goes back to the same mid wall, and he's playing on site with his util. So if Jonah P pops some kind of fast B hit, Zelsis will not have access to any of this. But I think if it was going to happen, it would have been the previous round. So he's calling the bluff of G2.
Trying up through mid again. Make sure you clear all the angles. Second, he's been playing up close sometimes in through mid. That's back with a conversion pass. No risk to be taken this time though. Just trigger the wall and get back again.
अभी अब तक खत्म हो गया कि है और मैचेस है कल भी खत्म हो गया.
Salvo's here. Onto the one side and the other. He's going to be used in response there with a saturate. You can see it pushes back. Zekken, barely alive, just has to updraft and scuttle himself away, but he's dropped down to low HP.
Jorg looking for a timing.
And here's a fight to be had.
Short win rate.
Realizing it, there was a gap there. He's making sure to control that space up through it.
And Zekken backed off the lane instead of B main. And remember last time he got caught in B main on the B split. now adjusting his setup.
This is a slow siege indeed by G2, still waiting for that util. The knife does rain down.
If Jonah uses his ult, all of this Vice util will go.
Very pushing forwards, here it is. Ults now used,
By
suppression across the board. How do you
bap.
battle your way out this one for Sen? There's a timing to be taken through the smoke. Does Elsa's there do it? The side players, they need some help, supportive util, or do they second just the one? Instant with the trade again, G2. Reign supreme across the site, but no extremity control into it, and time is of the essence. They need to get this plant down, and it needs to be held. In a 3v3, definite chances, and Sen looking to take it now. Can increase the tempo
By
with that no
double blind.
command
Oh,
up
double blind,
forwards as well.
double blind,
Jump
double
spot
blind.
gets the acknowledgement. These players are, but Bang is just holding his ground. Util into his hands, snappy from Celsius. Blind is even better. Up towards lane and a swing from behind.
blind W था बे
Very
KO
drilled
का.
by Sentinels.
Now that is a
KO का
lovely
blind W
retake
था.
from Sen. We saw there was only one successful retake attempt on Pearl.
दूसरा
But here,
2024 से ठीक
what
है.
Bang was doing, jiggle peeking to see whether
Today
the
match
threat
was
at
played
stairs
this
was
year, only
actually
7
real
अच्छा.
or not before deciding whether or not to invest the paranoia. And so he saves it and can use it for a much better opportunity onto the site. Combos it with that KO flash and blinds up Jonah P at the same time as all of Sen move forward as a pack.
Bang आज थोड़ा
Both
left
teams
right
actually
है.
playing the spacing game,
अच्छा
how
खेला
far
लेकिन
away you are
भाई.
from your teammate, really well.
Yeah.
They're moving together
अच्छा
as
hold कर
one
रहे सब
unit,
अच्छा
as a
कर रहे हैं. एक
hive
साथ
mind.
खेल रहे हैं Sen.
And that's a big adjustment from how G2 were previously playing, but Sen sticking to what they're great at. Leaf is coming into this one with only a Sheriff.
Delay with the paranoia. Wall in your face and a flash in the face a second. Took us all the way in. Oh, he's ripped his way back. Okay, refract.
Yep, realizing that the Vice wall was here in B main. I don't think he actually
भाई
realized it
अच्छा
was about to die
refract
from
था
blocks.
bro.
Gets a little lucky. But now that they've triggered out that wall, they know that there's nothing in mid.
अच्छा
So
refract
you're
था
expecting
bro.
there to be bodies in mid,
Send
right?
re-clear.
Because the wall isn't there.
Absolutely. They're gearing up to try and get control of B main again. It's a flash and a peek.
I would imagine that G2 are going to try to... Oh, hello.
They heard it.
Yeah. So Trent wants to re-clear this area, push back Zekken.
Yeah, realizing they can't really threaten the rest of the map if they've lost B main control the entire time.
But is this going to end up being a pop onto A with the convergent path? Because Jorgamo, he doesn't have refract, but he still can close the gap and do a lot of damage.
Passive positions held here. Bang, he's just jump spotting underneath.
And Narrate is going to be under crazy pressure because when this comes
Yeah,
in
short
through A
ult
main, if he
मारेंगे
turns
क्या
his
ये
back
लोग?
for a moment, there's a backstab on Catwalk.
Already laying down the smoke.
30 seconds left.
Wine going to be cleared. Narrate.
Oh, ये short ulting मारने वाला है.
You stand against it. The heat's going to be turned up now straight away.
अरे
Convergent
Trent
pass
भी
going to be
slow
slowing it down
गया.
to a crawl double dash up and over towards the side.
Trent
Safety
भी
there.
slow
Bang.
गया
Paranoia.
यार.
Put enough time forward and even dodged that one. To saturate to the side. Bang!
भाई
That's
Bang
unbelievable.
W.
And just like that, scattered to the wind.
इतना
Jonah
भी
B
W
and
नहीं.
Leaf are forced to do it all. Smoke's in your face as well, and bullets are raining down on you. Well, it's not going to be saving you much on that one. Leaf. Very awkward spot indeed. ISO's one. Position noted though. Expecting a second updraft over towards the top. How the hell do you control that? You cannot. So well played in the moment.
What movement from Zekken?
क्या हो गया
But
Bang left
cleaning
right
up
oh.
From a spot where Bang gave them the advantage.
Yeah.
That was masterfully played by Bang. The paranoia, I think, caught onto 3 people, throws down a smoke to play around, and gets the kill onto Jorgu. I mean, probably shouldn't be jumping in that spot, but to be honest, he's trying
भाई
to jump
बेचारे
play
का
in
हाथ
his
मेरे को
teammate
hand cam चाहिए
and
बेचारे
just
का
get
यार.
straight transferred. He is going wild.
Crazy,
Nice
crazy,
round from
crazy.
Sen, because there were 2 players under immense pressure there. Narrate got ulted by the way.
ऐसा लग नहीं रहा है
He
ना
managed to
अपन
back off
फोर्थ
into the
मैप
corner
में
and avoid getting
ऐसा
punished.
लग रहा है दूसरा मैप ही खेल रहे हैं
And
लोग.
they also Bang on site.
Yeah.
He's been so
भाई only
good.
Jagmo
He's been
plays
unreal.
Billion
I
Ascent
think
वो लोग ने वैसा practice किया.
Best smokes player that we have in Americas, I would say.
So far with the way that he's playing, yeah, and almost kryptonite to the way that G2 are as well.
Yeah, and think about the difference between these 2 smokes players, right? Valen has been talking
Did you
so much. He's been
see
so
Tiny
open and
Figurines
vulnerable in
Agents
terms of
के?
discussing after Bang.
Just saying, Anki, I would like to apologize. As your Harami bestie, I have already ordered it. समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? Already ordered it और वो मेरे पास आ रहा है. दूसरा ऑर्डर नहीं कर सकते. वैलो का 14 बोलते. जाओ तुम एपेक्स का फिगरिंग्स कलेक्ट करो.
I think there's pressure for G2 here. This is, I believe, both timeouts
कैट
extended
मेरा
at this
फेवरेट
point.
एजेंट के बारे में बताओ इसको, नूब को. कौन सा था वो?
Again, if you zoom
गुंड
out,
में
this is
इंजेक्शन
still
मार के
a
भागता
good
था.
attack half.
Dun dun dun
Exactly.
dun
The
dun.
point being that so much emphasis placed on
And
the
you
attack
didn't
side. G2 feel
think
like
to
they
ask
don't
me,
need
no?
help with their defense. If they can get an extra round here or there, it's going to make all the difference for
Mentally
them.
block
Already
हो
a
गया
better
था
look. Compared to when they
Okay.
last clashed on this map.
कोई ना तेरे घर से
Second
उठाऊंगे.
forwards again.
Excuse me.
Was doing this earlier in the half. Might be waiting for
Okay.
the util as well for the setup, but John QT is on towards Cat, and Jorgen must be dealt with. Dash back again.
By reverse
Flash
sweep
forward
आ रहा
straight from
है.
Cat just in case there is that follow-up and that pressure, but Zekin is not out of the woods just yet. Thrown out towards into the bottom.
Reverse
Did they
sweep
expect
आ
him
रहा
to be
है.
dashed into this angle? Looks like it. Hard clearance by Jonah P. And yeah,
Oh, good trade though. Through the
भाई
smoke
अच्छा
from
spam
Array.
था.
Just working off minimap to be able to get that.
couple of bullets. Does the job effectively enough. Zelsis now it's his turn to try and step right up to it. And again, that spam. Smoke's going to be fading in the end. Right.
By reverse sweep आ रहा है chat.
Round.
Brilliance from Sentinels.
It's
They're
happening.
using the wall as bait in mid.
Aura
The
versus
wall isn't
Aura
even
is
there, by the
happening,
way,
chat.
But because it has been in so many of the previous rounds, G2 are conditioned to walk down mid and try to get rid of that Vice wall as part of their default. And first they meet Zekin inside the smoke, then Narrate is there spamming to, and Zelsis also playing from market.
My soldier ran in there blind. I mean, someone has to.
So now massive ultimates for both teams
चलो चलो 8
to
for
close
half.
out in round 12.
टेक्निकली कर तो सकते हैं 8 for half क्योंकि जेल्सिस और नरेट का अल्ट है. तो लोग एक साइड पूरा रीटेक कर सकते हैं. ये क्या था भाई? हेलो?
Right to the noggin.
They're aware of the danger.
Flash over the top of an old man. Okay, you're going to be taking contact first here with the drone. This
blind
time,
था वो.
there is no escape. Suppressed step, there is no dash out to safety. Zekin finally taken out. TP into the back. The reinforcements arriving over towards B, or are they, to cancel into the ult. And it's thrown things for a bit of a loop here. G2 calling for a bit of a cooldown and now speeding up over towards A with the Armageddon.
भाई क्या बेट
Safety
की
net granted here for
अल्टी.
Sentinels.
But these B players can't really rotate over towards A.
Still Garden. Stretching over towards the side here, but this is all just fake pressure once more to saturate. Oh my, light speed. And he's out of there. Bit of a squeeze being placed now up towards Tree and just a shorty into your hands, but bang, you got your weapon back and the flash
blind
is
diya.
impeccable. In and out round to the side. Jorgamo with the movement, but bang, cannot be
भाई
denied.
बैंग ने 3 मारे भाई.
In the sun, it's already that 2v2 in this game, but timing's right from behind is taken. Bullet to the back there, execution star from Leaf, and it brings it just down to Zelsis to see what he can do in this spot. Still Garden, even better.
W, गुजा.
Leaf going to be backing away now, double tap. Discipline to be played for these G2 players. Wrapping around all the way as well, not
He's just baiting.
anticipating. Yeah, it is just bait. Trying to pull this one out all the way. Now they know he's not on it. Very difficult task indeed for Zelsis, so 7-5. It's where we stand here on Ascent G2. As we already said, listen, they are 2 rounds down, but the attack side is where they were really struggling.
And I think overall, they've got to be
8 for
really
होता
happy
तो
with this.
ज़्यादा
A much
confidence
slower
मिलता.
approach to
हाँ?
Ascent. After having lost
Bang,
in
मस्त
dominating
मारा
fashion to
भाई.
Sentinels just recently, they've made the right adjustments on their attack half. And they're at the precipice, to be honest. If they play their defense well, the trophy could be theirs.
We're going to send it down to the stage. Riv is standing by with Cloud9's Imi and 100 Thieves.
अभी पिस्तौल सी है. बात है.
Yes, I am down here for a little bit of halftime fun
Sinan
with these two to figure out
bolte.
what they're feeling about the game. How are things looking? How are you feeling? Are you happy with the results so far? Obviously, we know the results. You're not feeling too good. You just said it to me, but how about this game?
Yeah, I mean, I would have rather won, but the game's looking good so far. Hoping for a close game between the two, but I don't want to root for either team for the sake of Bang's family and for the sake of Trent's family.
Okay.
I've been pretty unlucky recently, so I'm gonna keep out of it.
All right, who's impressing you so far, though? If you could be like, all right, yeah, they're frying.
Zekin's playing kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
All right, Zekin's playing kind of crazy. We'll see if he can keep it going. Now, Emmy, I gotta ask you, Week 5 was a game against G2, the Icebox match. We're going to Icebox here if Sentinels win. What did you kind of identify about them, and what maybe will we see Sentinels have to do to take that match?
I mean, I think I said it, we were scared of them, but I think here, G2 just need to anti them well. If G2 anti their comp well, I think they'll take it.
All right, and what did you mean before by saying G2 wins the map before they basically get into servers? How do you combat that, or how do you just go against that power?
Teams just usually go in very scared. I don't think Sen have done that today. I think Sen have handled it really well. But most of the teams just go in, they're scared against G2, they give them the respect, they don't fight them. And that's why I'm gonna play it.
All right, awesome. Gentlemen, thank you for the info. I appreciate it muchly. We're going to throw it back to the casters and get this one underway. Take it away.
मैं तो ना दूं मेरे सामने खेलेगा तो कोई.
Sen have definitely not been fearful of G2
खेलते नहीं है वो बात अलग है.
here today, and they weren't the first time they played against them as well earlier on in the tournament.
No, they've been very happy today to re-clear, to fight.
Leaf is so much
those
consistent,
engagements
bro.
to G2, but the
काफी सारे players हैं यार
adjustments
ये lobby में
strategically that
consistent.
G2 have made here and how well they've played a slower style of Waylay might have set them up with an opportunity to win. Back-to-back
कितने mods होते हैं in
this America's
general
Trophy.
time chat में to control
Victors
bunks
at this year's
chat.
kickoff.
एक भी काफी है.
And after a tough, grueling
इसलिए
road through the
पंगा
lower
में
bracket,
first day out
this
हो
would
गए
be
थे.
their fourth
Humble
win
भाई
in a
humble.
row
गुस्से के
if they're
humble.
able to convert on the defense side of Ascent.
Be the sweetest of rewards for this G2 squad, but job's not finished yet. Still 2 rounds down for Sentinels.
भाई Zekken और
Not willing to
पिस्तूल
give up
का
so easily.
And I think Sen,
aura बना है
despite being
पूरा
up by
दिन.
2, they'd love a pistol here. It
समझ
would
रहे हो?
mean everything to them.
Put him on the right foot forwards here. Knife against the back. It's going to force that nade out nice and early. Support.
Dash used.
Okay.
Dash used in the first 20 seconds to disengage. So that makes it really tough to send 4 players through A main.
Might have spotted on the minimap, I'm not too sure. At least the suppression came through, so...
Yeah, they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, they caught him.
Oh shit.
And here it is, re-cleared core 4. Flash over towards the top, but salvos the rate. Does fantastically to even get one in that spot.
But again, take a look at Leaf. All the way behind here in spawn.
भाई ओमेन के पास blind
This
है
is
क्या
a mad
है
timing.
बे?
He's got the read so well.
They're watching for top mid pressure, thinking that somebody could have looked all the way up today.
Oh, देखा.
Yeah, it's pinged. Bang. Notifying the rest of his team.
देखा
It's coming up and held
baby.
here now.
सीधा
Get a
भी.
bit of a move on once more. Marathon sprint across the map.
Well, you just know that B is undefended. If Leaf has pushed all the way out through B, then it's empty. These rotators for the defense are going to be trying to race you, and it's a fake. Sen are sending the footsteps in this direction while the spike goes back into A.
One
it's
step
all on
ahead.
Valen.
All on Valen indeed, and he's just caught that timing against it. Zekken was hard clearing onto the one side of things. It's caught out now. Reinforcements are going to be arriving. Desperate at that for G2, but time is of the essence again. 12 seconds. It's counting down into the round and a double face.
Plant
Trent
नहीं
and
कर
Valen
सकते.
putting a stop toward this here. There's no more chances now. It's run dry and shy, and all they have to do is live. Kills a consolation at this point. It's a pistol round win for G2.
And that should allow G2 to close this gap. Sen, they're not the type of team that we expect to go for the force.
भाई
They won
इतना
some important
अच्छा
egos early
खेला था
on. There's that
सेन
little
ने.
jiggle that just gave the game away on Leaf's
वेलिन
lurk.
को मारना था बस.
But
भाई
in the end, it
वेलिन
didn't
भी
matter.
देखो बे.
And it was Valen's decision
कैसे नहीं हिला
not
वो
to
वहाँ से?
overcommit. After Leaf died,
हाँ इतने
he
कम
stayed
टाइम पे
on
वो
A
लोग बी
just
पे
in
प्रेशर
case
दे रहे.
John QD was cooking up some kind
बैठा
of
है
elaborate
उधर खाना
fake, and
ऑर्डर
he
करके.
was. So once more, Valen with the
एक्चुअल में सेन कितना
slightest
बात
of
खेला था
better
पिस्तौल.
reads ends up winning a massively crucial round.
There.
Creeping all the way up here from Sen. Nothing to really work with in this spot. Jorgamo's giving up control, at least towards mid. Cloud burst dash forward. Market control in the name of the game here for Sentinels, at least hoping that they can pull some G2 players out, potentially get a pick off of it. Jorgamo, seen it, that's a no-scope. If I've ever seen one. Either that or too fast to register for my eyes at least, but Jonah P seals up potential weaknesses in their setup, and the wars really just delayed all of this here. Bang, still accurate as ever, classic in hand, but peppering them now with a bit of lead. The backside player of Leaf as well is going to be able to anchor this one nicely. Still mistimed. It was Utah by Jonah P to flash to try and help him out entirely. Spotting this one out, but running away with it. And yeah, here it is. Finally, flooding all the way back in for us. So G2.
Please here on Jija Sen. Attacking map. Chal.
Sen have got a massive uphill battle here. G2 won both pistols on Ascent and got 5 rounds total on their attack half. For how defense-sided this map is, it's going to be brutal. Sentinels need everything. They need the hero moments of earlier from Zekken, from Bang. Zelsis 4Ks from Pearl, the reads from John. Narrate to step up. They need everybody online. And they absolutely must win this round. Of all of the rounds that you get on the attack side, this anti-bonus is normally your best shot at generating some level of momentum. Zekken
Right
down
through
mid very early.
And he's going to be met. There's plenty of bodies ready to receive here on G2 side of things. Going for that refight as well. The paranoid sweeps past, but it was a window. Sliders at gaps the Zekken plays in, and he was not blinded up.
That's a bit of a gun diff as well, because Jorgamo does actually hit him for 140. Zekken survives. He's used his dash though. So he's not really going to be useful at breaking through these choke points. And going through the Bucky here can be utterly brutal.
We've seen some filthy things with this.
Narrate doesn't have drone.
Airplane Bucky on Ascent. We've all seen the damage done, and that might just put a stop to what Sen were planning. They've called for a bit of a pause.
Zekken's deep down mid. Valen's fighting Bang. Smoke v smoke.
As it dissipates as well, there's timings and fights to be taken on either side here, and Zekken is still doing work once more. 10 HP doesn't matter.
The blue timing,
Bang
baby.
slips his way all the way in. Turn of the head. Valen expecting it in a different direction here, but Sentinels are making moves now over towards B.
And it looks like they managed to thread the needle and find that gap. Trent with it all to do. He has won some bonkers 1v3s this stage.
map क्यों है? भाई simple है भाई.
But here he has no information about where the Sentinels players are. And Bang alone should checkmate him in this spot towards mid.
मैं तो Ascent में mid पे अचानक से refresh दिखा के kill किया था.
Doesn't really seem doable. Especially not with a Bucky. I don't think that's the gun that you really want.
There
we go.
Yeah, or Sunset.
Sound cue from the weapon dropping. Bang immediately snaps round, so.
And it's actually important that you do not feed the kill into John QT. Because he's 2 away from null command, and that could be Sentinel's ticket to winning this map.
And the footsteps. What? Okay. Expected by Trent, apparently.
Huh?
And it doesn't look like John's going to have an opportunity to farm up this ultimate. Do they play a slow round? Go for ult orbs?
Prediction do
the plant. The problem is, if you feed him the plant and he gets ult, you've already got on site. So you've done the hard part already.
37%.
Zekken does a great job in this round.
अगर double
He perfectly
initiator है
plays
तो सोवा की जरूरत नहीं.
The mid pressure. He knows that a retake's coming, puts himself in a safe spot, and then still manages to find a mid lurk for a second after being hit for 140. Zelsis is not, Leaf is not using the wall for mid information.
$100 ready रखो.
Crossfires in mid instead.
It forces a couple of eyes at the G2 players at least to be watching that direction. The drone dodged and timing. Leaf is going to be making sure to shore that one up. Back through market. Reclaims for the salvage as well. It's a dangerous position to be in. Narrate, he's looking to at least make it a bit harder. Just the one before the damage is sent flying forwards and through. Leaf! Snappy. Just taps away, rips the head clean off, and even giving up that space. They heard the spike drop down, but they're willing to relocate anyway.
Leaf is so aggressive, so confident. He's the vice player. If he goes down in that spot, it's massive for Sen. But he's just... He believes in his own aim and his own read on the game so much. A has been weak for G2. It's only had these 2 players defending it the entire time. And the net is starting to tighten. But Valen, Jonah, they still have a lot of util to hold this off, and G2. Bang goes down.
Yeah, he does indeed. G2 are getting so damn active as well, though, with that deep push out through B main.
Plant मिल जाएगा extra money.
Onto the cat players, but G2 are happy to play a bit further back. 2v4. Play the numbers advantage. How safe in the retake at this point?
कुछ crazy सा.
Surprised they even want the door closed because they've got to find a pick here before the retake comes through.
Door's going to be broken at the moment's notice. Down to red. Alarm bells ringing. Zekken in through main, but he's going to be pushed out into the open. This drone, he's got to expect it. With the position, the stun is a good connection. Trent, though, still doesn't open himself up. He wants to play this one with the salvers, and he lets his team do the damage. Still second. Up to the grave with him. But Leaf. This guy's all over the place. So damn active across the map. He's still hitting shots like that.
Leaf was the key player in G2's victory over MIBR. He dominated, and he looks like he's doing it again here on Ascent. The scoreline's close, but our expectations are weighted by what teams have done before on this map.
तभी blind खाया.
Difficult it is to get the job done on the attack.
They're gonna call a timeout.
Uh-oh.
I mean, he's wrong with that read, but he's been right with everything else. Sen not going for the tag timeout just yet, but they're knocked down onto an eco. It would be a really normal time for Kaplan to hit the panic button.
Chal cutie, tu marna bacha
Are they
bas.
unaware? I mean, yeah, slightly. They've been allowing
13,
some
7,
really heavy
8,
walkouts.
8, 13, 8.
G2 have been pushing out and re-clearing the map pretty similar to when we started on Haven. If you think back all the way to map 1, G2 were just pushing out constantly through A lobby, through mid, through garage.
Last game maar raha tha.
And Leafs finding those same opportunities here on defense.
Just clearing up some of the confusion on the map. Through Leafs lurks and also the drone up through mid, hoping that it might pull some players here. For Sen, they didn't really have much to work with. They got the knives earlier. We saw that. Zekken turns himself up to this blade storm now.
Eco hai,
Get explosive up
lekin
towards the A
teen
side. Might
bande
put a
A
lot
pe.
of pressure onto Valen.
Samajh rahe ho?
Does have some support as well though from the two tree players, and here it comes. Flying forwards here with a paranoia. Just about dodged and avoided here, but Zekken's in and the knives are taken away. Great flood attempt here from G2.
Pura push ruk diya.
Coming to the corner here, and a pop flash was anticipated. Valen tucked to the corner.
Arey fuck. G2
One step
jit raha hai.
ahead is G2. Expecting the plays that Sen were trying to make, and Zelsis.
Brain lag.
He's just forced to scurry away, isn't he? 30 seconds left.
Brain lag ho
Love
gaya
that
1
0
second
point from Jonah P.
मेरे को लगा सेन ने
Usually,
खतरनाक
the
डिफेंड
KOs are
किया.
going to be throwing that kind of early on in the round. 20 seconds, 2 plays in A main, no chance. Jonah picks up the final one, but it's his 0 point, the knife that just takes away Zekken's Bladestorm, and with it, any opportunity for a clutch for Sentinels, if we're being honest. Zekken had to be the playmaker, and he just got put in an impossible spot. He's got a classic in his hand by the time the exec happens.
I'm not going to lie as well at this point, this is a very difficult ask for Sentinels. They're only down by 1 round, but...
Finger का आवाज से मेरे को लगा
on the G2 side.
थक दिया मैंने, हाँ?
One away for some critical ones as well. Trent and Lee
Asre lo.
to be getting theirs online. Jonah P has that null command waiting.
Asre.
And an anti-KO setup here for G2. So if you do
Stand by.
decide to run some kind of fast B pops,
आपको नाक की
Leaf's
कसम
going to
है.
keep all of his util online.
ये राउंड रूल आउट. अब इज्जत पे
And
बात
not
आ
moving the
गई.
wall either, keeping the wall in mid. So
मिड वॉल
you
ट्रिगर
still have
करो.
really good information.
ए शॉट
unless
पे
it gets
प्रेशर
baited.
देके
They're pinging it.
मिड टू बी.
Seconds running
सबको
forwards to
ट्रिगर
try to
करो.
bait
एनिमी
it.
ट्रिगर, मिड वॉल ट्रिगर, सारे ट्रिगर.
Or potentially
W.
about a response from G2, but they are
W.
massive
ए
enough
शॉट
for this.
लड़के भी मिड टू बी. Come on.
Nothing coming our way. Wall's going to be taken out. Forces the drone out of G2 here, but it's these G2 players right here. Jorgamo under the threat here. Heat's going to be turned up out of the pan and into the fire. It's Sentinels.
W execute.
Two quick ones earned as well up through heaven. You got to try and deny this purge that Leaf is sat upon. They do just that.
Nice early use of the ultimate. Completely caught those players on tree. And bang, he holds heaven.
All watched. Dominated. 9-9.
No,
Sentinels,
no.
that could have been a very dangerous round indeed. And with it, earning themselves up to a couple of big ultimates themselves.
Technically सेन को सिर्फ 4 राउंड, सिर्फ 4 राउंड
You actually
चाहिए.
saw Jorgamo swap over to his shorty.
हाँ?
Because I think in his head he's probably
और
anticipating
उसके
the
बाद
Bryce ult coming
लास्ट
through as
मैप
well.
easy
And he's
peasy
thinking, all right, I
lemon
probably
squeezy
need to
baby.
be
Down Jonah, I kissed him on the lips.
Is it against the rules?
To stand up and kiss a player on the opposite side of the stage? Yeah, probably.
The NBA fans are wondering.
Yeah, they were. They were at some
बस
point.
तो जॉगमो अपने ले पा रहे बे.
But now that big null command removed from the attack side should make things slightly easier here for the defenders.
Saturate slows it down now. They know where the drone's coming from. It's elbows.
Arre?
He's barely out of there. Zekken, he's still alive.
Q combo.
Bang, forwards. Oh, he's blind as anything. Doesn't matter though.
He's been magnificent today, hasn't he, Bang? Just catching the perfect timings with the perfect off angle. And G2 react with Jorg and Leaf walking forwards, possibly straight into the arms of Zekken.
Yeah. Zekken has been able to backstab multiple times here, but Leaf is watching for it.
Oh, the Tejo ult.
Hold on, Armageddon's going to force these players forwards as well. That is a pick your poison situation. You are stunned up, and my goodness, what a way to deal with it.
Oh, that's immaculate from Trent.
The 2v3 turned on its head immediately. Celsius, you have the ult to work with again, but look at this, the positioning of Leaf. He's already here. I think you can hear it. Rumble of somebody's footsteps, convergent pass just to slow them all the way down. There is that uncertainty. Sentinel's trying to slow this one down and hope that Celsius will be offered up a couple of picks here, but with the util out in the open, doesn't expect that.
What a turnaround in this round. After Bang pulls out a phenomenal 2K.
Boy, Norit. Narit,
And
B
Narrate
जाएगा
can
A
hear
जाएगा उसको
a
समझ
Waylay
में नहीं आ
fast
रहा
behind.
बे.
Put in a squeeze now as a vice grip here. That's Thorns.
इतना यूटिल से help कर देता उधर.
You want to get the plan here, just taps,
This
hoping
is
to just
good,
pull
man.
one of these players out wide, and Leaf is just smart. Too smart for these games as well, doesn't really open himself up for it. Spamming, spraying away, but time is already going to be played. As long as Trent stays alive, it's going to be another one added to the tally.
They're so good at identifying what they need to do in these clutch situations.
Yeah.
Trent,
भाई क्या
never a risk there.
ult मारा है भाई Trent
So
ने.
that Narrate could win the 1v3. Take a look at the replay here, though. It's a perfect off angle to stop a play
Crucial
like
पता है
this.
किसने मारा? ये kill
5v3.
crucial था.
And then Lee with his classic push
ये
out,
kill
and
crucial
Trent
था और
with an
वो ult
immaculate
बाप था.
2K. I don't know how they get the perfect read that they're all in A main at that exact timing, but the combination of the ult and the stun, that's why he's a Teo master.
That's a brutal one for Sentinels here. Immediate reaction with the timeout, you can see it. Well, Sentinels players' faces, they are feeling it potentially.
Why do all pros use
Kuronami
Kuronami knife? UM के वजह से
And
रे.
they've actually been doing a decent job. We keep talking about the fact that it's going to be uphill, but Sen, they're kind of going one for one
Sen
with
be
these
like,
rounds.
मम्मी मारोगी
Ever
तो
since
नहीं.
G2 won the pistol, it's
मैं
been
Blinkit से
3 to 2.
मंगा रहा हूँ.
It hasn't been
क्या
dominant
मंगवा
for
रहे?
the
Sen
defenders.
Black What?
They've been holding their own. But if they lose this next round, Sen are going to be on an eco. Couple of players swapping over, we can see, to light armor to try to soften the blow if they do lose this round.
UM उनकी मर्जी.
They're going to try to keep the economy going for as long
UM
as they
मतलब उनकी
possibly
मर्जी
can.
chat.
It's a game of endurance playing the attack side of Ascent. You're just trying to create as many opportunities as you can and see if some of them work.
भाई ये देखिए feeling sad.
Sentinels
National
aren't as best
14
defined
आया.
in general. These have been
ठीक है यार,
slow
लेकिन
rounds being played.
इतने सारे teams के बीच में 14
Maps have
आया.
been going deep.
ऐसा भी देखो.
In part, both
कैसे
these
हो
teams
गोटेड
taking
स्ट्रीमर
chunks out of
बनता है
each other.
भाई.
The
थैंक यू फॉर
holding
द
the
ऑस्ट्रेलियन
advantage
$7.99
in
डॉलर्स.
series.
भाई ये टाइम पे
In
जो
the
भी
map
लोग
for now,
मेरे को
Sentinels
देखते कल से
looking to
मिस करोगे. कल से आने का
counteract
तो love you.
As well. They're just hoping that they can
Man
wake
ka
up.
thank you for the
Util
Australian
knives.
$7.99.
Knife clears over towards Catwalk. Thrown into A main. And they push Jorgamo out of middle. So Sentinels using their utility to try to create safe avenues for them to split into sites. G2 look for a little bit of info. Don't see too much. I would expect ults to be expended massively in this round because it's super important for both teams. If G2 win it, they're going to be feeling elated.
Yeah.
Like the trophy's
भाई
already
almost
theirs.
3000 लोग देख रहे भाई.
Full sprint up through mid
Trophy
by second,
उठाने
just
वाला
hoping that
scene.
the wall was there to potentially bait out, but now knows that it's not.
Like करो,
immediately
stream को like
set.
करो.
So their sights over towards A.
And A is weak.
And the hand of
A
the flash.
weak नहीं है.
G2 are
A
playing
retake
passively
पे
enough
खेल
though
रहे
that this is a chance for them. Jump spot,
A
Jonah
retake
P.
पे खेल रहे
What a
क्योंकि
hold.
Leaf के
Yeah,
पास
it's willing
ult
to
है.
give him that control as well, and that refight is called for with a paranoia, but up through mid now. Door in your face. The rate, you have the salvos to instantly break this one. You can pop out onto these players, but a Steel Garden is again going to be lying in wait here from Lee. He's going to be slowing down these players out towards the back of the side and dashing over.
माँ
Jorgamo
की
denies with the
आंख
doorstep.
जोगमो
Saturates,
भाई.
potentially even better, but Zekin does put him in his place. All the way forwards now with only 15 seconds left. This is G2 jumping on the chance. Death by 1,000 cuts indeed. Sentinels between a rock and a hard place. There's no chance for them to get this spike down safely, cleanly, whatsoever. 11 rounds now for
भाई
G2.
spike क्या खोला है क्या
Only
नेट
2 more
डाला
rounds
है
needed
क्या
before
घुसा
G2
जोगमो क्योंकि
hoist the
उसने ult
trophy.
मारा है
Back to
भेड़
back
चोद क्या
winners
team
in
play था
Americas
ये.
after making 4 consecutive finals. We've never had even a repeat winner in Americas.
Bro team play देख रहे हो.
Ascent have got to scrap together a bye. They have to. It's pointless trying to let G2 get to 12 and
वो
hope you
नेट
can
के
win
वजह
3
से लोग
attack
जा
rounds
भी
from
नहीं
Ascent in a
सकते
row.
किधर.
Even though the bye is going to be bad. A Stinger, a Guardian, a Bulldog, and a dream for Sen. Somebody
भाई
has
नरेट
to
के
make
बाद
the
अल्ट है.
play.
कुछ
to
तूफानी
right the
कर ले
ship.
नरेट. नरेट मेरा
Otherwise,
आवाज
they
सुन.
with double
मेरा आवाज
map
सुन
ban
के
are
गया
going to fall
नरेट.
short.
मार्केट में नेट डाल डबल.
Saw plenty of hero plays on these Sentinels players.
मार्केट
And
में
again,
नेट डाल. हाँ.
as you
Drone
said,
pyramid.
Josh, this is ass off once more.
Oh, he's got stuck.
He's out of there, but he does. Oh no, no dash available. No dash available. He needs to deny this, at least with the kills. Second, forced into a difficult spot. Wants to fight his way back out of it, but Jorgamo right from behind.
No smoke over towards Market. I think Zekin assumed that that was being covered. Then again, It was all chaos.
Bang up towards Cart. Just with the movement as well, the refract in the back pops Chocomo. Tail end of the duration of that one still, he's alive. That means a player advantage for G2 to play around.
Narrate's been holding his own for such a long time. Can he find some value out of it? They've got to turn a player disadvantage.
Otherwise it's going to mean G2 up to 12 here. Up to series point in our grand finals. Push forwards, pop flash in. And this is it, Narrate. Just being swarmed and overwhelmed. G2! One step away.
3 chances, 3 tournament points. They already won in kickoff. It was a 5-map blender between these two teams. And Sentinels beat them for the first time in VCT recently in the upper bracket semi-finals here.
Woo! Let's go, baby!
But now G2 can feel it. They want to establish a year of dominance here. Just a week ago, they were thinking whether or not they would qualify for Toronto. And now they've got 3 opportunities to lift the America's trophy again and come in, skipping the Swiss stage in a phenomenal spot for Toronto.
Carving themselves into the history books of Americas, at least domestically. To be one of the first teams to get the back-to-back. It's up to Zekin to try and put a stop to that. These dreams and hopes of G2 themselves, but already dashing forward. This guy has to be the tip of the spear, but he's just being isolated still. They deal with Leaf. Armageddon in through the back. Finds a bit of time and a bit of space as well, but they have to deal with Trent, and it's a stun against the back wall. He's penned himself in. Skipping and hopping all the way through was our second. Isolates it, finds that fight indeed. G2! Just relentless. Making a move on now, still with that player disadvantage. Jorgamoto cleans it up onto the side. It's all down to him into this spot. Sentinels.
खत्म नहीं हुआ है अभी तक अभी भी एक एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा वाला चीज हो सकता है
He's been tangled up by Leaf's setups in a couple of these rounds now, and yet the value provided from that Taeho ultimate completely isolated Trent, and he did whiff on the stun. He's almost stunned himself.
पे नहीं मिलोगे तो आज थोड़ा
एक्सप्लोर
love you too बनका भाई
track by track. The Zen train at the moment keeps chugging, but 2 more opportunities for G2.
Let's go Sen, let's go Sen.
Massively favoured half, and they're taking attack time.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, if Camlin doesn't take it down, he might not have a chance to even talk to the team. Everything has to be perfect. Or at least the outcome has to be perfect. Yeah. Actually, the way the Sentinels got that round was a little scrappy, but it got the job done, and that is what matters. They've run out of ultimates, though. Narrate was holding that Taeho ult in his back pocket for so long. And Kaplan, he's actually not so much giving the info here as just giving his team time and space, it seems to fill something out. It's John that you can see calling out a couple of ideas.
Binks by Toronto का time zone same है. Please wish me best of luck. Chemistry exam है पार by.
Every single round that they've been able to earn on this attack side.
सबसे easy होता है भाई chemistry.
Man. It's been absolutely torturous. If you take a look at the timeline, only 3 so far on this attack side round, and now they have to do 2 back-to-back.
मेरे इतने सारे school friends कैसे?
Bring this one all the way to OT to stand a chance as well, to not go out, just to even get a chance of competing in that 5th and final map.
So much of Sentinel's conditioning recently in the last few rounds around B and B splitting. Leaf adjusting the setup slightly, but gets caught by the suppress. But Sen are messing with their heads. Instead of going for the B split, they're making it feel like one and getting ready to pounce on A. But G2 are already getting good information. They posted up Jorgamo with Trent to clear out this angle. The drone goes deep, and Leaf can start leaning A.
Jor could take a peek here if he wanted to, at least with the refract, but not choosing to. Center quite open as well to that push, the potential of it at least, in through mid, just holding for now.
And G2 look like they're playing A for retake. I mean, they want to use, by the look of it,
Trent और Jorgamo ulti, हाँ.
Zelsis.
ये तो वो लोगों को पता रहेगा, वो लोगों को पता रहेगा.
Breakdown, spam coming his way on top of it. Eventually, removes it.
वो लोगों को पता रहेगा chat.
Dealt with, but Sen have got plenty more waiting for them on the other side of the A side here. A lot of util expended.
But again, I think it's going to be a retake. We're looking towards Trent and Jorgamo and how much value they get out of the ult. Sen are controlling catwalk and tree. They're not closing the door and locking themselves in on site.
Because they know they have to fight forwards here. As soon as the ults are used, find a timing, a window of opportunity here against G2, and here it is. First ult going to be sent out. John QT already catching it. Conversion pass second. He's isolated on a bloody island. Slow to a call, but he still gets the one. Sentinels, can they do it? Pull it back from the brink, but again they're isolated, cut out of the sight, divided away from it, and spammed, and stuck away! SEN! Dropping like flies! And for G2, in all eyes!
Oh my god, 2v4!
That back-to-back trophy!
An outrageous way for the map to finish. Much improved over the last time that they played Ascent. And this team, like I said only a week ago, were grueling through the lower bracket. Against 100 Thieves in OT on the final map, against an EG team that looked like they had the momentum. These players didn't even know whether they'd be in this spot. Didn't know whether they'd even...
W भाई ये होता है एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा. सेन ने अपना टॉप 100% इसलिए नहीं दिया क्योंकि वो लोग मास्टर्स के लिए कुक कर रहे, समझ रहे हो? मास्टर्स के लिए वो लोग ने सीधा बोला है कि G2 तुम लोग ये वाला ट्रॉफी लो, हम वो वाला लेंगे, समझ रहे हो? कैसे आ रहा?
Avoid elimination in the lower bracket and cement that legacy again today.
भाई बाप के लाभे
G2,
ना?
here it is. Your stage 1 2025 America's champions.
W baby भाई एक्चुअल में बाप के लाभ भाई. एक बार हो जाए भाई. 800 जाए भाई
Doing what
G2 के
everybody
लिए.
expected of them,
एक्चुअल
but
में बाप के
started
लाभ.
to doubt. This team has been dominant throughout the whole of this year domestically in Americas and just started to slip up in recent weeks.
भाई बाप
But
के
they
लाभ है.
fixed it at the
बहुत
perfect
क्रेजी
moment.
खेला.
The input from
दो
Josh,
मैप तो अच्छा खेला, तीसरा मैप भी अच्छा कमबैक मारा, चौथा मैप भी
the
अच्छा खेला.
individual brilliance coming out from people like Trent, Leaf, and fixing
अभी
the
फोटो शूट ये
errors
लगता.
that
Fuck G2. I hate this team. Love SEN. कैसा लग रहा है ये ट्रॉफी उठा रहे? ये देखा? पांचों लोग देख रहे हो? बारी बारी से एक हाथ से ट्रॉफी उठा रहे, देख रहे हो? दिख रहा है क्या? WB अभी डांस चैलेंज वाले सो गए, तुम लोग भी सो जाओ चुपचाप. चलो गाइस, बाय बाय बाय, आदियोस, चैट में आदियोस, टेक केयर, सी आई लव यू. मिलते हैं कल. कल दोपहर को मैं आऊंगा कि नहीं पता नहीं. रात को तो स्ट्रीम पक्का होने वाला है. दोपहर का थोड़ा सा डाइसी है कि सोच रहा हूँ कल रेस्ट लूँ, लेकिन अगर हुआ तो दोपहर को कल वैलो रैंक पुश वाला स्ट्रीम होएगा 2 घंटा, और फिर रात को स्ट्रीम होएगा. ठीक है? इसके बाद स्टेज 2 का, इसके बाद तो अभी ये है पैसिफिक और ये में है. आज पूरा स्लीप नहीं रे, अभी तो मेरे को नींद भी नहीं आ रहा. अभी तो मैं मस्त मूवी वूवी कुछ करूंगा, देखूंगा, या फिर झेलटा खेलूंगा, पता नहीं. चलो गाइस, बाय 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 बाय, आदियोस, चढ़ पे आदियोस, टेक केयर, सी या लव यू. डांस कर रहा हूं मैं, ये देखो डांस, ये.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful.